Chapter 198. Wang Zijin was aloof. Her temperament was somewhat similar to that of Gu Xian'er. However, Gu Xian'er was aloof. Especially in front of outsiders, she was even more aloof. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, she was just a silly girl. Gu Chang'e was very familiar with dealing with people with such personalities. He already had a way to deal with them. Wang Zijin didn't know that he was also a transmigrator. When dealing with anything, he would always bring the unique views and perspective of a transmigrator. Thinking of this, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face deepened. What he had to do now was to play along with Wang Zijin. He had to play the role of a somewhat special native prodigy. Wasn't she interested in him? One had to know that being interested in a strange man was a very fatal thing for a woman. Wang Zijin didn't know any of this. Gu Chang'e wouldn't keep a person who was a threat to him by his side. Of course, Gu Chang'e had another way. As long as Wang Zijin didn't find out that he was also a transmigrator, many things were actually very easy to plan. After all, Wang Zijin was a woman. It wasn't difficult for her to submit to him and be used by him. Very quickly a few minutes passed. On the mountain peak, fog lingered, ancient trees were knotted, and sacred herbs were blooming. It was ethereal like a fairyland. Originally, Wang Wuxia was the one who came to visit Gu Chang'e. His sister, Wang Zijin, was only here to join in the fun. She wanted to be a foil and see this so-called number one person of the younger generation. However, even Wang Wuxia and the others didn't expect that after a while, they would become foils instead. Gu Chang'e and Wang Zijin chatted happily. They raised their cups and clinked tea. Wang Zijin had a smile on her face. Starting from cultivation, life, and other aspects, she talked with Gu Chang'e. It was as if she had forgotten about them. This made Wang Wuxia, Xiu and the others a little shocked and dumbfounded. Although Wang Zijin usually appeared to be very amiable and approachable, she was actually very proud and arrogant. She wouldn't put ordinary young supreme martial artists in her eyes at all. Xiu knew about this. Back then, even when the son of an eternal sky emperor of the heaven region came to visit the young miss, she didn't care about him at all. She sent him away with a single sentence. Wang Zijin's attitude towards Gu Chang'e could be said to have changed too much. Previously, she even said that he was an insignificant character. Now, he actually took the initiative to chat with her. This change made Xiu widen her eyes in disbelief. Wang Zijin didn't care about the attitudes of the Wang family members around her. At this moment, she had already noticed the difference between Gu Chang'e and the other native sky prides. Regarding cultivation and many other things, he had a lot in common with her. This feeling surprised her and made her even more interested in Gu Chang'e. It had been more than 20 years since she transmigrated to this world. But this was the first time she had found someone who shared the same interests as her. In this strange fantasy world, she actually found a sense of familiarity. Whether it was Gu Chang'e's speech, knowledge, or opinions, there was a kind of refreshing feeling to her. This was completely different from the other young sky prides she had seen before. Even those old freaks who had cultivated for a long time were far inferior to Gu Chang'e in this regard. Wang Zijin also suspected whether he had the same origin as her. But soon Gu Chang'e's many words and actions dispelled her doubts. It was just that on some things she and Gu Chang'e had something in common. On more things, Gu Chang'e's views and opinions were actually no different from those of the native sky prides. Gu Chang'e was just a little special. But these were enough to arouse her strong interest. Never had there been a moment like this where she wanted to dig deeper into a person's experience. Although he doesn't seem like a righteous person, he's real. He's much better than those who keep saying that they uphold righteousness and righteousness. The strange look in Wang Zijin's eyes became more and more intense as she gave Gu Chang'e such a high evaluation in her heart. It was the first time they met, and he had made her so interested. This was not an easy thing to do. Miss Zijin's various insights are truly a refreshing experience for me. At this moment, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but sigh as he said, "Today, after meeting Miss Zijin, I finally understand the meaning of the phrase regret that we didn't meet sooner." After saying this, he looked as if he had met a confidant. Hearing this, Wang Zijin pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother Gu, in my opinion, is the same. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things and stand at the peak of this world, overlooking the ups and downs of the sea." Her words caused the people of the Wang family behind her to be shocked. especially that old freak of the Wang family. Because of Wang Zijin's physique, she would definitely become an immortal in the future. Her opinion had always been different from others. Even if there were some geniuses with ancient royal bloodlines, she didn't care at all. She wouldn't even mention them. When had she ever given Guchanga such a high evaluation like today? If what she said today were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion among the geniuses of the heaven region. This could only mean that Guchanga's true strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Even they had been fooled. The old freak of the Wang family couldn't calm down for a long time. What did Changa do to deserve such an evaluation from Miss Zijin? Guchanga couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He couldn't help but laugh. Then, he thought of something and couldn't help but reveal a regretful expression. It's a pity that I didn't get to know Miss Zijin sooner. It's one of the biggest regrets of my life. Oh brother Gu, aren't you afraid that your fiancé will hear you say this? It's not too late to know her now. How about this, brother Gu, you go and cancel the engagement. What do you think of a marriage alliance between our two families? Hearing this, Wang Zijin smiled, the luster in her eyes moving. She couldn't help but ask with a smile that was not a smile. She could tell that Guchanga was just being polite. It was impossible for such a man to be easily moved by a woman. Saying that it was a huge regret was just a casual remark. Maybe he would forget about that woman in the blink of an eye. Even if that woman was as dazzling as her, it was still the same. This was enough to show how firm his Dao heart was, unlike the other geniuses who were easily disturbed by external factors. So Wang Zijin couldn't help but ask this, planning to tease him. Sister, miss. The moment Wang Zijin said this, Guchanga didn't say anything, but the expressions of Wang Wushuang, the old freak of the Wang family, and the others behind her changed drastically. Their eyes widened in incomparable shock. They didn't expect it at all. At this time the prince would be so bold and say such words. If these words were heard by someone, it would definitely make the people of the Wushuang immortal dynasty suspicious, thinking that the longevity Wang family was provoking them. Even if she really liked Guchanga, there was no need to say such words in public, right? As a woman, especially with her status as the successor of the human ancestor palace, how could she say such words? Everyone in the Wang family, and even the experts of the Taichu divine sect behind Guchanga, were dumbfounded at this moment. At this time, Guchanga's face also showed a slightly stunned expression, as if she was really shocked. Then, as if he had reacted, he shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, Miss Zijin's words really make it difficult for me to accept. Even if I want to agree, I'm afraid the force behind you won't. He naturally knew that this was Wang Zijin's intention to tease him. No ordinary woman would be like her, saying such bold words. Guchanga didn't take it to heart at all. Therefore, he directly said these words to see if he could get some information about the force behind Wang Zijin. Hearing this, Wang Zijin said with a smile, Brother Gu, it's a little sad that you rejected me so tactfully. She was not surprised that Guchanga would say this. How could it be so easy to break off an engagement? She was indeed interested in Guchanga, but it was not to the point where she wanted to stick to him. As a transmigrator with such an ancient force behind her, she had terrifying talent. Ordinary young supreme beings, even the youngest son of the ancient emperor, could not enter her eyes. She did not intend to let a certain pig trot her off so easily. Moreover, Guchanga had pointed out the force behind her, so he had obviously guessed her identity. This surprised her a little. One had to know that even many members of the longevity Wang family did not know about this matter. Brother Gu, you don't have to care about the force behind me. They can't stop me from doing what I want to do. Then Wang Zijin continued speaking. Her tone was somewhat confident and arrogant, as if she did not think much of her identity as the successor of the human ancestor hall. Hearing this, Guchanga's eyes flashed with a strange light. He naturally did not know what the force behind Wang Zijin was. After all, he did not even investigate. What she said just now was pure nonsense. There were many forces in this world. How could he know where Wang Zijin had been cultivating? But according to Wang Zijin's words, the force behind her did not affect her decision. And it just so happened to be against him? The enemy of the longevity Gu family? That was obviously not right. Then it was very likely that was his other identity, the inheritor of demonic arts. Almost instantly, Guchanga guessed Wang Zijin's other identity. The successor of the human ancestor hall? After all, apart from the human ancestor hall, Guchanga could not think of any other force in this world that had been opposing his identity. This was interesting. Even the human ancestor hall was interfering. At this thought, Guchanga's expression was calm, and no one could see anything unusual. He nodded and said with a smile, "Miss Zijin, with your talent and strength, it is indeed so. You don't need to care about the force behind you." This time it was Wang Zijin's turn to be surprised. She could not see through Guchanga's true strength, but from Guchanga's words it seemed that he had seen through her. She felt that her talent was not inferior to any prodigy since ancient times. But now, Wang Zijin realized that Guchanga was really shrouded in mystery. Combined with the many rumors about Guchanga, he had dug out his cousin's great Dao bone when he was young, and now he had displayed the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. But how many unknown methods did he have in secret? She could not say for sure. Brother Gu is really unfathomable. At this moment, Wang Zijin had no choice but to agree. She had indeed underestimated the prodigies of this world. Guchanga had clearly taught her a serious lesson. At this moment, Guchanga also heard the system notification. Thousands of luck points and destiny points entered his account. As a leak, Wang Zijin was obviously easier to harvest than the other girls of luck. These luck points came in batches, so much that Guchanga was a little surprised. However, he did not show any abnormality on his face and continued to smile. Luck points and destiny points were one thing. Now he saw another effect on Wang Zijin. Then, after chatting for a while, the Wang family planned to leave. Today's matter made them re-examine Guchanga. Not only were his methods unfathomable, but even his talent and cultivation were unfathomable. Everyone had something on their mind. "Brother Gu, we will meet again." Wang Zijin cupped her hands and smiled, then turned to leave looking quite carefree. "Miss Zijin, take care," Guchanga said with a smile. Standing on the mountain peak, the mountain wind blew, and his hair was sparkling, looking more and more extraordinary. After watching the Wang family leave, the smile on his face quickly disappeared, revealing an inexplicable expression. "Men," Guchanga said indifferently. "Buzz." In the void behind him, several heavenly god realm experts walked out. They were all Guchanga's confidants, and they said respectfully, "Young master, go and see what Princess Mingkong has been doing recently. Report her movements to me at all times." Guchanga thought for a moment and decided to start with Yu Mingkong. It was not that he wanted to do anything to Yu Mingkong, but Yu Mingkong as a reincarnator should know some things about the future. Knowing her whereabouts could also allow Guchanga to roughly see what would happen in the future. Now, even the human ancestor palace was planning to appear. He needed to make preparations in advance. Guchanga naturally knew about the rumors about the human ancestor. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Most importantly, he suspected that the human ancestor had the most amazing providence. As for whether he was a son of providence, that was not important. As long as he had great providence, it would be useful to Guchanga. Plundering providence could not only rob the providence of the son of providence, but also the providence of those with great providence. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, Wang Zijin had begun to travel the world. That also meant that the human ancestor of this generation was about to appear. Guchanga would definitely not leave such a big hidden danger for the future. The inheritors of demonic arts and the human ancestor had always been mortal enemies. Since ancient times, many inheritors of demonic arts had died at the hands of the human ancestor. Upholding the goal of cleansing the world, the human ancestor would definitely make a move against him once he returned. Guchanga was well aware of this. He had pinned the title of inheritor of the demonic arts on Yi Ling. Although he could hide it for a while, he could not hide it forever. In particular, the human ancestor had the means to identify inheritors of demonic arts. That was a huge hidden danger. That was why Guchanga planned to get rid of the human ancestor before he rose to power. Whether it was to replace him or to kill him, it was fine. "Yes, young master." Soon they received orders. These trusted subordinates quickly left, preparing to inquire about Yu Mingkong's whereabouts. Guchanga had previously planted people around Yu Mingkong. However, after the incident at the Baiheng mountain range, Yu Mingkong seemed to have sensed something and carefully cleaned out the people around her. In the end, she really did discover Guchanga's people. Yu Mingkong did not care much about this. After all, to her, this was very much in line with Guchanga's temperament. Then she replaced all of Guchanga's people. Guchanga actually trusted Yu Mingkong a lot, so he did not bother about her. The last time, he had planted 633 people around her, mainly because Yu Mingkong refused to tell him the location of the immortal path. That was why he had done so. In this world, besides his parents, Guchanga trusted Yu Mingkong the most. There was no doubt about that. Very quickly, a few days passed. The situation in the immortal ancient continent changed drastically. After the dragon tribe was defeated, the other tribes hesitated for a long time before making a decision. The three tribes, the ancient snake tribe, the divine crocodile tribe, and the black sky eagle tribe, purged all the traitors in the immortal ancient continent. What was a traitor? This was not important. As long as they did not submit to Guchanga, they would be considered traitors. Very quickly, under such pressure, the other tribes also made a choice. They decided to submit to Guchanga and rely on the longevity Gu family. After countless years, the entire immortal ancient continent was unified, backed by the Palace of Heavenly Immortals and the longevity Gu family. This decision caused a huge uproar. Of course, to many orthodoxies and sects, this was a normal thing. It was only a matter of time. The immortal ancient continent was originally taken by the ancestors of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. With their supreme magic power, they had been left behind since the immortal ancient era. Once the dragon tribe was defeated, the other tribes would definitely not be able to go against the forces behind Guchanga. During this battle, Guchanga's reputation reached an unprecedented peak again. He was the most powerful person among the younger generation. This title spread among the cultivators of various orthodoxies, causing a huge uproar. His identity as the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was also exposed, causing a huge uproar. No one expected Guchanga to have such an identity. This made many cultivators envious and jealous, especially those of the younger generation, who were even more envious. Guchanga's talent was already ridiculously strong. Now that he had the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's inheritance, wasn't he like a tiger that had grown wings? Then many details of the battle spread. Countless cultivators were shocked speechless. They could not imagine that one person could do so many things. The Vermilion Bird tribe, the far ancient royal tribe. In a glorious palace with runes like clouds and a faint light. He used the ancient Samsara wheel replica. I didn't expect Brother Changa to be the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. He hid it so well. No wonder Yi Ling pretended to be the reincarnation wheel that day. He already knew about this and planned to blame Brother Changa. The successor of the Vermilion Bird tribe, Qi Ling, said softly with a cold look on her face. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, she had been looking for Yi Ling. However, it was obvious that she could not find any clues. However, some time ago, the successor of the demonic technique appeared again. Many young supremes of orthodoxies were attacked, their origin energy stolen, and died. This made her alarmed. These things showed that Yi Ling had not gone far. He was just hiding in the dark. This made Qi Ling uneasy. However, she could not find any trace of Yi Ling all this time. She knew that Yi Ling had amazing means, especially his concealment technique. He could even hide his origin energy and disguise himself as the successor of the Heavenly Lord. If she really wanted to find Yi Ling's whereabouts, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was too difficult. At that thought, Qi Ling sighed and decided to look up the relevant ancient books. She did not believe that they could not do anything against the successor of the demonic technique. After all, not everyone could be like Guchanga, who could severely injure the successor of the demonic technique. If they were to face the successor of the demonic technique, they would definitely die unless they had many life-saving means. Chapter 199. On the other side, in the Peerless Immortal Dynasty, reporting to the Crown Prince, the spatial coordinates of the heavenly stellar realm have been confirmed. The Peerless Guard already has 500,000 candidates and is now forming a second team. A female official was reporting respectfully. In the palace, Yu Mingkong stood with her hands behind her back and looked out the window. Her face was calm and deep. Her emperor's robe was loose, but it could not hide her proud figure. At this moment she was thinking about something. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard this, and her beautiful face looked a little dazed. Then she nodded and said, "Very good." The heavenly stellar realm was the information she knew from the memories of her previous life. The reincarnation of the human ancestor had walked out of that realm and finally returned to the upper realm. However, she had spent a lot of time to confirm the location of the heavenly stellar realm. In addition, she had spent a lot of energy building the Peerless Guard during this period of time and had not moved yet. Yu Mingkong had been planning to solve this problem for Guchanga first. If she could not do it, then she would think of a way to inform Guchanga and let him think of a way. Otherwise, if the human ancestor Hall found out early, it would not do Guchanga any good. Once his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts was exposed, he would face the situation of being the enemy of the entire world. If I go to the heavenly stellar realm now, I might miss this matter after a long time. Yu Mingkong's expression showed a rare hint of hesitation. On the one hand, she was afraid that it would be too late. At this time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor was at his weakest and easiest to deal with. If the human ancestor Hall found him, it would be very difficult for her to deal with him. The difficulty would increase exponentially. Yu Mingkong did not plan to rely on her current strength to deal with the human ancestor. At most, she would delay his return. In that case, the heavenly stellar realm is extremely far away from the inner area. The human ancestor Hall will not be able to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor Hall in a short time. Even if they want to confirm the location of the human ancestor, they will have to spend a lot of effort. Yu Mingkong thought for a long time and decided to wait for a while before moving. Because in a few days, Guchanga's mother's birthday banquet would be held. Yu Mingkong had always been grateful to this person who had treated her like her own daughter in her previous life. Her mother had passed away when she was young. The only kinship she had experienced in her previous life had always been Guchanga's parents. In this life, she did not want to miss his birthday banquet, because going to the heavenly stellar realm would definitely take a long time. During this time, she had been paying close attention to the happenings in the immortal ancient continent. The final result was not much different from his previous life. However, the difference was that in his previous life, Guchanga did not reveal his identity as the successor of the ancient celestial lord of Samsara. Instead, he used other means to control the ancient python serpents, black sky eagles, and other tribes. In this life, Yi Ling had died at the hands of Guchanga. Naturally, he would brazenly assume this identity. Yu Mingkong was not surprised. This approach was very Guchanga. The successor of the human ancestor Hall will be born very soon. His strength is unfathomable, and only a few ancient freaks can match him. With my current strength, I'm no match for him. Looks like I have to make a trip to the ancestral land to receive the Emperor Qi and refine the remaining immortal essences. After that, Yu Mingkong pondered for a while, gave out orders, and then set off for the ancestral land of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. Every crown prince of the unparalleled immortal dynasty had a chance to receive the Emperor Qi. This was the inheritance method of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the foundation that had stood tall since ancient times. There was no need to say more about the wonderful effects of the Emperor Qi. Every generation only had this one chance. Yu Mingkong had originally planned to receive it when she broke through to the Saint Realm. However, now that the successor of the human ancestor Hall had appeared, she felt the pressure and felt that she needed to raise her cultivation. In addition, she had the immortal essences given by Guchanga. Yu Mingkong felt that she could use and refine them together. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to have a place in the great era of geniuses. After unifying the various races of the immortal ancient, Guchanga did not remain idle. He plundered along the way and obtained many good things. Immortal ancient scriptures, the insights of predecessors, supreme stone inscriptions, all kinds of runes and formation patterns, spiritual pills and sacred medicines, ancient scriptures, divine weapons and Tao artifacts. Now the cultivation resources in Guchanga's hands had reached the most abundant level so far. The accumulation of the various great races since the immortal ancient era could be said to be shocking and unimaginable. Even quasi-supreme beings would be envious. Meanwhile, Guchanga also took this opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm in one go, with the immortal devouring devil art. On the surface, the cultivation of the Tao heavenly immortal scripture had also broken through to the true immortal realm. At least for now it was enough to fool people. Guchanga knew that many people suspected his true cultivation, and that it was definitely not as simple as the true immortal realm. However, what was the use of suspicion? Did they have the ability to expose his true strength? Moreover, Guchanga himself did not care about this. His reputation had already reached a level where no one in the younger generation could compare to him. Even if the successor of the human ancestor palace appeared, so what? When he saw him, he would still have to lower his head. During this period of time, Guchanga was also looking up information about the human ancestor's reincarnation. Combined with some of the ancient records, he was speculating how likely it was to replace the human ancestor. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the possibility was not high, but it did not mean that it was impossible. Before that, he needed to find the human ancestor's reincarnation. However, how big was the upper realm and how vast was the lower realm? How many worlds were there? It could be said to be endless. Therefore, Guchanga did not plan to search for them one by one. This was not realistic at all, and he also felt that it was troublesome. Guchanga's current problem was this. Then he thought of two methods. One was to use Yu Mingkong to provide him with clues, but when his confidant went to investigate Yu Mingkong's whereabouts, he found that she had run to the ancestral land and did not leave the Wushuang immortal dynasty's territory. Now there was only one method left, which was to find the human ancestor's reincarnation through the human ancestor palace, and then he would go and intercept him. However, this method was full of difficulties, and it was impossible that the human ancestor palace did not have protective measures. When the time came, he might suffer a double loss and expose his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. From Wang Zijin's current attitude, she did not seem to have much interest in finding the human ancestor's reincarnation. This was right, she was a transmigrator, how could she be willing to be a tool? Therefore, Guchanga was thinking of a way to turn Wang Zijin into his tool. This process could not be completed in a short period of time. He put the matter of the human ancestor's reincarnation aside for now, and planned to consider it after Yu Mingkong returned from the ancestral land. In addition, during this period of time, Guchanga used his destiny points to make some changes to the inner world. Based on the previous foundation, he constructed the magnificent ancient scene of the immortal court in the legends. In the vast mysterious world, golden palaces were everywhere, and divine stars were like a sea. Billions of starlight fell, and the chaos was endless. The magnificent atmosphere was incomparable. Not to mention ordinary people, even sage realm existences would be suppressed, and could not help but kneel down and worship under this pressure. After all, this was related to Guchanga's next plan. He had to arrange it seriously, otherwise he would not be able to scare people, and he would not be able to attract leaks. Everything is ready except for the east wind. It's time to find someone to test it out. Thinking of this, Guchanga set his target on He Ming of the Black Sky Eagle clan. The good-for-nothing young master from back then had now transformed into a dazzling star of the Black Sky Eagle clan, possessing overwhelming power and authority. His status was second only to his sister He Yenyu. This made He Ming proud of himself, and he even began to think about how to help his clan break free from Guchanga's control. He did not expect that all of this was a disaster that he had brought to the entire clan. Greetings, master. Soon, Guchanga's figure appeared in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory. His arrival alarmed the entire Black Sky Eagle clan. Everyone came to greet him, but they were uneasy, not knowing why he was here. No need to be so polite. Guchanga nodded and took a look at the results of their clan's training. He was quite satisfied. The entire immortal ancient clan was under his control, and they began to secretly train a terrifying force for him. With this army, he would be a powerful force when he fought in the future. However, his purpose for coming here was not this. Is He Ming here? Guchanga asked with a smile. Master, He Ming is here. Why are you looking for him? An elder's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, his voice trembling. He clearly feared Guchanga to the extreme. Bring him to see me, Guchanga said indifferently, his expression calm. His back was facing everyone as he stood in the great hall. No one could guess what he was thinking. This type of might made everyone feel fear, making them tremble in fear, as if they were walking on thin ice. What happened to He Ming? He Yenyu's expression changed slightly, her face becoming pale. She thought of some bad things, worried that He Ming had offended Guchanga. It was because a while ago, He Ming told her that he would find a way to save the clan, to break free from Guchanga's evil clutches. This was the first thing that came to her mind. She felt that if Guchanga found out about this, He Ming would be killed. Soon after, under the Black Sky Eagle clan's anxious and alarmed expressions, He Ming was brought up by several clansmen. Today he was no longer the mediocre and useless youth from before. There was a type of confidence and spirit that was different from others. But He Ming's face was still filled with confusion, shock, worry, fear and various other emotions. He did not understand why Guchanga suddenly wanted to see him. He Ming feared this young man who controlled the lives of the entire clan from the bottom of his heart. At the same time there was hatred. He did not want his clan's lives to be controlled by this young man. Now that Guchanga suddenly wanted to see him, he was very uneasy. "Master, He Ming is here," a Black Sky Eagle clan member said with a trembling voice. "All right, He Ming will stay, the rest of you can leave," Guchanga said indifferently. Yes. Soon, only He Ming and Guchanga were left in the Great Hall. "Master." He Ming opened his mouth, forcing himself to calm down. But Guchanga did not seem to hear him. He still did not turn around. He Ming did not dare to speak. His forehead was filled with sweat, his face was pale, and his body was trembling. "I heard that you want to undo the slave seal of your clan." Finally, when He Ming could not take it anymore, Guchanga finally spoke. He turned around with a faint smile on his face. For a moment, He Ming felt like his scalp was about to explode. He had only thought about this in his heart and only told his sister, He Yenyu. How did Guchanga know? At this moment, He Ming's expression was filled with despair. He subconsciously thought that Guchanga would kill him after knowing his thoughts. Under the control of the slave seal, even if he resisted, it would be impossible. Guchanga would easily resolve it and then take his life. Even a quasi-supreme old ancestor couldn't resist it. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are the one chosen by the supreme existence." At this moment, just as He Ming was in despair, Guchanga spoke again with a playful smile. "What?" When He Ming heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief and shock. He actually heard the words "supreme existence" from Guchanga's mouth? His head felt as if it had been struck by a giant bell. His mind went blank, and a rumbling sound rang out. Could it be that Guchanga was also a follower of the supreme existence? Thinking of this, He Ming was even more shocked. It was difficult to describe his emotions at this moment. This was He Ming's biggest secret. He did not expect that Guchanga would say it out loud. Soon He Ming figured it out. No wonder he always felt a familiar aura from Guchanga. It turned out that he was also a member of the Supreme Existence. "The Supreme Existence asked me to tell you that as long as you are sincere, everything can be achieved. Those who recite his true name will see eternal life in the reincarnation." Guchanga looked at the shocked He Ming and the smile on his face deepened. After all, it involved the matter of the inner world's guidance. It was obviously better to use the Supreme Existence to fool him. It was enough for the Supreme Existence to appear once. If he appeared frequently, it would be too degrading. Therefore, he needed to be such a spokesperson. Who would have thought that the real Supreme Existence was actually him? As for the identity of the Supreme Existence, this was actually not important. True immortal? Master God? Immortal king? Or an indescribable innate God? There were too many, of course. During this process, Guchanga used his fate points as a medium to build the guidance channel. After all, fate points were omnipotent in the system shop and the inner world. In fact, building the guidance channel did not require much fate points. The most important thing was that it involved the strength of the receiver and the space distance. The consumption of this would obviously be quite high. However, Guchanga did not intend to pay for this consumption himself. For any living creature, if they wanted to see the legendary Supreme Existence, they must first have faith in him. Guchanga could do something about this. When a living creature chanted his true name, he would know the location according to where the faith was. Through this method, he could know how many fate points that person had. This was because the number of luck points determined how Guchanga would harvest them. As for how to obtain faith, this was not simple. Through the wedding dress immortal art, it would spread to all realms, using himself as a net to capture all the planes and lower realms. As long as they cultivated the wedding dress part of the cultivation method, then these creatures would all be believers of the supreme existence. The so-called faith is just a saying. It is just a line that can be controlled by me. Guchanga had already thought of a plan. Therefore, he planned to experiment with Heiming first. At this moment, hearing Guchanga's words, Heiming suddenly trembled and reacted. His expression became incomparably excited, sweeping away his previous disappointment. As expected, the last time he saw the supreme existence was completely by chance. Normally, if he wanted to see the supreme existence, he would have to chant his true name. Now, the supreme existence has given you a mission. Within 3 months, find 30 devout believers for the supreme existence. When the time comes, chant the supreme existence's true name, and you will be able to see him. Guchanga softly smiled and began to give Heiming his first mission. As for whether or not he could complete it, that was not important. He was just experimenting. He did not care how Heiming would complete it. If he could not even do that, then this pawn would be useless. I understand. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely complete the Supreme Existence's mission. Heiming heard this and his face was filled with excitement. Guchanga nodded, then stepped forward. In a blur, he disappeared from this place. If this experiment was successful, then he could begin the second step of his plan. The Absolute Ein descends, the human ancestor appears. Guchanga's expression was profound. To ordinary people, the Absolute Ein sky was a great terror that they could not avoid. But to Guchanga, it was a great opportunity and fortune. Then, after leaving the immortal ancient continent, Guchanga returned to the palace of heavenly immortals to digest and absorb the various gains during this period. His strength had already broken through to the saint realm. After devouring several types of origin constitution, it stabilized. In addition, Guchanga had 4 more transcendence bones on his body. Now he had a total of 13. All of them were exchanged during this period of time with luck points. With the transcendence bones, his control of the rules of heaven and earth and the origin of many Dao techniques was obviously on a higher level. With so many methods at hand, Guchanga did not need to fear the existence of the Supreme Saint Realm. Time passed quickly. Except for Guxian, who came to the foot of the mountain to provoke him from time to time. In the end, Guchanga's indifferent attitude and did not care at all. Guxian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Everything was calm and peaceful. Gu Nanshan chased all the way to the depths of the ocean palace. In the end, he forced the ocean palace to seal the sea and forbid the sea creatures to leave the immeasurable sea for 100,000 years. This caused a huge sensation. At that time there were people who saw a black blade light, piercing through heaven and earth, coming from an unknown distance, shocking all directions. A supreme expert of the ocean palace was seriously injured by that blade light. Some people said that the blade light was slashed by an ancestor of the Gu family, who could not bear to see his family being bullied. However, even more people felt that it came from a mysterious expert. It seems that it should be the master behind Guxian who made the move. On the supreme peak, Guchanga was not surprised when he heard about this. At this moment, there was a letter from the Longevity Gu family in his hand. He was quietly opening it. Mother asked me to bring Guxian back to her birthday banquet. Guchanga looked calm as he glanced at the contents. Then he could not help but squint. In his view, this was an opportunity. A good opportunity to get in touch with the Peach Village behind Guxian. At the same time, this would be a wonderful beginning to the tragic drama that had paved the way for Guxian for so long. String. Chapter 200. Guxian had left the clan at a young age and had not returned to the Gu clan in all these years. Although she had relatives and masters in Peach Village, she still wanted to visit home. However, she definitely wanted to go home and take a look. After all, that was the place where she was born, and there were people from her bloodline. Therefore, in Guchanga's opinion, this birthday banquet was a good opportunity for him to completely eliminate the estrangement between the various branches of the Gu clan and take full control of the Gu clan. Gu Chang'e had not forgotten about this matter from the beginning. That was because his mother and father had married at a later date. Now, his mother was already 5,000 years old. However, she still had the ability to retain her youthful appearance, so it was hard to tell. Moreover, based on his mother's status, both the Gu clan and the Taichu divine sect would make a grand appearance during this birthday banquet. Various orthodoxies would be invited to participate. At that time, it was inevitable that the prodigies of various orthodoxies would gather and cause some conflicts. As the host, Gu Chang'e naturally had to maintain his status as the host. It would not be good for him to personally participate. Of course, this was a small matter to Gu Chang'e. He was more concerned about something else. Next, the human ancestors' palace would definitely start to take action. This also meant that many ancient freaks or the ancient emperor's youngest sons would be born. Needless to say, their talents were all very strong. Gu Chang'e just happened to be lacking some origin constitution recently. He planned to train the Order of the Sage stage and was worried that he would not be able to find a suitable target. Apart from that, it was time to find a scapegoat for the inheritor of the demonic technique. The human ancestors' palace would definitely find out about Yi Ling's whereabouts soon. After all, the ancient Yi clan was Yi Ling's clan. Meanwhile, the human ancestors' palace had a transcendent status. They had existed for a long time and had many secret techniques. They could very well use part of Yi Ling's bloodline to determine his location. At that time, once news of Yi Ling's death spread, it would definitely have a huge impact on Gu Chang'e. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had to prepare for the second part of the plan. I'll have some time to prepare, but before that, I need to confirm who's going to be the scapegoat this time. Gu Chang'e's expression gradually deepened. The faces of many young supreme beings flashed through his mind, from Wang Wushuang to Yi Langtian to the others. He was constantly thinking, trying to find a suitable candidate. First of all, the status of the prey had to be high enough. If it was an ordinary young supreme being, it would definitely not work. That was because this prey had to be very powerful. Otherwise, how could Yi Ling be killed? Therefore, the other party had to have a background and cultivation level that was far beyond the reach of someone like Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Gu Chang'e to carry out his plan. Back then, the strength that was created for Yi Ling was a little stronger, to the point where he could even stand up to me and escape with his life. Gu Chang'e also had a headache. At that time, in order to act more convincing, he even damaged his own origin and acted with Yin Mei, fooling everyone. As a result, almost all the cultivators knew that Yi Ling was very powerful and could escape from him with his life. Therefore, he couldn't just casually push the blame to others. That was because according to his plan, ordinary young supreme beings would not be Yi Ling's match. How could they possibly kill Yi Ling? If they wanted to find a new scapegoat, they definitely could not find someone too weak. Now Gu Chang'e wanted to create the illusion that Yi Ling was already dead, that the inheritor of the demonic technique was someone else, or that there was a mysterious organization behind him. This was a bit of a test of candidates. In terms of cultivation level, apart from Wang Zijin, Gu Chang'e could not find anyone else for the time being. However, Wang Zijin was definitely out of the question. She was the successor of the human ancestors' hall. Putting the blame on her was tantamount to throwing oneself at the tip of a knife. Looks like I have to find out which ancient freaks, descendants of ancient emperors, or ancient emperors are about to be born. I'll start with them. Soon Gu Chang'e also had a target. This time, his mother's birthday banquet would obviously attract many great orthodoxies, great sects, and ancient royal families. After all, for all the supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects in the entire upper realm, no one would dare to ignore the longevity Gu family's invitation. When the time came, it would be very lively. Based on Yu Mingkong's personality, she'll definitely come. I can get some information from her. I can also use this opportunity to plan and find out where the human's reincarnation is, as well as the mysterious peach tree behind Guxian. Now, Gu Chang'e no longer treated Guxian, like he did in the beginning, when he put a lot of thought into her. Right now, he was actually more concerned about that mysterious peach tree. After all, regardless of whether it was based on Guxian, model of the Lady of Fortune or the various plots, that mysterious peach tree was definitely an ancient powerhouse. Therefore, if he wanted to scheme against that mysterious peach tree, he would have to start with Guxian. Guxian-er's attitude towards me will largely determine the attitude of the mysterious peach tree, and the masters behind her towards me. Guchanga had planned all of this for a long time. If he did not create a tragic drama, he might not be able to move those old fellows who had lived for countless years, let alone make them trust him. Guchanga did not forget that when he sent Yanji to the peach village to take a look, she, who was already a great saint, was severely injured by a peach petal. If she had not escaped with the region-traversing talisman, she might have died there. What if he could use such a powerful being? Or even take over and devour her origin? When he thought of this, Guchanga could not help but smile even wider. Soon, the news that the Longevity Gu family was going to hold a birthday banquet for their mistress spread throughout Boundless Heaven and the other orthodoxies, causing a huge commotion. Guchanga's mother was also a famous divine lady back then. She was the previous saintess of the Taichu divine sect. She was very talented and unrivaled in her area. When the news of her birthday banquet spread, countless cultivators were shocked and began to discuss it. Many people only realized that the famous divine lady was already 5,000 years old in the blink of an eye. Even her son had become a leading figure of the younger generation, and had rivals who could match him. For a time, countless cultivators sighed. Many orthodoxies and sects, including the Vermilion Bird Clan, the White Tiger Clan, the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, the Longevity Wang Clan, the Primordial Yi Clan, and many others, sent people to the territory where the Longevity Gu family was located with congratulatory gifts. At the same time, on the other side, on the mountain peak where the Grand Elder usually cultivated, at this moment a beautiful girl was hugging her knees and staring blankly at the clouds below, as if in a daze. Occasionally a mountain breeze would blow, and the corners of her skirt would flutter, revealing a snow lotus-like delicate calf. She was like an otherworldly fairy that had walked out from the mountains and rivers. She carried a clear and cold temperament, not tainted by a trace of dust, as if she carried the most beautiful blessing of the heavens. She was like a beloved child of the heavens. She was Guxian-er, who had just finished cultivating. During this period of time under the pressure of Guchanga, her cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. Now she was about to break through to the Void God realm. This speed shocked the Grand Elder, who felt that she had been accumulating for a long time. However, Guxian-er couldn't feel happy, because Guchanga ignored her, no matter how she provoked him. She even went to Guchanga's place of seclusion on the supreme peak, and threatened to challenge Guchanga. Guchanga's attitude was cold to the bone. He didn't care about her and didn't even bother to say a word. His attitude was as if he was facing a stranger who was completely unrelated to him. Guxian-er didn't say anything, but she was actually very upset. She also knew that when she was so cold and hostile to Guchanga, Guchanga felt the same way. Guxian-er knew that Guchanga was doing this on purpose. He didn't want her to get close to him and dig up his unspeakable secrets. Therefore, she didn't care and continued to be unyielding. However, when a letter from the Longevity Gu family suddenly fell in front of her, it made her feel bad, and her mood quickly fell. Go home. At this moment Guxian-er was muttering softly, looking at the letter in her hand in a daze. Like Guchanga, she also received a letter from the Longevity Gu family. From the handwriting and aura on the letter, this master of the Feng family came from Guchanga's father, Gu Lintian. He was also the uncle she respected so much in the past. To be honest, Guxian-er really didn't expect that her uncle would personally write a letter to her at this time. In the letter, he sincerely expressed his concern and guilt for her all these years. Although Guchanga's father didn't mention the reason for what happened in the past, Guxian-er could feel his difficulties. She had thought this through long ago, so naturally she wasn't surprised. However, what surprised her was Guchanga's father's actions. As the master of the Longevity Gu family, he was clearly apologizing to her. However, although Guxian-er could understand, there was still a knot in her heart. Many things were done, and even if she forgave them, she couldn't pretend that they didn't happen. Back then, it was Gu Lintian who expelled her from the Gu family. Now, it was also him who wanted her to return to the Longevity Gu family. This uncle of hers was extremely powerful in the Gu family. Back then, when her father fought for the position of master of the family, he was defeated by him. Guxian-er had always been looking forward to returning to the Longevity Gu family. She wanted to return to the place where she was born. There were still her clansmen and relatives there. She couldn't give them up. When Guchanga admitted my identity as a member of the Gu family, I should have expected all of this. Don't you think so, Big Red? Gu Xian'er opened her mouth and sighed. She was talking to the big red bird on her shoulder. The big red bird glanced at her, as if to say that she was a slut who was being unreasonable. She clearly wanted to go back, but she couldn't put down her face. Seeing the big red bird's expression, Gu Xian'er gnashed her teeth in hatred. She wanted nothing more than to pluck out its feathers and roast it in front of her. It really didn't leave her any face. However, how could the big red bird's expression not be the same as what she was truly thinking? Just as Guchanga had said, Gu Xian'er was a proud person. Sometimes she cared more about her face than anyone else. If the Longevity Gu clan sent many experts here to invite her to go home, she would reluctantly nod her head and agree to go back. But now it was just a letter from home, and nothing else? That was it? That was it? That was it? Gu Xian'er really wanted to throw this letter in her uncle's face and ask him why he didn't have any sincerity or apology. If she returned to the Longevity Gu family just like that, where would she put her face? It had to be known that right now, Guchanga had admitted her identity on his own accord. He had told the whole world about what had happened back then. It should be the Longevity Gu family who invited her back. They don't have the slightest bit of sincerity. They are looking down on me too much. Gu Xian'er snorted coldly and snorted disdainfully. Speaking of which, this was Gu Linqian's fault for not thinking things through. In his opinion, the Longevity Gu family had wronged Gu Xian'er. If this matter was too high profile, Gu Xian'er might think that the Longevity Gu family was just giving face to the other orthodoxies and was not sincere. After thinking about it, he personally wrote a letter and sent it to Gu Xian'er. But he never expected Gu Xian'er to have such a personality. I'm not going back. Whoever wants to go back can go back. In any case, I'm not going back. Gu Xian'er calmed herself down and couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, not going back where?" However, at this moment Gu Xian'er suddenly heard a calm voice. Immediately after that, she felt the world suddenly become silent. It was as if a terrifying aura had descended, bringing with it a rumbling sound like the mountains and seas. Even time, space, and reincarnation had stopped. Buzz! High up in the sky, space blurred and a passage appeared, connecting this place. Guchanga's figure walked out from the passage. He had his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Xian'er, whose expression was slightly stiff. His expression was indifferent. Guchanga, Gu Xian'er reacted and stared at Guchanga, not understanding why he suddenly appeared. Before this, Guchanga didn't even care about her. He was as cold as ice, making her grit her teeth in anger. But now why did he suddenly appear here? Guchanga stood there, looking down at Gu Xian'er indifferently. He was tall and slender, and his immortal robe was embroidered with stars. It was exquisite and beautiful. His entire person exuded a noble and superior aura. Where did you say you weren't going back? Guchanga repeated calmly. Gu Xian'er shifted her gaze away from Guchanga. She didn't dare to look him in the eyes. She didn't seem confident, because she couldn't beat Guchanga, and the Great Elder wasn't on the mountain peak now. After returning from the immortal ancient continent, the Great Elder's face was full of anger. After giving her some instructions on her cultivation, he disappeared without a trace. Gu Xian'er felt that the Great Elder must have been angered by Guchanga in the immortal ancient continent. At this time, if Guchanga really wanted to teach her a lesson, it would be impossible for her to do so. Especially during this period, she had been provoking Guchanga. Although Guchanga did not respond with this guy's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, it was very likely that he remembered a lot of things. He was just waiting for the right time to take revenge. Did I say anything? Gu Xian'er couldn't stand Guchanga's terrifying aura and muttered softly. Anyway, this was the right time to play dumb. Although Guchanga might have heard her muttering just now, or else he wouldn't have suddenly appeared. But she wasn't afraid of Guchanga now. Oh, you're not going to say anything? Seems like you've made some progress in your cultivation recently, so you're hallucinating again, right? Seeing that Gu Xian'er didn't admit it, Guchanga kept his calm expression and asked mockingly. Guchanga, hearing this, Gu Xian'er's expression changed slightly. She immediately felt that something was wrong. She reacted quickly. A layer of silver light appeared on the surface of her body, as if the light of the immortal Tao was flowing. All kinds of runes intertwined, forming a real phoenix with its wings spread out behind her back. It was brilliant and colorful, and its aura was shocking. When it spread its wings, it seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. This was a treasure technique of extreme speed. The moment she spread her wings, Guxian escaped into the space behind her, because she sensed that Guchanga was about to attack Wang. But Guchanga's speed was much faster than hers, and the moment Guxian was about to retreat, a vast and terrifying fluctuation came from the space nearby. It was as if the sea had suddenly turned into chaos. Every inch of the void was as heavy as a mountain, firmly locking her in place. Not good. Guxian cried out in a low voice. She realized that with her current cultivation, she couldn't break free at all. Her breakthrough speed was already very fast, but she still couldn't resist Guchanga in the slightest. You brat, after a few days of not beating you up, you've become arrogant again. This can't go on. Seeing this, Guchanga shook his head slightly and said with a regretful tone. But his methods were unusually cold. Wang. The void suddenly expanded. As he reached out with his palm, a terrifying void palm print appeared and then fell from the sky. There was no surprise. Guxian was once again suppressed to the ground by his palm. No matter how her newly born immortal bone shone and tried to awaken, it had no effect. Guchanga used the power of the laws to suppress her. Naturally, it was easy because the two were not on the same level. And Guxian obviously didn't know this. Otherwise, she would definitely shout that it was unfair. To be honest, Guxian's current strength was already very strong in Guchanga's eyes. Her cultivation speed was also worthy of being the Lady of Destiny with 2 types of fate templates. But Guchanga definitely wanted to achieve a higher result. How could Guxian with such strength satisfy his requirements? So his words were still cold and carried a merciless mocking tone. Guxian, this is the result of provoking me every day? You can't even take one of my palms. You really disappoint me. If we really fought, you would already be dead. Guchanga looked down at her coldly from high above. Guchanga, you have the ability to suppress your cultivation level to the same level as mine. Bullying me because of your high cultivation level, what kind of ability is that? Guxian was so angry by these words that she gritted her teeth. She rose and fell and was hit hard again. No matter how she cultivated, she could never catch up to Guchanga's footsteps. Instead, she was easily suppressed by him every time. This made Guxian feel very hurt. She knew that Guchanga's cultivation level was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Maybe he was about to break through to the Saint Realm. In a real fight, no one talks about fairness, Guchanga said lightly. I know you won't kill me. Although Guxian was suppressed to the ground, she still said this when she heard him. She looked as if she knew what Guchanga was going to do. Oh, Guchanga said non-committally, with a slightly playful expression. Anyway, Guchanga, you better remember this. Sooner or later I will catch up with you, and you will never be able to bully me again. Guxian said fiercely, and there was an expression in her eyes that Guchanga thought was asking for a beating. But this time, Guchanga did not say anything. Father sent a letter ordering me to take you back to the clan, he said lightly, and at the same time, he removed the suppression on Guxian. He had already expected Guxian's plan. With her proud temperament, she would definitely not be willing to go back like this. No matter how much she wanted to go back, she would not agree. That was why Guchanga came here, intending to make her face reality. I won't go back. That's your father, not mine. Guxian heard this, and her expression quickly returned to being cold and calm. She said lightly, Guxian, I'm afraid you've made a mistake? He ordered me to take you back, not to let you go back with me. Guchanga couldn't help but laugh. For this stubborn girl, he naturally had to use tough methods. His words were already very clear. If Guxian resisted, then Guchanga could only do what he did just now, and suppress her again. Even if she was knocked unconscious and stuffed into a sack, he still had to take her back to the clan. Hearing this, Guxian gritted her teeth. She knew that at this time it was not up to her. Guchanga definitely had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. I didn't want to go back. You forced me to go back. Guchanga, don't get this wrong. Finally, as if she had thought it through, Gu Xian'er agreed. But her attitude seemed very forced, and her small face showed that she was completely unwilling. I know. You were the one who begged me to take you back. I didn't want to take you back. When Guchanga heard this, he nodded understandingly. Huh? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was stunned, and then exploded in anger. Chapter 201. He looked at Gu Xian'er's furious expression. Guchanga's expression was very calm. He was not surprised at all. However, just as Gu Xian'er was about to pounce over and fight him to the death, his expression changed slightly. He flicked his sleeve, and then the void in front of him blurred. A space passage appeared. Gu Xian'er felt the world spin. The scenery in front of her changed rapidly. The mountains were magnificent. The rivers were like ribbons, and the lakes were like jadeite. They were quickly moving away. Guchanga's aura came from behind her. When she came back to her senses, she found that Guchanga had already grabbed her by the waist and was traveling through the void at high speed. Buzz! All of a sudden, Gu Xian'er's mind went blank. She even forgot to think about where Guchanga was taking her. At this moment, she only felt that Guchanga's aura was constantly coming from behind her. It was like warm jade, warm sunlight, a clear winter spring with a faint chill. In the next moment, time changed and the mountains and rivers reversed. She heard the bustling sound of people. The two had already disappeared from the palace of heavenly immortals and arrived at a very noisy street in ancient Daotian city. On the side of the street, cultivators and living beings of various forces came and went. The palaces, pavilions, and halls were majestic and imposing. Guchanga's sudden appearance had obviously caused a huge commotion here. Many living beings and cultivators widened their eyes and looked at all this in shock. They obviously could not react. This is young Master Changa. A cultivator cried out in alarm. Almost instantly, a space was cleared around Guchanga and Gu Xian'er. During this period, Guchanga's power shook the entire immeasurable heaven. Almost everyone knew of his existence. Now, casually appearing outside would cause a huge commotion. Soon, this place was surrounded by many cultivators and living beings who heard the news. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many young prodigies with extraordinary backgrounds looked there with reverence and whispered, "Is this young Master Changa? I didn't expect to see him in person today. Is the woman beside young Master Changa his cousin? She is indeed elegant and refined. It can be seen that in the future, she will bring calamity to the country and the people." Many young women's gazes were attracted by Gu Xian'er. For a moment they looked very envious. "What are you staring at?" At this time, Guchanga did not pay attention to the people around him. He spoke calmly, interrupting Gu Xian'er's daze. She quickly regained her senses. She did not expect that Guchanga would suddenly bring her here. The aura just now made her heart beat very fast. She actually felt a little nostalgic and reluctant. "Why did you bring me here?" Gu Xian'er looked around and asked in confusion. This was clearly a market that could be seen everywhere in the ancient cities. There was nothing special about it. She didn't understand Guchanga's intentions. "What do you think? He reeks of poverty from head to toe." Guchanga glanced at her, frowned, and said in a cold tone, "Are you going to wear a green dress for the rest of your life? I'm afraid that when you return to the clan, you will bring shame to the Chongqing family." After all, he had ignored Gu Xian'er for a long time. It was time for her to realize how good he was to her. Guchanga thought deeply. He could not always bully a silly girl like Gu Xian'er. He had to let her taste the sweetness. Otherwise, Guchanga would not have gone through so much trouble to personally bring Gu Xian'er to this kind of place. Speaking of which, this method was the same as in his previous life. For a money grubber like Gu Xian'er, he should let her know what it meant to be rich and overbearing. The rich, that is, the father. It just so happened that Guchanga had all kinds of wealth on him, so much that it was shocking. "You are the poor one." Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was a little unhappy. Sure enough, Guchanga couldn't hear any good words from her. How was she poor? Wearing a dress for the rest of her life? This sentence obviously hit her where it hurt. She just liked green clothes. How could she wear one for the rest of her life like Guchanga said? He said it as if she did not like to be clean. She smelled good. No, this is a rare opportunity to make Guchanga bleed. I can't give up, Gu Xian'er told herself. Then she cursed Guchanga in her heart. Only then did she feel a little better. Guchanga looked calm, as if he did not notice the change in Gu Xian'er's expression. After that, Guchanga brought Gu Xian'er to all kinds of high-class buildings like in his previous life. Wherever they went, Gu Xian'er would receive the highest treatment that she could not normally get. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She knew that Guchanga was deliberately showing off. But she was envious. The 10,000 Dao Business Alliance's purple gold card, the purple pole token of the purple pole elixir sect. From the clothes, artifacts, scriptures, and even elixirs, as long as Gu Xian'er took a fancy to it, Guchanga bought it without hesitation. He did not even look at what it was. This attitude made Gu Xian'er suspect that Guchanga really had a conscience. Was he planning to make it up to her? She was determined to make Guchanga bleed. In the end, Gu Xian'er's eyes widened. She could not stop spending money. Her small hands were trembling slightly. She finally realized that money really was omnipotent. And this was only a drop in the bucket of Guchanga's enormous wealth. It was not even a drop in the bucket. Gu Xian'er was so envious that her eyes were about to turn green. She wanted to rob Guchanga directly. The wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that she usually did not dare to take a second look at was embroidered with many kinds of immortal materials. It was exquisite and gorgeous. It was like the intertwining stars in the 9 heavens. It was brilliant and colorful. It could be called a priceless treasure. It was rumored that it was left behind by a female supreme in ancient times. But it was expensive. Besides looking good, it did not have many uses. Until now, no one cared about it. And Guchanga only noticed the desire in her eyes. He did not hesitate and bought it directly. This rich and overbearing appearance made Gu Xian'er unable to help but hold her breath. And at this time, she finally realized Guchanga's sinister intentions. In the future, she could not be as diligent and thrifty as before. She would definitely be short of money. Could it be that she would have to go back to the old business of taking advantage of others? Or hug Guchanga's thighs tightly? After all, who could eat leftovers after eating all kinds of delicacies? This guy was really too evil. He even wanted to scheme against her. Guchanga, you are really too despicable. Gu Xian'er could not help but be angry. Guchanga did not expect this girl to see through his intentions. It seemed that she was not dizzy yet. Then you will return the things you bought to me? He asked calmly. I won't. Gu Xian'er quickly glared at him. He wanted to return the things that fell into her hands? Dream on. And what right did she have to return the things that she bought with her strength? At the same time, in the immemorial royal family, the 9-tailed celestial fox clan, among the palaces and pavilions, there was an extremely grand atmosphere. Next to a relatively simple stable, a young man in plain clothes with a youthful face and fair skin was slightly startled. Then he came to his senses. He looked like he had come back to his senses after being in a daze for a long time. Why am I here? The young man muttered to himself. His expression was a little confused for a moment. Then he covered his head, feeling as if it was going to explode inside. Pain. Pain. Incomparable pain. All kinds of memories were flying like broken fragments, beginning to reassemble and reassemble. After a long time, the young man widened his eyes in shock. He looked around and stared at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. He was still cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace a moment ago, but in the next moment, his vision turned black. It seemed that he had become a coachman in the stable responsible for cleaning and feeding the Pegasus. Why did I suddenly become a coachman? Even my face is not mine. Other than my memories, nothing is mine. The young man's expression was full of shock, unwillingness, disbelief, and other complicated expressions. He muttered to himself. He simply could not believe that all this was real. Could it be that some senior is joking with me? My father is Heavenly Emperoring. The young man's expression darkened. He spoke to the invisible void in front of him. Although his face was ordinary, he had a power that made one's heart tremble. This was the terrifying power that only a person in a high position could possess. This could only be displayed by a person in a high position. However, after the young man finished speaking, the void in front of him was still deathly silent. Other than the stable behind him, the surroundings were so quiet that he could hear the sound of his breathing. His words did not have any effect at all. Why did I suddenly become another person? And I don't even know what this person's memories are. What kind of technique is this? The young man's expression suddenly became very ugly. He could not help but clench his fists. Could it be that my soul and this coachman's soul had an exchange? He became me and I became him? The young man quickly calmed down and analyzed seriously. However, the more he analyzed, the more uneasy he became. A strong anger grew in his heart. He completely could not understand what kind of technique this was. Why would the two souls be swapped out of nowhere? Even when his father was at his peak, it was impossible for him to have such a technique. He was the son of Heavenly Emperor Ing. His talent was unparalleled in the past era. No one could match him. It was difficult to find a match for him. However, his father felt that attaining the Tao in that life would affect his future achievements, so he sealed him and had been sealed until now. He had always been cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. He had never even taken half a step out and had never encountered an enemy. Why would he suddenly encounter such a mysterious technique? Could it be that it was done by my father's opponent? The young man was incomparably unwilling. He was a noble of the heavens. His status and bloodline were indescribably noble. No one in this world could compare to him. As long as he was born, he would definitely be able to rule over the ancient races. No one could compare to him. However, now, he had been taken away by someone for no reason and became a lowly stable coachman. How could he be willing? Don't let me find out which thief dared to steal everything from me. His expression was very cold. Just as he was gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, the voice of a young maid came from outside the stable. Chu Fan, have you fed the young Miss Pegasus? She is going to the Gu family to participate in the birthday banquet of young Master Changa's mother. Don't delay the young miss important matters. Hearing this, the young man called Chu Fan clenched his fists even tighter. He was not called that. He was called Ing Shuang. However, now he had to use this name. At the same time, in a boundless void far away from here, a divine talisman flickered and floated in the great splendor palace. I actually became the son of Prince Ing Tian? A handsome young man wearing a 5-colored immortal robe suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with deep ecstasy. His entire voice was trembling, as if he had been hit by an incomparably huge pie. His head was dizzy. He had never thought that after sleeping for a while, when he woke up again, he would actually become the person he had dreamed of becoming. Before this, he was just an ordinary young man who fed horses. He had no parents and was adopted by Miss Yin Mei. After that, he was pitifully favored by Miss Yin Mei, and was bestowed with a cultivation technique. Only then did he embark on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where he would be buried. I am now the son of Emperor Ing, the most respected person in the ancient royal family. His heart was filled with excitement and ecstasy. Moreover, he could feel the terrifying strength and talent of this body. Although he had no memories, it was not important. As long as he was careful, no one would be able to discover his abnormality. Thinking of this, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. No, he was now called Ing Shuang. He didn't care at all why he woke up as the son of Emperor Ing, who was cultivating in the heavenly palace. There was no need to care about this kind of thing. Now, he had replaced the previous son of Emperor Ing. He was Prince Tian. Yin Mei, you are my. At this moment, an emotion that had never appeared in his eyes before appeared. This was ambition, also known as possessiveness. Very quickly, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The birthday banquet of the matriarch of the Longevity Gu family shocked all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. During this period of time, almost all the forces sent powerhouses to send congratulatory gifts. For a time, the territory of the Longevity Gu family was very lively. Every day, various ancient warships, carriages, and divine boats could be seen rumbling past. Amid the rumbling, many terrifying auras crushed past. The brilliance was dazzling, and the flowing lights were overflowing. There were white jade boats that were as big as mountains, and warships the size of planets. Immortal chi lingered, and natural Taoist rhymes descended. They were all orthodoxies from all over the world. Now, all the orthodoxies who received the Longevity Gu family's invitation dared not refuse. As for the other forces who were not qualified, they would send powerhouses to send congratulatory gifts. Although they couldn't enter the Gu family's mountain gate, they could leave a congratulatory gift to express their sincerity. During this period of time, on the outer island of the Gu family's mountain gate, countless divine lights passed through, and it was extraordinarily lively. Huge divine islands bobbed up and down, shining with thousands of auspicious lights. Spiritual chi was dense, and immortal fog was billowing. Inside the mountain gate, all kinds of ancient beasts that blotted out the sky came and went. Their chi and blood were overflowing, but they were used as laborers to escort goods. The envoy of the primordial golden rhino clan has arrived, presenting a pair of primordial golden rhino horns, presenting 90 heaven essence immortal pills, presenting 3 million caddies of eternal spring water. Many guests shouted at the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate and presented their congratulatory gifts. A pair of primordial golden rhino horns? That's a divine item that can be used to refine secret treasures. I'm afraid you can't see it anymore. Outside the mountain gate, an elder of a great sect who had rushed over exclaimed. Behind him were many younger disciples. It was their first time witnessing the Longevity Gu family's scenery, and they were extremely shocked. This primordial golden rhino horn is already a first-class treasure to us, but it's not worth mentioning to the Longevity Gu family. I'm afraid they'll complain that it takes up too much space even if they hang it on the wall of their treasure vault. However, it's said that the eternal spring water comes from the heart of the falling moon ice, lake in the extreme north of the boundless heaven. It only produces one spring every 100,000 years, and each spring contains less than half a caddy. I heard that the young master of the Gu family likes to drink tea. Looks like the Golden Rhino clan has already planned this. Many of the cultivators who came to present their congratulatory gifts could not help but discuss. They were extremely shocked by the gifts. In comparison, the gifts they were going to present were very simple and crude. At this moment, bang! The cry of a phoenix suddenly came from the eastern horizon. 9 black divine phoenixes were pulling a carriage from the sky. Nobody stopped them as they descended into the depths. Many guests looked over in shock when they heard the sound, and their eyes widened. Which faction is this? How did they cause such a phenomenon in the Longevity Gu family? They're barging in like there's no one around. How rude. And no one even tried to stop them. Some of the young paragons who came from far away could not help but be shocked. Many of the people beside him were here for the first time. They were clearly shocked and confused as well. The Gu family member who was leading the way could not help but laugh. That's Princess Mingkong's carriage. She's the future mistress. Hearing that, everyone was enlightened. Many of the young paragons could not help but look forward to it. Then they sighed regretfully. Naturally, they had heard of Yu Mingkong's name before. However, she was already taken. Even if they admired her, it would only leave them with sadness. As the phoenix carriage approached at high speed, there seemed to be a terrifying aura circulating. Soon, the cultivators of various orthodoxies and great sects rushed to the inner island. On the divine islands below, auspicious clouds and brilliance rushed into the clouds. Waves of immortal music echoed, appearing incomparably mysterious and shocking. A divine bridge appeared, and the fragrance of flowers wafted in the air. It was incomparably resplendent. It was like a rain of light, sparkling and translucent. Tao sounds rang out in unison, displaying a mysterious Tao technique. Guests, please enter. Many members of the Gu family appeared. They smiled and gestured with their hands. This is the foundation of the Longevity Gu family. They really can't be underestimated. This scene is much more ancient than the Longevity Wang family. Wang Zijin was dressed in men's clothing. She brought Xiao along as she followed the guests of the Longevity Wang family. She could not help but chuckle when she saw the surrounding foundation. Soon, the guests who arrived here first stepped onto the divine bridge and directly stepped forward. The brilliance under their feet was resplendent as if they had crossed through space and arrived at the end. At the front was a pure land. Clouds and mist drifted in the sky. Everyone could vaguely see huge palaces. The white clouds and immortal mist blocked their vision, making the palaces seem even more majestic. In front of the palaces, Gu Chang'e, who had already returned to the longevity Gu family, was wearing a spotless white robe. He looked even more extraordinary. With a smile on his face, he was greeting many of his younger peers. "Brother Gu, we meet again." Seeing this, Wang Zijin could not help but take a step forward and say with a smile, "With." Chapter 202. Wang Zijin was dressed in men's clothing. Her slender figure and silky black hair made her look like a fine young master in a chaotic world. Her skin was fair and delicate, shining with a lustrous luster. She was full of smiles, her eyes were slightly curved, and she exuded a transcendent aura. She stepped forward and took the initiative to greet Gu Chang'e at the entrance of the hall. Many young people noticed her and were shocked, because even the successor of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxia, seemed to be half a step behind her. What did this mean? It meant that Wang Zijin's status was higher than Wang Wuxia's. But before this, no cultivator had seen her before. She knows Gu Chang'e. Her background is definitely not simple. Immediately, many young heaven's favorites made such guesses, keeping an eye on Wang Zijin. Among the guests this time, there were not only the experts of the older generation from the longevity Wang family, there were also young geniuses from other orthodoxies. Among them, apart from Wang Zijin, who was very mysterious, Wang Wuxia was the most dazzling. Now, even Wang Wuxia seemed to be led by this unfamiliar young man. This made people think that Wang Zijin might be a certain ancient freak from the Wang family. "Miss Zijin, please." Seeing Wang Zijin, Gu Chang'e was not surprised at all. He smiled and gestured for the guests to enter the hall. After all, today was his mother's birthday banquet. As her son, there was nothing wrong with welcoming the guests in front of the hall. Moreover, Gu Chang'e also wanted to see which young supreme beings would appear this time, so that he could find a scapegoat. Half a month ago, she brought Guxian to ancient Dao Heaven City to buy extravagantly. She understood what it meant to be rich. This was a huge blow to Guxian who was used to being poor and thrifty since young. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e could be said to have endless wealth. The bit of wealth he showed back then was just the tip of the iceberg, a hair from 9 oxen. Not to mention making Gu Chang'e bleed, it could not even make him lose a hair. This made her feel discouraged. She really couldn't imagine the life of a rich person. As a result, in Gu Xian'er's heart, Gu Chang'e's hatred towards him increased by several levels in the blink of an eye. This had nothing to do with anything else. It was entirely because of Gu Chang'e's wealth that made her feel suffocated. Under the attack of this hateful money, she scolded Gu Chang'e for being despicable and shameless on one hand, but on the other hand she really wanted to empty out Gu Chang'e's family property. Gu Xian'er was even plotting in her heart how she could get all of Gu Chang'e's wealth in the future. However, this idea was seen through by Gu Chang'e. She thought that Gu Chang'e would teach her a lesson, but she didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would say something like, "These will be yours sooner or later," which made Gu Xian'er confused for a while. It was as if she was going to inherit everything from Gu Chang'e. While Gu Chang'e was talking to Wang Zijin and the others. Boom! Meanwhile, in another direction, a group of cultivators arrived. They rode on divine rainbows and landed in the main hall. The person in the lead was the successor of the immemorial Yi clan, Yi Langtian. Behind him was his sister, Yi Liuli. As he walked, he looked like the young son of the sun god. He was exceptionally dazzling. "Greetings, Brother Gu." When they arrived in front of the main hall, Yi Langtian cupped his hands and greeted Gu Chang'e. Then his gaze swept across the many young prodigies of the Gu clan behind Gu Chang'e, and he couldn't help but focus slightly. Just based on their auras, the young prodigies of the longevity Gu clan were actually slightly stronger than the young prodigies of his own clan. From this, it could be seen that the longevity Gu clan's foundation was truly terrifying. Even though they were all Dao orthodoxies that stood at the peak of the upper realm, there was still a huge gap between them. For example, the longevity Gu clan was obviously at the peak of the level, overlooking the sea and turning it into ashes. They were indestructible for eternity. "Brother Yi." Gu Chang'e's expression was gentle and natural. He wore a plain white robe and greeted the many young supreme martial artists present. His appearance couldn't help but make a good impression on many young prodigies who had never seen him before. It was rumored that Guchanga was arrogant and domineering. He was high above everyone else. However, seeing such a humble attitude today made them feel a little flattered. At this moment, Yilangtian also noticed the unfamiliar face of Wang Zijin on the other side. The prodigies of the Wang clan actually looked like she was the leader. Wang Wushuang explained, "This is my sister Wang Zijin." He didn't mention anything else, but that was enough. Many young supreme martial artists' eyes moved. Many thoughts flashed through their minds as they made some guesses. Then, everyone stopped at the entrance of the main hall and reminisced. Guchanga smiled and nodded slightly from time to time. Wang Zijin, who was beside him, was also smiling. She looked picturesque and seemed to be having a good chat. In the eyes of outsiders, there was nothing strange about this. However, this scene was seen by Yu Mingkong, who was accompanying a graceful and beautiful woman with an ethereal temperament in the main hall. She couldn't help but frown. Who could Wang Zijin's cross-dressing fool? She was just deceiving herself. However, what Yu Mingkong didn't understand was when Guchanga knew this woman. Now many things about Guchanga had deviated from the tracks of her previous life. She also didn't know who this woman was. It seemed that some blind vixen had approached him without her knowledge. The previous Yin Mei, whom she had warned, hadn't learned her lesson yet. Now another unfamiliar young woman had appeared. Yu Mingkong's expression was cold and deep. She looked at Wang Zijin carefully, as if she wanted to remember her appearance. She sensed a threat from Wang Zijin, which was different from Yin Mei. This was a woman's intuition. Although she was very sure that Guchanga wouldn't be moved by any woman so easily. However, Yu Mingkong couldn't tolerate another woman suddenly appearing beside her man. Moreover, she could sense that Wang Zijin wasn't simple. Whether it was her cultivation or talent, she had an unfathomable aura. After receiving the Emperor Qi, Yu Mingkong's cultivation had reached the Divine King realm. Compared to before, she had broken through more than one realm. However, she still couldn't see through Wang Zijin. She's not simple. She might be an ancient freak. Yu Mingkong muttered and guessed. Then, she accompanied the beautiful woman beside her, and greeted the guests from the Supreme Taoism and Imperishable sections. To put it bluntly, anyone in the main hall could cause a terrifying earthquake in the outside world by simply stomping their feet. They were all powerful figures from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. They were once invincible young supreme beings who ruled over a region. Now they were in control of tremendous power and could be said to be earth-shattering. "Mingkong, what are you looking at?" The beautiful woman was Guchanga's mother, the previous saintess of the primordial sect. At this moment, she also noticed Yu Mingkong's gaze and couldn't help but look over curiously and ask. Yu Mingkong was the daughter-in-law she was most satisfied with. Whether it was her talent, character, background, or appearance, they were all unparalleled. She was the most compatible with Guchanga, as if they were a match made in heaven. Now that Yu Mingkong was the unparalleled immortal dynasty's crown princess, she had a lot of things to do every day. Her power was monstrous, and her words and actions could change the world. However, she still put down her many responsibilities and came to accompany her. This made Guchanga's mother even more satisfied. She liked this perfect future daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. In particular, there were many rumors in the outside world that Yu Mingkong's iron fist and methods were amazing. She was worthy of being the future empress. Auntie Mingkong is looking at what Changa is doing. Yu Mingkong smiled when she heard this, looking very decent and generous. She cleverly changed the topic to Guchanga. Wang Zijin had been standing beside Guchanga with a smile on her face, looking very happy. This made Yu Mingkong very uncomfortable. Although she knew that according to Guchanga's temperament, it was unlikely that he would have any thoughts about Wang Zijin. At most, he would have the intention to use her. However, that uncomfortable feeling was still difficult to get rid of. Ever since they parted ways in the immortal ancient continent, she and Guchanga no longer had any contact. Even Guchanga's attitude towards her became extremely cold. Yu Mingkong still missed the past. When she pretended to be ignorant, Guchanga would occasionally tease her. Instead of treating her so coldly like now, he had reverted to his initial attitude. Obviously, this was Guchanga's true attitude towards her now. Guchanga pretended in front of outsiders, but there was no need for him to do so in front of her, because Guchanga knew that it was useless. Oh, that woman is quite unfamiliar. I have never seen such a heaven's pride in the longevity Wang family before. Her strength has already reached the sage-to-be realm. Gu Chang'e's mother was a little surprised at this time. She noticed that the woman who was talking to Gu Chang'e was special. Sage-to-be realm? Yu Mingkong's heart trembled. That feeling of threat became more obvious. Gu Chang'e's mother's judgment was definitely not wrong. It was shocking to hear that he had reached the sage-to-be realm at such a young age. If she had not received the Emperor Qi, she would only be a true immortal now. It was clear how terrifying that woman's talent was. With Chang'e's current temperament, it's very likely that he and that woman are only acquaintances. Mingkong, don't think too much. Gu Chang'e's mother noticed the subtle change in Yu Mingkong's emotions and couldn't help but smile. She was afraid that Yu Mingkong would think too much. She was one of the few people who knew about the secret of Gu Chang'e's demon heart. However, this matter involved Gu Chang'e's future. If it was accidentally exposed, it could even ruin everything he had painstakingly planned. Therefore, Gu Chang'e's mother had to be careful to avoid accidentally leaking the truth. She also felt very guilty towards Yu Mingkong. Even Yu Mingkong couldn't easily tell her about this matter. After all, one more person knowing meant one more degree of danger. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e's performance in front of the world was not much different from before. If one wasn't really familiar with him, it would be very difficult to discover the subtleties. Auntie, don't worry. I trust Chang'e very much. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but smile. She caught the obvious word. Now. Why did Gu Chang'e's mother use now? It seemed that she knew the reason for the change in Gu Chang'e's temperament. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel a little more alert. This was also one of the reasons why she had come to the Longevity Gu clan this time, to investigate Gu Chang'e's past secrets. Now she had obtained confirmation from Gu Chang'e's mother, but she still didn't know what the reason was. Brother Gu, I'm afraid you won't have peace today. At this time Wang Zijin, who was talking to Gu Chang'e, also noticed the gazes in the hall. During this period of time she had investigated Gu Chang'e and knew a lot about Gu Chang'e, so she naturally knew who his fiancé was. She was no stranger to Yu Mingkong. Gu Chang'e seemed to know what she was talking about. His expression was very warm as he smiled and said, Mingkong is very sensible. She won't misunderstand anything. As he spoke, he turned around and looked into the hall. His gaze just happened to meet with Yu Mingkong's in the air. Therefore, Gu Chang'e smiled slightly and nodded in response. Yu Mingkong was stunned, but quickly reacted to Gu Chang'e's intentions. She also showed a gentle smile in response. When the guests saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. This pair was truly a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. There's actually no jealousy. This Yu Mingkong doesn't seem like an ordinary woman. Wang Zijin was a little surprised in her heart. She had thought that there would be a cliché face-slapping scene, but it was clear that she had been overthinking. However, she had a lazy personality, so she naturally hoped that she wouldn't encounter such a situation. After leaving the human ancestors' hall, she gradually realized that many things were not as she had imagined. Gu Chang'e's actions were clearly different from what she knew. She even felt that if she wasn't careful, she might fall into Gu Chang'e's trap. She couldn't see through this man at all. This feeling made Wang Zijin want to cut open his heart and see what he was thinking. It was simply irresistible. It's been hard on you, Mingkong. When she saw this scene, Mrs. Gu couldn't help but sigh softly. She said with pity. As an experienced person, she could naturally see that there was clearly some conflict between Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong. It was no wonder that Gu Chang'e's attitude towards Yu Mingkong was somewhat cold. He didn't even get up to welcome Yu Mingkong when she arrived at the Gu residence. This attitude was very similar to how Gu Chang'e had treated Yu Mingkong in the beginning. Cold and indifferent. She didn't know what had happened between the two of them. However, it was clear that Yu Mingkong had cooperated with him in consideration of Gu Chang'e's face. Auntie, this isn't Chang'e's fault. It's all my fault. Yu Mingkong shook her head gently. I've been too wary of him all this time and misunderstood his good intentions. When she heard this, Mrs. Gu was stunned. She said with some disbelief, Mingkong, you know about all this? When she said this, she realized that she had spilled the beans and quickly shut her mouth. She thought that Yu Mingkong was wary of Gu Chang'e's demonic heart. She was afraid that he would suddenly lose control and become as cold and heartless as before. When she heard this, Yu Mingkong was disappointed. Then she couldn't help but shake her head. Mrs. Gu's words had already confirmed her guess. Something unknown must have happened to Gu Chang'e in the past. It was the same in her previous life as well. That was why this series of huge changes happened. However, she wasn't sure what it was at the moment. What exactly happened half a year before my rebirth? Did Gu Chang'e suddenly descend to the lower realm just to find some kind of opportunity, as he said? Yu Mingkong was puzzled. Then, she thought of something and took the initiative to speak to Mrs. Gu. Auntie, I heard that Chang'e brought back 2 women when he descended to the lower realm. One is called Lin Chohan. She's now learning the art of alchemy at the Purple Pole Pills sect. The other is called Zhao Qingge. She was sent by Chang'e to your side to cultivate. She had investigated this matter before. It wasn't very difficult to find out. Therefore, if she wanted to know what Gu Chang'e did in the lower realm, she had to ask these 2 women. Qingge is a smart girl. I like her. I kept her by my side and guided her cultivation. Mrs. Gu was surprised when she heard this. Then, Auntie, do you know what's so special about her? Yu Mingkong asked. Qingge has 2 souls in one body. She should have been a powerful figure in the demonic path in the past. Although I tried to trace her origins using a secret technique, her soul was too fragmented. I couldn't see anything. Mrs. Gu explained. She had said this to Gu Chang'e before. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong's frown deepened. For this birthday banquet, the woman called Zhao Qingge was obviously not by Mrs. Gu's side. She was still in the divine sect of Tai Chu. Gu Chang'e brought them up and didn't care about them anymore. It seems like they were used up and lost all value, so they were thrown aside. Yu Mingkong made this guess when she thought about Gu Chang'e's temperament. In that case, Gu Chang'e didn't have any ulterior motives for bringing them back to the upper realm. Perhaps he just wanted them to be eye-catching vases. It seems that the key lies in the period in the lower realm. The timing coincides with my rebirth. All of this isn't a coincidence. Yu Mingkong understood. This was because Gu Chang'e didn't bring anyone up when he went to the lower realm in his previous life. It was very likely that in this life, he really did obtain something in the lower realm that he didn't get in his previous life. On the other side, Gu Chang'e was talking to the younger generation. His attitude was natural and casual, and he didn't put on any airs. This group of young geniuses also spoke one after another, praising and admiring everything Gu Chang'e had done in the immortal ancient continent. It was as if they were treating him as the number 1 person among the younger generation. That day in front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Chang'e admitted in front of the whole world that he had dug out the bones back then. It seemed that it was no longer important, and no one dared to mention it again. Brother Gu, I wonder if you have any idea about the demonic arts inheritor wreaking havoc in the dark during this period? In the end, it was Yi Langtian who spoke. His expression gradually became serious, and he changed the topic to the demonic arts inheritor. Buzz. As soon as he said this, the surroundings suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if a gust of cold air blew past everyone. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. When Gu Chang'e heard this, his expression became slightly pensive, as if he was seriously thinking about how to speak. After all, Brother Gu is the only one who fought with the demonic arts inheritor and severely injured him. The rest of us have never met the demonic arts inheritor, let alone fought with him. Another young supreme martial artist explained. His whole body was shining with silver light, as if he was made of silver water. He had 3 pairs of arms on his back and his strength was terrifying. He came from an imperishable sect. Even Wang Zifeng was interested when she heard this. Speaking of which, the demonic arts inheritor was a target that the human ancestor palace must eliminate. Even she couldn't see through Gu Chang'e's strength. It was not impossible that he could severely injure the demonic arts inheritor. She also wanted to know what Gu Chang'e thought of the demonic arts inheritor. Chapter 203. Upon hearing this question, Gu Chang'e also spoke. Everyone listened attentively, afraid that they would miss a single word. To be honest, this is actually something that I have been rather puzzled about recently. When I fought with Yi Ling that day, I realized that no matter what happened, he always looked very confident. Even when he was severely injured in the end, He seemed to have nothing to fear and was not afraid of me. So in the end, when Guchanga said this, he also felt a little helpless and guilty. In addition, I was also severely injured, so I just watched him escape and did not choose to pursue him. Hearing this, the group of young supreme martial artists could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Many people's minds buzzed and went blank in an instant. To be honest, they really did not expect Guchanga to tell the truth. In an instant, a terrifying chill suddenly appeared on their backs. The meaning behind Guchanga's words was already very clear. In fact, Yi Ling is not the only one behind him. That is why he is so fearless. A young supreme martial artist's voice trembled, and he felt that his mouth was very dry. As he said this, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. His skull was about to be opened, and he simply felt cold all over. At this time, even Yi Langtian felt a chill on his back. An inheritor of demonic arts was already so terrifying. What if there were other people behind him or even an organization? How terrifying would that be? This was simply unimaginable. At this time, no one doubted Guchanga's words. An inheritor of demonic arts is definitely not that simple. After all, a centipede dies but never falls down. Wang Zijin nodded. In her opinion, such a character who could bring chaos to the world was definitely not someone who could be dealt with easily. Without some means, how would he dare to jump around and kill everywhere? If I had not chased after him back then, I reckon Yi Ling would not be as arrogant as he is now. Hearing this, Guchanga coincidentally showed some self-reproach and guilt on his face as he said this. Brother Gu, you don't have to be like this. After all, he was also severely injured at that time. If the person behind Yi Ling showed up, you might not have been able to survive. Immediately, many people heard this and began to persuade Guchanga, telling him not to feel guilty and that this was not his fault. If Yi Ling didn't have any power backing him up, he wouldn't have been able to do things so easily. He wouldn't have been able to escape without a trace. We should have thought of this a long time ago. Yi Langtian said with a long sigh. All of a sudden, many of the young supreme beings felt a sense of danger. They felt that the following days would probably become chaotic and uneasy. Seeing this, a playful smile flashed across the corners of Guchanga's mouth. However, no one noticed. Although he hadn't found a scapegoat yet, it didn't stop him from making arrangements in advance. At the same time, in the sky above the ancient city of Tao Celestial in the immeasurable heaven, a figure whose face was shrouded in a mysterious mist was flying through the air like a divine rainbow. Soon this figure landed in Tao Celestial City below, appearing on the streets. However, the nearby cultivators and living beings seemed to be blind and couldn't see her at all. This figure traversed the Tao Celestial Palace, frowning as she paid attention to the remaining auras and waves everywhere. However, too much time had passed so she couldn't discover anything. According to the rumors, the inheritor of the demonic arts fought with Guchanga in the immortal ancient continent. In the end, he couldn't win and fled. However, the inheritor of the demonic arts has never been defeated in a one-on-one battle. He has endless methods and trump cards. Although this Guchanga has the title of true immortal, but from the rumors of his strength, is he really that capable? Can he seriously injure the inheritor of the demonic arts? In the beginning, something happened to the young master of the White Tiger clan Bai Lai. He's the fiancé of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heavenly daughter, Yin Mei. Yi Ling is Bai Lai's sworn brother. According to Bai Lai's followers, Yin Mei helped Bai Lai see Yi Ling's character that night. That was why she went to find Yi Ling and was killed. In the immortal ancient continent, why didn't Yi Ling choose to kill Yin Mei when she survived until the end? Could it be that he was really after her beauty? This figure whispered. After leaving the human ancestor palace, she had been searching for information about the inheritor of the demonic arts. She was the other inheritor of the human ancestor palace, Zhang Chuchu, who was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Now there were 5 colored runes rotating in her eyes. They were like the most ancient patterns that could trace the truth of all traces. As long as there were some traces left, she could find clues. Unfortunately, Zhang Chuchu still hadn't managed to find out anything by using this secret technique. Her brows were tightly knitted, but her expression was calm as if there was no trace of emotion. Everything seems too natural. It makes one feel that things should be like this. There's nothing out of the ordinary. The real truth won't be like everything has been arranged. It's tightly connected and reasonable because people's hearts and accidents can never be guessed. Everything seems too natural. It's as if everything has been arranged and then the characters are placed in it. Although Yiling seems to be taking the initiative in this matter, he's always been the passive one. He's been led around by others. Unfortunately, Inmei played an indispensable role in this, Jiang Chuchu whispered. She should be fine. The one with the problem is most likely Guchanga. I hope my opinion and guess are wrong. At this thought, Jiang Chuchu's figure moved. She quickly soared into the sky and headed for the territory of the Longevity Gu clan. As the inheritor of the human ancestor palace, she knew better than anyone. If there was really something wrong with Guchanga, then the scope of this matter would be too terrifying. It was so terrifying that she didn't dare to make a decision lightly, or even reveal the truth. Along the way, she had also learned about Guchanga's terrifying power and influence. The human ancestor palace's status was extraordinary, but compared to an immortal colossus like the Longevity Gu clan, its foundation was not enough. Unless she had sufficient evidence to prove to all orthodoxies and forces that there was something wrong with Guchanga, and that it was inseparable from the inheritor of demonic arts. After all of this was just her opinion and guess. She also hoped that all of these guesses and opinions were wrong. She hoped that Guchanga could overturn all of them and prove his innocence. Otherwise, she could only take action and bear the tremendous pressure to return peace to the common people of the world. A clear and bright world. Chu Fan, why do you keep getting things wrong all this time? You can't even remember what spirit herbs to feed Xiaobai on a daily basis. At this moment, high in the sky outside the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, 9 snow-white Pegasi were pulling a carriage, rumbling as it rolled past. A group of riders on ferocious beasts followed behind the carriage. At this moment, a young servant girl was scolding a fair-skinned youth with an embarrassed expression. I know, Sister Chow. I won't make such a mistake next time. Hearing this, the youth hurriedly nodded and agreed. But his heart was actually filled with grievance, anger, murderous intent, and many other emotions. Usually he was high and mighty. As the son of Emperor Ing, he was a noble and respected person, let alone a little servant girl. Even if the ancestor of the far ancient royal family appeared in front of him, he would have to be respectful and would not even dare to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that he would have such a day where even a little servant girl could bully him? This made Chu Fan angry, sullen, and even desperate. Because he couldn't even resist, he couldn't even say a single word back. Suddenly, his soul was changed, and he did not have time to adapt to anything. Other than his memory, everything was the same as his original body. Feed the horses? What the hell did he know about feeding horses? He didn't even know who did such a lowly thing in the era when his father ruled the myriad of races and intimidated the world. Even his mount for hunting was a pure-blooded ferocious beast with the purest bloodline. How could he do such a thing as feeding horses? This made Chu Fan want to roar and roar. In front of his true identity, even the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox clan did not dare to be negligent. But now, he had to feed the horses of the heavenly daughter. How could he be willing to accept such a huge difference? He was simply mad with hatred. Even the soul weapon that father personally forged for me is gone. The current me is no different from a cripple. Chu Fan could not help but feel despair. Although he remembered many cultivation techniques and secret techniques, those were cultivation techniques that had to be combined with his bloodline and physique. Therefore, he could do nothing but feed the horses now. No, I still have a chance. As long as I come into contact with the creatures of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, I can prove my identity and expose the imposter. Chu Fan could not help but have a strong sense of viciousness in his eyes. He was not someone to be trifled with, and in his opinion, the reason for all of this was entirely because of the imposter. Otherwise, who would harm him for no reason? Mei, who was wearing a long red dress, sat in the carriage in front of her and rubbed the space between her eyebrows in confusion. She felt a little helpless when she heard the maidservant behind the carriage scolding her coachman who was feeding the horses. She did not know why, but the coachman, who usually looked very smart, could not even feed a horse well now. They even spouted some weird nonsense. If it were not for the long journey and the fear that the horses would starve on the road, she would not have brought him along. Back then, when she saw how pitiful he was, Yin felt compassion for him and took him in. Moreover, she was worried that he would be mocked and despised by others. So she arranged for him to feed the horses and even taught him a simple cultivation method. All these years, although she was familiar with him, to be honest, Yin did not even remember his name. She only knew that he was called Fan. This was not because she could not remember it, but because she felt that there was no need to remember such things. Her compassion was only a momentary thought. If it was someone else at that time, she would have done the same. After passing through the mountain range in front of us, we will reach the territory of the Longevity Gu family. We will be able to see Master. Yin eyes curved slightly, and her face could not help but reveal anticipation and joy. Her 9 fluffy snow-white foxtails also swayed gently behind her. Chu Fan, you mixed up the spirit herbs that Xiaobai wants to eat again. Have you been daydreaming too much recently and your head is dizzy? What Tianhuang Mountain? Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Is Tianhuang Mountain a place that you can casually talk about? At this moment, the maidservant's reprimanding voice came from behind again. This made Yin laugh, feeling that this matter was very interesting. Her coachman actually dreamed that he had become the descendant of the existence respected by all races on Tianhuang Mountain. When the time comes, I can tell Master. Yin laughed, but she did not feel that there was anything strange. Tianhuang Mountain did have an unusual meaning to the various races of the immemorial age. All living beings of the immemorial age would know of the existence of Heavenly Emperor Ying. The 2 words Heavenly Emperor Ying were enough to see his invincible spirit. There were even rumors that this Heavenly Emperor Ying had defeated several celestial venerables in ancient times. After attaining the Tao for millions of years, he broke into the immortal path and his cultivation suppressed the world. Big brother, I heard that you're planning to come into being? Just as many orthodoxies were rushing to the Longevity Gu family's banquet. In the sky above Tianhuang Mountain, in a palace hidden in the void, surrounded by endless chaotic aura, divine light surged like tides and treasure light could be seen vaguely. All kinds of surging Taoist rhythms and immortal opportunities intertwined here. It was like an ancient Tao field, and all kinds of Tao sounds resounded. A handsome young man in white robes was surrounded by immortal intent and all kinds of laws. He looked extremely transcendent. A kind of innate Tao voice appeared around his body. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and seas were as vast as the galaxy. He sat there with his legs crossed, as if he was the center of heaven and earth. Every breath he took was powerful and majestic. At this moment, the person who spoke was a beautiful girl with silver hair. She was tall and had soft black hair. Her eyes shone with silver light. She was wearing a 5-colored immortal robe, which was intertwined with wisps of laws. Even the various accessories on her were extremely powerful Dharma artifacts, with divine chains of laws hanging down. Her bloodline talent and status were not inferior to the handsome young man in front of her at all. This was because the 2 of them were siblings. Their father was Emperor Ying, who had been sealed since ancient times but had never come into being. Today, when she suddenly heard that her brother was planning to come into being, the silver-haired girl was shocked. She couldn't help but ask if this was true. According to their father's words, it was not time for them to come into being yet. Although the 2 of them were much more powerful than the current young primes, it didn't mean that they were going to come into being now. According to their father's deduction, the siblings would come into being at least around the time when the path of success appeared. Wasn't it a little too early now? The 2 of them were too noble. They were the children of Emperor Ying. Once they came into being, wouldn't it cause a commotion? Even the current 10,000 ancient races wouldn't be able to sit still. Hearing this, Ying Shuang opened her eyes and said calmly, "Sister, do you have a problem with this?" There wasn't a trace of abnormality in her expression. Even her sister Ying Yu didn't find anything strange. Through this period of time, he had grasped many of Ying Shuang's habits. She wouldn't let others find anything strange because of these small things. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Ying Shuang to adapt to this identity. It was just that he didn't have many memories. When doing things and saying things, he had to be more careful. Although he hadn't eaten pork before, he had seen pigs run before. At this time, as long as he could pretend, who would dare to suspect him? Who would be able to tell that he was an imposter? This was a matter of courage. Even the sole item that Emperor Ying specially made for him didn't show any signs of activity. So what was there to worry about? He just had to pretend. Prince Ing, that was the person he thought about day and night. He was so envious and jealous that it made him go crazy. He didn't think that there would be a day when he would become such a person. Thinking of this, Ing Shuang couldn't help but feel excited. Right now he was Prince Ing Shuang. He controlled the entire Emperor Sky Mountain, and was the future owner of Emperor Sky Mountain. Even the 10,000 immemorial races had to pay their respects to him. And he had Prince Ying's terrifying talent and physique, including the invincible body forged with all kinds of treasured blood and immortal materials and surging magic power. Ing Shuang was confident that after he was born, he would be invincible. He could even fight the number one of the younger generation, Guchanga. No problem. Since it's Big Brother's decision, I will naturally listen to Big Brother. Although Ing Yu was confused, she didn't continue to ask since Ing Shuang didn't explain. And after staying in Emperor Sky Palace for so long, she also wanted to go to the outside world and not cultivate day after day like this. She had once mentioned to Ing Shuang that she wanted to go out and take a look. In the end, she was harshly reprimanded by Ing Shuang. And now Ing Shuang took the initiative to come out. There must be a reason for it. When I was still a horse feeder, you were the unreachable clouds in the sky and I was a drop of mud in a quagmire. We were separated by heaven and earth, destined to be unreachable. And now with a shake of my body, I have become the most precious person in the 10,000 ancient races. After Ing Yu left, Ing Shuang's eyes were filled with absent-mindedness and yearning as he muttered in his heart. He would never forget who saved him when he was about to starve to death. She was the light that illuminated the darkness for him. She was also the one that taught him cultivation methods and allowed him to walk the path of cultivation. Young miss, I know you don't just pity me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood up when I was once mocked and bullied. To you, I am different from the others. I am special. At this moment, many memories appeared in Ing Shuang's eyes. Every time he fed Little White, he would happily wait for the young miss to see Little White and smile at him. Because of my identity, young miss can't reveal too much. I know and I understand your efforts. But it doesn't matter now. I will stand in front of you openly. Yin Mei, if you want to revive the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, I can help you. Infatuation gradually appeared in Ing Shuang's eyes. It was as if he was willing to do anything for her. If Guchanga was here, he would know what a one-sided bootlicker was. Ing Shuang knew where Yin Mei would go next. Although she was just a servant, she also knew that when the inheritor of the demonic arts wreaked havoc, it was Guchanga who saved her. Now that Guchanga's mother was celebrating her birthday, Yin Mei would definitely go in order to repay the kindness of that day. Then the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain was shaken. Many of the ancient tribes left behind by Heavenly Emperor Ing were alarmed and shocked. Because Prince Ing wanted to come out early, he ignored everyone's dissuasion and stubbornly insisted on coming out. Chapter 204. Many guests had gathered in the main hall, and it was extremely lively. They were all important figures from various places, existences that one would not even dare to think about. Many supreme experts who seemed to have passed away also came here to personally deliver congratulatory gifts to Gu Shizhou's mother. In fact, in their hearts, the Longevity Gu clan was the most mysterious and long-lived among the everlasting families. It seemed to have been immortal since the most ancient times. After experiencing countless calamities, it always gave people the feeling that it would not be destroyed even if the world collapsed. No one knew how terrifying the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was. But no matter what, no one dared to underestimate it. Even Wang Zijin was secretly shocked. She noticed that a very frightening existence from the human ancestor palace had suddenly appeared in the depths of the Gu clan's main hall, as if planning to visit an old friend. Even though the Longevity Wang family was also known as the Longevity family, compared to the Longevity Gu family, it seemed like they were still lacking something. Lacking foundation. In the end, she shook her head and whispered. She realized that she had narrowed her horizons. She originally thought that as a transmigrator, she could see the entire world, but she realized that her horizons were really too narrow. She had underestimated many people and forces. For Wang Zijin, who had always been confident and expected everything, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Miss, I told you that you underestimate the world's geniuses too much. Now many people say that unless those princes, ancient princes or young kings who once reigned supreme in the world appear, no one in the younger generation will be a match for young Master Chang'e. Xiao Er's eyes were full of admiration for Gu Chang'e. She was like a little fangirl who worshipped him to the extreme. Wang Zijin smiled when she heard that. I kind of hope that those reigning supreme kings will appear. I also want to see how strong Brother Gu is. Looking at Gu Chang'e, she couldn't help but feel competitive in her heart. Before this, she did not have this feeling at all. This was because she felt pressure from Gu Chang'e. She could not see through Gu Chang'e at all. If not for the fact that she was afraid of exposing her identity, she would not have been able to resist the urge to spar with Gu Chang'e. Inside the grand and magnificent hall, the guests were extremely happy. They discussed all kinds of things and then offered congratulatory words. Gu Chang'e's father, Gu Lintian, also appeared. His cultivation was terrifying and vast, and it was unknown what level he had reached. He appeared at the head of the table. His face was blurry as he conversed with all the guests. In the end, they coincidentally changed the topic to the younger generation. Without a doubt, Gu Chang'e was naturally the most dazzling one in this generation. Even the older generation of powerhouses did not dare to look down on him, and had to treat him with respect. What happened in the immortal ancient continent shocked the world. No one dared to imagine that this was something that a young man could do. But that was the truth. Long life Gu family's young master, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's inheritor, absolute beginning divine sex young master, reincarnation ancient heavenly deities inheritor, immortal ancients clan's overlord. He had so many halos around him, making everyone sigh in amazement, remaining silent for a long time. In terms of power and influence, no one in the younger generation could compare to Gu Chang'e. Even Yu Mingkong was more than half a level below him. Gu Chang'e was the face of the long-life Gu family. When they heard these compliments, many Gu family members and clan elders appeared to be extremely happy, their faces glowing with radiance. In this world, who didn't like to hear compliments and flattering words? Even though Gu Chang'e's many methods made one's heart tremble and could not be considered glorious, all in all, it still made the Gu family members very satisfied. In particular, Gu Xian'er was also brought back by him, reuniting with his clansmen. More or less, many of the barriers between them were dissolved. Gu Chang'e's identity as the young master, in their eyes, was something that should be done. With such a young master, why would they worry about the family's prosperity? Their judgment back then was indeed wrong. Big Sister Mingkong, in a corner of the main hall. Her face was incomparably beautiful. She wore a wide-sleeved flowing immortal dress. Her temperament was cold and aloof like a flawless fairy Gu Xian'er. Right now, she was pulling Yu Mingkong, speaking in a low voice. Xian'er, Yu Mingkong's face was filled with gentleness. The two of them reminisced about old times. After entering the immortal ancient continent that day, they parted ways. Until now, they had many things to say to each other. After returning to the long-life Gu family, Gu Xian'er's treatment, whether it was identity or status, instantly reached the level of being the Gu family's beloved daughter. For a moment, she was a little unable to react. However, this kind of thing obviously had the approval of the Gu family's clan elders and clan master. Gu Xian'er also gradually adapted to it. However, she did not forget her original plan. Therefore, she made all kinds of indirect inquiries to the clansmen of each bloodline, especially the clan elders of her bloodline, asking about what had happened that year. After all, she had sworn to find out Gu Chang'e's secret that no one knew. In the end, she really did find some clues. The midwife and the others who had delivered Gu Chang'e that day were no longer in the Gu family. No one knew where they had gone. However, it was very obvious that they had been dealt with by Gu Chang'e's bloodline. Gu Xian'er could not help but feel apprehensive. She was not stupid at all. Naturally, she could see the reason for this. When Gu Chang'e was born, something must have accompanied him. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a huge reaction. Everyone who knew about this that day had been secretly dealt with and dealt with. All of this looked flawless and flawless. However, with such an obvious loophole, as long as a discerning person wanted to investigate, they would know at a glance that Gu Chang'e's bloodline was actually trying to hide something. In Gu Xian'er's opinion, what they were trying to hide was Gu Chang'e's biggest secret. Soon she secretly told Yu Mingkong all of this. In the entire Long Life Gu family, except for Yu Mingkong, even if the others knew about this, they would probably keep it a secret and would not dare to talk about it. At this time, after hearing this, Yu Mingkong also fell into deep silence. You mean to say that when Chang'e was born there was already a problem? All these years Chang'e, Yu Mingkong asked, frowning. There were many things that she did not know how to say. She was guessing whether this matter that Gu Xian was talking about had a deep connection with Gu Chang'e's change in temperament in her previous life and in this life. Moreover, could the reason why Gu Chang'e went to the lower realm be related to this matter as well? In that instant, she felt as if something had flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. It was as if she could solve all of this mystery as long as she grasped this one. This was very important. It was obvious that Gu Chang'e's parents were hiding something from her, and were not going to tell her. This might be the secret that Gu Xian was talking about now. Yes, all these days I've always felt that Gu Chang'e had a premeditated plan when he dug out my Dao bone. Even now it's still the same. First he wanted to make me hate him. Then he thought of a way to return the Dao bone to me. During this time he deliberately acted cold to me, intending to make me hate him. He actually wanted to train me, but my strength was still not as good as his. He was very disappointed. Gu Xian nodded as she spoke. She told her many guesses over the past few days, especially her analysis of Gu Chang'e's actions and behavior. She was not stupid. She had been carefully taught by many old fellows. It was just that in front of Gu Chang'e, she had repeatedly hit a wall and appeared to be a little foolish. At this moment many bright lights flashed in Gu Xian's eyes. She did not doubt her own judgment. In the past few days after returning to the Longevity Gu clan, she had discovered that not only were her clansmen not suppressed in the Gu clan, but they were even allocated more cultivation resources than before. Although this was partly due to Gu Chang'e's clansmen making up for it, it was also due to their guilt and responsibility for what had happened in the past. Gu Xian did not have the slightest bit of hatred towards the Longevity Gu clan. Now, as long as we can find out what happened when Gu Chang'e was born, and what caused all of this to happen. Gu Xian frowned as she spoke. This fog was about to disperse, but it was still very vague. She was about to go crazy. She wanted nothing more than to cut open Gu Chang'e's heart and see what he was thinking. However, all of the Gu clan clansmen were confused, as if they did not know anything. It could only be said that Gu Chang'e's clansmen had concealed what had happened in the past too well. Back then, when Master was on the mountain peak, he said that Gu Chang'e was born with a demonic nature. Could this be the case? But he later said that although Gu Chang'e's actions were like a demon, he was not a demon. Gu Xian muttered, thinking of what the great elder had said when he saw Gu Chang'e on the mountain peak. She remembered this very clearly. She had not forgotten it even now. Born with a demonic nature? Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned when she heard this. She suddenly remembered that Gu Chang'e had inherited the immortal devouring demonic art. However, she had not heard of anything special about the previous inheritor of the demonic art. It was nothing more than a coincidence that he had obtained this inheritance. Then he began to cultivate and bring chaos to the world. There should be nothing special between these two matters. Yu Mingkong felt that she had to investigate this matter carefully. Born with a demonic nature. Many things contained a natural demonic nature. For a prodigy, possessing a natural demonic soul and natural demonic qi was even more so. What was the reason that made the clan behind Gu Chang'e so carefully conceal it, and not let their clansmen or the outside world know? And why did Gu Chang'e make a move on Gu Xian at such a young age and dig out his bone of Dao? With such doubts in mind, Yu Mingkong returned to her seat. Gu Xian was not interested in such a scene. She glanced at Gu Chang'e, who was conversing with many young supreme martial artists, and left the main hall. She planned to adjust her state of cultivation and prepare for the awakening of the Gu clan's bloodline in the Nirvana Pond. She entered the Nirvana Pond in the Gu clan's ancestral hall. Such an opportunity was extremely rare, even in the Longevity Gu clan. There were no more than 5 people in each generation. Because the cost of activating the Nirvana Pond was enormous and shocking, even in the Longevity Gu clan it was slightly painful. Some of the materials needed to activate the Nirvana Pond were used up, and it was impossible to find a replacement. For the young clansmen who entered, the benefits and opportunities were heaven-defying. Gu Xian'er was also very interested in this. It could improve her cultivation, although she would enter with Gu Chang'e when the time came. Then in the main hall surrounded by immortal mist, the banquet was served. The longevity wine was fragrant and mellow, and it had been brewed for at least 1,000,000 years. After a few cups without using cultivation, the guests were a little tipsy. Even many of the saints were drunk. This was the mystery of the wine of longevity. People of different realms would taste different flavors. There were countless celestial fruits and delicacies at the banquet, showing the longevity Gu clan's wealth. For example, the divine king creation fruit. The palm-sized fruit was sparkling and translucent, and one could see a cloud of celestial spiritual qi inside. In addition, it also contained the rules of the great Tao and Tao, which could help divine king cultivators forge their primordial spirits. It was very difficult to find in the outside world. Many guests tasted it and felt the spirit qi in their bodies. Then a mysterious energy appeared in their mind. Their primordial spirits were also purer. Halfway through the banquet, many young geniuses also took this opportunity to spar with each other and verify their knowledge. Many of the girls looked at Gu Chang'e, their eyes filled with admiration. They were competing in front of Gu Chang'e. However, their moves weren't fierce. Instead, they were beautiful. They were like fairies dancing, which was pleasing to the eye. In an instant, many young men widened their eyes in envy. When will we be able to dance with so many talented girls? Comparisons are odious. How can there be such a perfect man like young Master Chang'e in the world? Many young heaven's favorites had to admit that Gu Chang'e was extremely attractive to women. In the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of the month. That's a pity. After looking around, I didn't see anyone with a bit of ability. To think that I had high hopes for this. After thinking about it, I'm still too strong. Apart from Wang Zijin, who was born extraordinary, I don't think I can find a suitable candidate. Gu Chang'e was dressed in a plain white robe. He was handsome and elegant, and his figure was tall and straight. There was a slight smile on his face, which attracted the gazes of many proud daughters of heaven to secretly look at him with admiration. Unfortunately, apart from Yu Mingkong, no one could hear Gu Chang'e's regretful words. He glanced at the young supremes around him, including Wang Zijin and Yi Langtian. He seemed to be disappointed. Yu Mingkong was calm after hearing that. She was still thinking about what Gu Xian'er said to her. She was beautiful, her eyes were bright, her hair was soft and smooth, and she was wearing a simple and elegant dress. She sat next to him. She glanced at Gu Chang'e beside her but didn't say anything. If it had been in the past, hearing Gu Chang'e sigh so calmly, she would have felt a chill running down her spine. She would definitely feel a chill on her back and be on her guard against Gu Chang'e. Because this meant that Gu Chang'e was plotting something. Just like last time, he had put the blame of being the inheritor of demonic arts on Yi Ling. Now that he was saying this, it was obvious that he was plotting against someone. But now, Yu Mingkong didn't think that there was anything wrong. It was very natural and not surprising at all. She even felt that this Gu Chang'e was the one she was most familiar with. He had no scruples in front of her and said these things to himself. He seemed to be talking to himself, but he was obviously saying it deliberately for her to hear. Mingkong, won't you help your husband solve his problems? At this moment, Gu Chang'e had a smile on his face. He suddenly held her slender, jade-like hand under the mat. Yu Mingkong was stunned. This was Gu Chang'e taking the initiative to talk to her after they parted last time. Especially in such an intimate way. She was stunned. Her head suddenly felt a little dizzy. For a moment, she couldn't understand Gu Chang'e's intentions. Those words in the immortal ancient continents by Hung Mountain Range had clearly hurt him. In the end, it had caused their relationship to fall to the freezing point. Could it be that he didn't mind anymore and had forgiven her? Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. How can I help you? Yu Mingkong quickly asked. She forced herself to calm down. But her heart was still beating very fast. No matter what, she could never keep calm in front of Gu Chang'e. She had originally thought that there was a gap between Gu Chang'e and herself. It would be extremely difficult for her to gain his understanding and trust again. After all, it was hard to guess Gu Chang'e's thoughts. She had a place in Gu Chang'e's heart, but not too much. Yu Mingkong had never changed her mind about this. But she was willing to wait for Gu Chang'e. She was willing to wait for the day when Guchanga truly opened his heart to her. Mingkong, what do you think your husband should do now? I can't find a suitable scapegoat. These young heavens' prides are too weak. The real important people haven't shown themselves yet. And very soon, the people from the human ancestors' palace will come looking for your husband. When your husband dies, you will become a widow. Guchanga smiled and whispered in her ear. In the eyes of outsiders, this was like the intimate behavior of a young couple. And Guchanga looked like he was really in trouble and was asking Yu Mingkong for advice. Yu Mingkong ignored Guchanga's teasing words. She calmed down and asked, "Isn't that ancient freak called Wang Zijin the best candidate?" Chapter 205. Yu Mingkong actually knew what Guchanga was trying to do. He wanted to see if she knew of any ancient freaks who had the potential to become his next scapegoat. However, she did not expect Guchanga to ask her so straightforwardly and ask for her opinion. According to what she knew, the successor of the human ancestors' hall would be born soon and travel the world in search of the human ancestors' reincarnation. At the same time, he would think of a way to kill the true inheritor of the demonic arts. In her past life, the successor of the human ancestors' hall seemed to have gone to find Guchanga, but she did not know what happened. In this life, many things had changed, but the only thing that did not change was Guchanga's identity and his many doings. Now the entire upper realm was in the palm of his hand. If things really went out of hand, it might really be like what Guchanga said. Once Guchanga died, she would become a widow. When that time came, Yu Mingkong would definitely choose to commit suicide and follow Guchanga. However, she did not want to see that happen. It seems that you don't know Wang Zijin's background. Hearing that, Guchanga smiled thoughtfully and said casually, "If I were to make a move on her, I'm afraid the risk would be very high. However, if you help me, it would be different." Wang Zijin's background? Yu Mingkong was stunned. Guchanga actually thought that she could help him? Did he see something? However, she did not think too much about it and noticed something else that Guchanga said. Was Wang Zijin's background very important? Was she not an ancient freak from the Wang family? From Guchanga's previous actions, it was obvious that he was using Wang Zijin as a chess piece. Seeing Yu Mingkong's expression, Guchanga understood. Sure enough, in the timeline where Yu Mingkong was killed by him in her past life, transmigrators did not exist. In this life there were so many variables it seemed as if the heavens were deliberately targeting him. However, Guchanga did not mind. As a transmigrator, Wang Zijin was not much of a threat to him, but coincidentally, she was the successor of the human ancestor hall. Not to mention her luck points, just her identity and the huge benefits she could bring to Guchanga was worth it for him to make a move on Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin is actually the successor of the human ancestor hall. Then, Guchanga pretended to be deep in thought and said, "Human ancestor palace's successor?" Yu Mingkong was stunned and did not believe him. Then she realized what was going on. She frowned and her expression changed. She had a bad feeling. In his previous life, the successor of the human ancestor hall was not Prince Jin. Instead, it was a mysterious person shrouded in fog. In other words, Wang Zijin, who was currently approaching Guchanga, was most likely someone who had never appeared in his previous life. Once again, things took a huge turn for the worse. Didn't this prove that what she had experienced in her previous life might not happen in this life? Yu Mingkong suddenly had some expectations and hope. "Looks like you don't know about this, Mingkong." Guchanga narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at Wang Zijin, who was talking to the Wang family in the distance. His expression became interested. It seemed that things were a little out of his expectations. Wang Zijin was the successor of the human ancestor hall. There was no doubt about that. However, judging from Yu Mingkong's behavior, the successor of the human ancestor hall that she knew was clearly someone else. The human ancestor hall might still have another successor. Guchanga quickly thought of this possibility. The other successor was clearly someone who should have existed in the original timeline. However, Wang Zijin seemed to have been forcibly added in. Yu Mingkong did not know that such a person existed. "Guchanga, you have to be careful of the human ancestor hall." Yu Mingkong's expression was unusually serious. When it came to Wang Zijin, her identity as a reincarnated person was of no use. "Mingkong, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans, Guchanga smiled faintly. He already had a plan in mind. According to Yu Mingkong's words, the other successor of the human ancestor hall was very likely to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, she would not have warned him. Guchanga was not worried at all. However, this gave him another plan. Before he decided on the most suitable candidate, he could put on a great show. As he said that, he could not help but grip Yu Mingkong's hand tightly. A black seal quickly disappeared. What's wrong? Yu Mingkong was a little confused. She noticed the abnormal change in Guchanga's hand. When would he not be able to control himself and use force? Clearly, it was when he was worried and fearful. From her point of view, Guchanga had always been a strategist who had everything under control. It was very rare to see him being very concerned or worried about anything. This action showed that he did not have an accurate grasp of the situation. It seemed that the human ancestor's return had indeed put a lot of pressure on Guchanga. When she thought of that, Yu Mingkong felt that she should put the matter of going to the heavenly stellar realm on the agenda. The human ancestor could not return so soon. For Guchanga, she had to think of a way to delay everything. It's fine. Seeing this, Guchanga shook his head slightly. Yu Mingkong looked at him deeply, as if she wanted to see through Guchanga. Why do you look like you don't believe your husband? Guchanga asked with a smile, as if he did not know what she was thinking. Just now, he had done that on purpose. It was to make Yu Mingkong misunderstand that he was worried about the human ancestor's return. In order to make Yu Mingkong rush to the place where the human ancestor's reincarnation was, the black rune was naturally to determine where Yu Mingkong would go when the time came, so that he could intercept her. Guchanga did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for scheming against her. He could not expose Yu Mingkong's identity as a reincarnator, and he had to get information from her mouth. This was not a simple task. However, Guchanga was willing to do this and accompany her in this kind of drama. Otherwise, life would be too boring. From Guchanga's point of view, Yu Mingkong was the daughter of destiny who had been reborn. If he wanted her to show her true submission, it was obvious that he needed her to personally tell him the secret of rebirth. If he wanted more fate points and fate points, he naturally had to start from her. Of course, there was also a big reason because he really liked Yu Mingkong. This like referred to his fondness for his belongings. It was different from like. If Wang Zijin doesn't work, Changa, you can consider starting from those ancient freaks. The Undying Lake's once overwhelming sky pride. The sealed fire Taoist of the Vermilion Bird tribe. The Golden Qilan tribe. At this time, Yu Mingkong was seriously thinking and giving advice to Guchanga. She definitely could not directly tell Guchanga that the various orthodoxies were going to build a true immortal academy. However, she could tell him some of the more famous ancient freaks and sealed young kings after the true immortal academy was built. After all, if Guchanga really wanted to ask about this information, she could come up with an explanation to fool him. Looking at her serious look, Guchanga could not help but smile. If that was the case, wouldn't she be colluding with him? Mingkong, I really like you more and more, Guchanga said with a smile. Yu Mingkong's eyes seemed to be very bright. Although she liked to hear Guchanga say such things, she also understood that at this time the most important thing was to disguise as Guchanga. The people around them did not know what the two of them were discussing at all. Otherwise, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits and would be scared out of their wits. Yu Mingkong was worried that Guchanga's identity as the inheritor of the demonic art would be exposed soon. She began to think of a way for him to put the blame on someone else. She did not feel guilty at all when doing such things. After all, for Guchanga, she would not hesitate even if she had to stand on the opposite side of the entire upper realm. The other successor of the human ancestors' hall. I just don't know what Wang Zijin's attitude towards him is. If it doesn't work out, Guchanga glanced at Wang Zijin in the distance. There was a deep look in his eyes. Linking it to her identity as a transmigrator, it was very likely that Wang Zijin also had an indifferent attitude towards the human ancestors' hall. Under this premise, he was able to make better arrangements and plans. How could Wang Zijin not be used by him? Speaking of which, it's time for the puppets left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord to be put to use in this matter. Guchanga thought of the great saint-level puppets in his inner world. Due to the special material and forging, as long as they were not destroyed, they could be restored in the portable cave abode. The most important thing was the strength of these puppets. They were pure cultivation strength and had an exclusive formation pattern core. In other words, Guchanga could use these puppets to fake the so-called inheritor of the demonic art. All he needed to do was to create a situation where he accidentally encountered the inheritor of the demonic art. After that, he would use the aura of the immortal devouring demonic art to conceal the original formation pattern core of the puppets. On this basis, he would make another arrangement. It would be easy to deceive everyone. After all, before this, to the outside world, only he had fought with the true inheritor of the demonic art. The only witness was Yin Mei. Although it was persuasive, it was obviously not enough. Now, Guchanga at least wanted many cultivators to witness all this with their own eyes. As for how to plan, Guchanga already had a plan. Wasn't the other inheritor of the human ancestors' hall on the way to find him? This was a wonderful opportunity. At that time, who could really tell the difference between the real and the fake? Thinking of this, Guchanga smiled meaningfully. In fact, before this, he had considered creating a clone to disguise as the inheritor of the demonic art. However, he later rejected the idea. Unless there was something wrong with his brain, would it not be superfluous to give up the perfect scapegoat and disguise himself with another identity? Putting the blame on one's opponent, making him bear the brunt of one's troubles and take the blame for one's opponent. Was this not a normal thing to do? Ding, triggered child of destiny, mortal possession of the powerhouse style. At this moment, Guchanga, who was thinking about his next plan, suddenly heard the system's notification sound. He was slightly stunned, and his expression was somewhat inexplicable. According to previous habits, this kind of thing was obviously because a new child of destiny had appeared. Moreover, the system actually gave a notification. Was it mortal possession of the powerhouse style? The notification sound this time was a little unexpected. There was no system notification before. Could it be that there's something special? Guchanga thought for a while and quickly forgot about this problem. After all, it would be a waste not to take advantage of this. He realized that the last time Wang Zijin appeared, the system had also given a notification. His fellow countrymen, wasn't that a transmigrator? So this mortal possession of the powerhouse style, what was going on? It was just like the many clichés he knew in his previous life. An ordinary person would suddenly use the body and identity of a big shot to act tough and replace him. Although he was panicking internally, he still had to pretend to be calm on the surface. This was interesting. Guchanga had seen this kind of trick many times. No matter how good the acting was, there would be flaws and weaknesses. After that, Guchanga's gaze slowly swept across every inch of space in the Great Hall. He looked at everyone, even Yu Mingkong. Starting from his position, he passed by many young Supreme Venerables who were chatting and drinking. Then, he landed in the area where the big shots of the supreme sects and imperishable orthodoxies were. According to this kind of trick, the most normal thing was to suddenly possess a big shot with great power and cultivation. For example, something like Great Emperor possession, Heavenly Lord possession. However, soon, Guchanga could not help but frown. It seemed that things were not as he thought. There was no sudden possession of the people in the Great Hall now. This mortal possession of the powerhouse style was the most unreasonable. If a mortal did not have a system, how could he possess a powerhouse? The problem doesn't appear here. Guchanga still planned to use the old method of identifying the new son of Providence, which was to use his Providence points to identify the new son of Providence. The system's sudden notification indicated that the new child of destiny was not very far away from him. Therefore, as long as he paid attention to the number of luck points, he could easily identify it. According to the previous trick, it doesn't matter if it's a child of destiny or a daughter of destiny. It can always be related to me more or less and run to the opposite side of me. Now, what conflict does this child of destiny have with me? Guchanga was suddenly a little interested. If the identity of this child of destiny who was possessed by a mortal powerhouse style was satisfactory enough, then he could take the opportunity to plan. Wasn't the new scapegoat here? At this moment, outside the Great Hall, a clansman suddenly ran in quickly and came to Guchanga's side. Reporting in a low voice, "Young master, the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is here." After all, she had only arrived in the middle of the banquet, so Yin Mei was too embarrassed to let someone announce it loudly. She could only trouble them to only say Guchanga's name. "Yin Mei?" Gu Chang'e did not say anything. However, Yu Mingkong, who was beside him, heard it immediately. She raised her head and looked outside the great hall. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and a shocking chill appeared. A dangerous aura appeared on her body. This vixen, I warned her once, but she still dares to come here? Many young elites also looked over at this time, extremely curious. Let junior sister in. Gu Chang'e seemed to be slightly stunned when he heard this, and he looked a little surprised. Then, as if he had reacted, a warm and natural smile appeared on his face again, and he said. In fact, he had already thought about who it could be, so he was not surprised. This time, he was even more certain that the new child of destiny was most likely related to Yin Mei. In this way, she had indirectly become related to him. However, who would this child of destiny be by Yin Mei's side? Gu Chang'e looked a little interested. Soon, under the guidance of the Gu family member, a woman in a red dress walked in from outside the great hall. Her face was bewitching and charming. She was very beautiful, and this kind of beauty was different from the previous girls. She seemed to be able to charm all living things. Her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade, and there was a slight smile on her face. Behind her, 9 snow-white fluffy foxtails were held in the arms of several maids. Behind her, a group of 9-tailed fox clan experts and the older generation followed her into the great hall, carrying congratulatory gifts. The fair-skinned manservant named Chu Fan lowered his head and followed at the back. Buzz! Many important people who were talking in the depths of the hall glanced at Yin Mei, but did not care, and soon withdrew their gazes. It's her. The heavenly lady of the 9-tailed fox clan. The one who saved young Master Chang'e's life from the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts. The young master of the White Tiger clan who was secretly killed by the inheritor of demonic arts seems to be her fiancé, but the engagement has been cancelled. Many of the young primes recognized Yin Mei, but they weren't surprised. Gu Chang'e was her senior brother, and he had saved her life. Yin Mei would come to the Chongqing Gu family's banquet. In fact, it was very normal. Soon, many 9-tailed fox clan experts delivered their congratulatory gifts, and then began to take their seats. Although they came late, they did not miss this birthday banquet. Yin Mei greets senior brother Chang'e. Yin Mei walked in front of Gu Chang'e and bowed slightly with a smile. As for Yu Mingkong, who was next to Gu Chang'e and had a very cold and deep expression, she acted as if she did not see him, and did not care about his terrifying aura. In front of everyone, Yin Mei naturally addressed Gu Chang'e as such. However, Yin Mei was a little surprised. Gu Chang'e's gaze was a little strange and inexplicable. It seemed that from the moment she entered the hall, it was not on her, but on the manservant behind her. Chapter 206. Yin Mei's expression was a little strange, and she looked behind her. She was sure that Gu Chang'e was indeed looking at the servant at the back. Speaking of which, in this kind of occasion, her entourage should have been waiting outside the hall, and they were not qualified to enter. But Yin Mei's gift was more valuable, and to show her sincerity, she let her entourage carry it and bring it into the hall. This servant, who was usually very clever in her eyes, took the initiative to ask, saying that he wanted to follow and see the world. Yin Mei didn't think it was a big deal, and Gu Chang'e wouldn't care about it, so she agreed. But now she was puzzled. Why was Gu Chang'e staring at him like that? Could it be that there was something strange about this servant? Yin Mei thought that she knew Gu Chang'e very well, and he would not easily show interest in anything. Senior brother, what's wrong? Then Yin Mei called softly, as if she was asking Gu Chang'e. Nothing. Junior sister actually brought a servant to this kind of occasion. It seems that he treats you a little differently. But junior sister, you have traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here, which really makes senior brother feel very touched. And at this time, Gu Chang'e's expression quickly returned to normal. His gaze moved away from the fair-skinned young man. Then he smiled and greeted Yin Mei. His words seemed to be a little curious about the relationship between Yin Mei and the fair-skinned servant, and also a little teasing. In the eyes of the crowd, this seemed to be the reason why Gu Chang'e's expression looked a little strange just now. After all, on such an occasion, Yin Mei brought a group of servants in. More or less, it was not very appropriate. Yin Mei knew that Gu Chang'e deliberately made fun of her, and her loyalty to Gu Chang'e could be seen by heaven and earth. At this time, Inmei could not help but lightly roll her eyes at Guchanga, and said, "Senior brother is joking. He is just a servant in charge of helping me feed the horse. If I had known that it would attract senior brother's attention, I wouldn't have brought him in to see the world." This explanation also explained the reason from another perspective. Seeing this scene, many people came to a realization. On the other side, all the great figures that were conversing withdrew their gazes and paid no further attention to it. In their eyes, even if a competition between the younger generation appeared now, it was only a small matter, and it wasn't worth paying attention to. What they were concerned about was Guchanga's attitude just now. They were a little surprised. Hearing Inmei's words, Guchanga didn't mind and smiled. "Junior sister, what are you saying? Senior brother is just curious." Inmei smiled. "It's rare for senior brother to be so concerned about me. I'm really touched." It sounded normal. However, there was a strong sense of hidden bitterness. She only dared to speak to Guchanga like this in front of everyone. Normally, when there were only the two of them, she wouldn't dare to speak in such a casual, even slightly complaining tone. When Yu Mingkong heard it, her phoenix eyes immediately turned cold. Then she took the initiative to lean towards Guchanga, as if to declare her sovereignty. Guchanga could also hear this hidden bitterness. He smiled slightly and didn't mind. He wouldn't say anything about this. Inmei's intelligence was that she knew her limits. When she did things, she would consider his thoughts and wouldn't overstep half a step. He was very satisfied with Inmei's ability to do things. His little bit of hidden bitterness naturally went along with her. "Oh, it seems that he's a very ambitious person." Soon, Guchanga smiled and looked at the manservant again, praising him. This manservant is really lucky to be praised by young Master Changa. When many young elites heard this, they couldn't help but feel envious of the manservant who looked like a fair and clean youth. How difficult was it to get a compliment from Guchanga? Anyway, to them, such a compliment was no different from Guchanga thinking highly of them. It had a different meaning. "Senior brother Gu is praising you. Why aren't you thanking him?" At this moment, Inmei looked at the manservant who had an unnatural expression just now. She frowned slightly and said with slight dissatisfaction, "He was usually quite smart and did things quickly, but why did he seem to be a little slow these days?" Suddenly, when she thought of Guchanga's actions just now, Inmei frowned even more deeply, and the look in her eyes changed instantly. She wasn't stupid. At this moment, she also noticed that the manservant was acting strangely. However, there were many powerful cultivators in the hall, so she didn't say much. "Young Master Changa's praise really makes me feel fear and trepidation." Hearing this, the manservant named Chu Fan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said. His legs turned to jelly, and he directly knelt on the ground. At the same time, his back was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were almost wet. His heart was filled with shock and unwillingness. After all, he was the son of Emperor Ing. Before this, he was high and mighty, looking down on everything, and could be said to be above hundreds of millions of people. He held terrifying power and made the 10,000 ancient races respect him. Even so, he didn't put Inmei in his eyes too much. He felt that as long as he seized the slightest chance, he would be able to regain his original identity, regain his previous position. That was why he asked Inmei to bring him into the hall. Under the excuse of seeing the world, he planned to find an expert of the 10,000 ancient races that he could trust. However, just as he entered the hall, he didn't see an expert of that level. In the next moment, he was noticed by Guchanga. At that moment, his entire body turned cold, and even his divine soul trembled. He felt like he was seen through from the inside out. Although he hadn't been born yet, he knew a little about the rumors about Guchanga. He knew that this was a powerful opponent that couldn't be underestimated. Many of his methods made him exclaim in admiration and fear, and he felt that this might be one of his strongest opponents in this life. He had actually expected to come to the Longevity Gu clan today. However, the moment he saw Guchanga, he couldn't help but feel the same terrifying pressure that he had felt when facing his father back then. This feeling was too familiar. It was as if he was facing a young supreme god. And this was only because Guchanga was sizing him up. That seemingly casual and natural gaze was actually filled with a creepy condescension and coldness. This person was very terrifying. even more terrifying than the rumors. At that moment, Chu Fan's heart was filled with vigilance and fear. Fortunately, he controlled his expression well, and his fear and trepidation were natural and genuine. When his expression fell in front of everyone, they couldn't find a single flaw. In the eyes of many young elites, if it were many others, they would probably behave even worse after being praised by Guchanga. This fair-skinned servant's performance was already considered good. It was a false alarm. I didn't expect it to be like this. The group of Nine-Tailed Fox Clan experts also had different expressions at this time. They thought that it was Yin Mei's actions just now that had angered Guchanga. Many people's backs were covered in cold sweat. But seeing Guchanga's casual and natural attitude, they should be thinking too much. To be honest, Guchanga's power now made their hearts palpitate, and they didn't dare to not be afraid. Yin Mei was saved by Guchanga. In terms of identity, she was Guchanga's junior sister. If she had been closer to Guchanga, she would have been much happier. For the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan, this was a good thing for everyone. Everyone wanted to see such a situation. Although Yu Mingkong was Guchanga's fiancé and had the backing of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, they didn't care. After all, opportunities were accompanied by dangers. Being targeted by Yu Mingkong wasn't a big deal. Compared to hugging Guchanga's thigh, it was even more insignificant. After all, in this world, how many men didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Yin Mei was once the fiancé of the White Tiger clan's young master. But in this world it was very common to break off a marriage, not to mention that this was the White Tiger clan's initiative to cancel it. With Guchanga's strength and power, he was destined to easily have many things that ordinary people could only dream of in their lifetime. This principle had been passed down since ancient times and would never change. This servant is really blind. We shouldn't have let him in just now. Yin Mei's soft-hearted character should be changed. Now is a good opportunity to get closer to young Master Changa. She must not make a mistake. Many of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's experts and cultivators of the older generation looked at Yin Mei. Thinking so in their hearts, their thoughts were very flexible. As for that fair-skinned servant, they had already decided that after leaving the Longevity Gu clan, they would get rid of him. Otherwise, it would not be good if Guchanga developed a grudge against Yin Mei, and even affected the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan. No matter how small the possibility was, they had to eliminate it in the bud. Get up. I don't like people to talk to me while kneeling. This makes me seem too oppressive. At this time, Guchanga spoke again, not caring about what everyone in the hall was thinking. There was a faint smile on his face. Gentle and elegant, it was hard to find the slightest flaw. Miss, is there a problem with this servant? On the other side, Xiao'er asked curiously. It was just a servant. Why did he deserve Guchanga's praise? Wang Zijin was also puzzled. He was just an ordinary servant. Why did Guchanga say such things? In any case, she couldn't figure it out. She couldn't see anything either. I don't know, but it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Zijin shook her head. As a transmigrator, she was not omniscient and omnipotent. She could only vaguely guess some things based on what she knew in her previous life. But this Nine-Tailed Fox clan heavenly lady seems to be interested in Guchanga. She had a strange look in her eyes. However, considering that Guchanga saved Yin Mei from the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts, this was not surprising. Since ancient times, tricks had won the hearts of people. This kind of hero saving the beauty scene was cliché, but the effect was definitely top-notch. There were actually many cultivators who had the same idea as her. Thank you, young Master Changa. When Chu Fan heard Guchanga's words, his voice trembled slightly as he stood up. He tried his best to hide it, not daring to reveal any flaws. In front of Guchanga, he felt that he had no secrets to speak of. How can there be such a terrifying young man in this world? Chu Fan's heart trembled. Even if he regained his original identity, he would not dare to provoke Guchanga. And soon this episode was over. Many young heavenly talents did not care about it anymore. Instead, they all opened their mouths and sincerely asked Guchanga some questions about cultivation. Guchanga smiled and answered their questions, looking like a young leader of the righteous faction. Yin Mei sat down gracefully beside Guchanga. She did not care about Yu Mingkong's expression that seemed to want to slap her to death. She looked like she wanted to provoke the majesty of the main wife. Gu Chang'e actually did not care about the two women's open and covert struggles. Both of them knew their limits and would not do anything to make him angry. Yu Mingkong was proud and could not tolerate sand in her eyes. She especially could not tolerate women other than her appearing by Gu Chang'e's side. Even though she knew that this woman would not be one step ahead of her and win Gu Chang'e's heart. And Yin Mei knew that she was very valuable to Gu Chang'e now. If Yu Mingkong really dared to make a move on her, Gu Chang'e would definitely stop her. At that time it might even attract the displeasure of Gu Chang'e. As long as Yu Mingkong was not stupid, she would not dare to make a move on her. If she dared, she would be falling into Yin Mei's trap. Once Yu Mingkong was disliked by Gu Chang'e, her chances would be even greater. It had to be said that this was a battle without smoke. Many young heavenly talents noticed it and were envious and jealous in their hearts. Whether it was Yu Mingkong or Yin Mei, they were all beautiful goddesses of the upper realm and had countless admirers. Yu Mingkong was also known as the #1 beauty of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. This guy is really unlucky. Gu Chang'e raised the wine cup made of white jade and brought it to his mouth. With a slightly playful expression, he glanced at the fair-skinned servant who had been standing in the corner with his head lowered. He had already determined the cause and effect of the matter. The moment this fair-skinned servant entered the main hall, Gu Chang'e noticed the luck points on him. To be honest, it was not a simple thing to be able to become Yin Mei's horse feeder. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was, after all, an ancient royal bloodline. However, this servant's luck points were obviously much lower than those of the followers nearby, even close to single digits. How unlucky was this? Gu Chang'e could only think of one possibility. This servant had somehow offended a certain son of fate. According to the system notification just now, mortals possess powerhouses. To put it bluntly, it was a seamless exchange of souls. Even the strongest powerhouses would find it difficult to see any abnormalities. And this was the other party that had been replaced. In the possession style that Gu Chang'e was familiar with, wasn't it the story of a powerhouse suddenly being replaced by the soul of a noob, and then using this powerhouse's body and identity to constantly show off? In this kind of trick, the most obvious loophole was generally that after the soul exchange, there was no memory of the previous owner. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this might be the price of possession. The most vulgar thing was to possess a certain big shot. In the past, Gu Chang'e didn't care where this big shot's soul went. Whether it was silently annihilated or swallowed, it didn't matter. But now, in his opinion, this soul naturally went to the original body. So now, in this servant's body, there is actually the soul of the person who was possessed? Interesting. And this servant has replaced his identity. Gu Chang'e quickly figured out all of this. Asking for fresh flowers. The new son of Providence was obviously this servant. No, it was this servant's enemy. Perhaps he was also very confused. He didn't know why he was suddenly replaced and reduced to a servant who fed horses. Of course, Gu Chang'e didn't have any sympathy. On the contrary, he wanted to get the information he wanted from this servant. And soon today's birthday banquet was finally over. However, the guests from all sides didn't leave. Many forces chose to stay at the Longevity Gu family for a few days. It was a long journey, and it wasn't easy to come to the Longevity Gu family. Naturally, they had to take a good look around and see its foundation. Gu Chang'e also left the hall, but secretly instructed Yin Mei to keep an eye on the whereabouts of this servant, Chu Fan. Got it, master. Yin Mei nodded and didn't ask why. And she also saw that there was something wrong with Chu Fan. After all, there were some things, even if he tried to hide it, there would still be flaws. Especially now that Yin Mei was deliberately probing, it was even more obvious. Chu Fan followed the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to the residence arranged for them by the Longevity Gu family. He didn't notice at all that Yin Mei was secretly watching him at this moment. He was relieved to leave Gu Chang'e's field of vision, and even felt like he had escaped. Who knew what kind of psychological process he had just experienced? A young person like Gu Chang'e was a complete monster. Every word and action of his made his heart palpitate. In particular, Chu Fan felt that Gu Chang'e seemed to have noticed him. He hoped that it was his illusion. Now, he only hoped that time would pass faster so that he could leave the Longevity Gu family as soon as possible. Then, he would think of a way to get rid of Yin Mei's servant identity and find another way. Today, He had indeed seen many powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races. If it was in front of his previous identity, these people would be extremely respectful to him. But now, Chu Fan wasn't qualified to come into contact with them, let alone tell them everything. And even if he told them all this, who would believe such a ridiculous thing? How could his identity be replaced for no reason? His brain was probably stupid and he was talking nonsense. If only my sister Yu was here, that would be good. She would definitely recognize me, Chu Fan muttered to himself. He was so confident because he knew that the thief who replaced his identity didn't have the many memories he had now. There were many things about that era that only he and his sister knew. It was impossible for that little thief to know about it. And this was the best opportunity for him to prove his identity. On the other side, after returning to the palace, Guchanga began to refine the disguise puppet for the inheritor of demonic arts. He took out these great sage realm puppets from the residence left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. From the outside, they didn't look much different from ordinary human cultivators. Even the material was very similar to the skin and bones of cultivators, but there were many small black and white patterns on the inside. When this kind of puppet was refined, it was no different from a real living being, and this already involved a more profound use of the reincarnation law. Guchanga didn't care much about it. His gaze fell on the puppet's control core. It flickered with a hazy glow, and there were divine chains of order hanging down like a waterfall. It was extremely shocking. Guchanga closed his eyes, and in an instant, an indescribable and strange god appeared in his mind. Thick gray fog curled around it, making it appear endlessly mysterious. Its appearance was beyond the imagination of living beings, and one look would cause living beings to fall into a state of confusion or even endless madness. This was the visualization technique of his demonic arts. The god he visualized came from Guchanga's imagination. Different people cultivated this visualization technique, and the god they visualized was naturally different. Guchanga was a transmigrator, so he naturally understood that the so-called imagination was endless, and this also represented the unknown. Indescribable in a fantasy world means indescribable. Guchanga's expression was faint, and black and white colors appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the myriad transformations demon body faintly appeared behind him, and his aura continued to rise, reaching the saint realm. The void began to crack and a faint crack appeared. He raised his hand to shatter the stars, and reached for the sun and the moon. Whoosh! In the next moment, the black and white colors suddenly turned into a peerless immortal sword that clanged as it pierced through the puppet's core. Splurt! A crack suddenly appeared on the great saint-level body. As these formation patterns intertwined, they seemed to have awakened, and began to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The entire palace began to surge like a tidal wave. Fortunately, the surroundings were very quiet. This was Guchanga's cultivation residence, and it was also hidden by his heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so no aura would leak out. Buzz! In the void there was a terrifying aura intertwining, and many talismans that looked like great Dao treasure bottles quickly fell into the crack on the puppet. In the end, many black talismans were hidden. The originally pure aura of Dharma power seemed to be mixed with a thick black color at this moment, and it revealed a terrifying demonic intent. Now is a good opportunity to take advantage of the time when all the great Dao orthodoxies are gathered. Everything is ready and we only need one thing. Guchanga narrowed his eyes. Then, he nodded and glanced at the puppet in front of him, and he could not help but feel satisfied. The great saint-level puppet in front of him had already been contaminated by the aura of his immortal devouring demonic technique. When that time comes, as long as one was a cultivator, they would be able to sense the origin aura, and it would definitely be related to the inheritor of the demonic technique. Guchanga did not intend to use this puppet to deceive everyone. He only wanted to use its cooperation to temporarily shift the world's attention to his target. Then, Guchanga did the same thing, and once again contaminated the other puppet with the origin of the demonic technique, keeping it for emergencies. But who should I start with? Figures flashed through Guchanga's mind quickly. In his plan, there was more than one inheritor of the demonic technique that appeared this time. For example, Yi Ling, who had appeared previously, was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Soon Guchanga set his sights on the transmigrator, Wang Zijin. To the outside world, Wang Zijin was extremely mysterious, and her strength was strong enough. She could fight against the great saint-level inheritor of the demonic technique that appeared this time, and hold on until Guchanga went to rescue her. Moreover, Wang Zijin's hidden identity is the successor of the human ancestors' hall. The inheritor of the demonic technique would attack her, which is the most logical explanation. As for how her identity was discovered, that is actually not important. Now what I need to do is to deceive the public. Guchanga already had a foolproof plan in his mind. 1000. Chapter 207. After everything was planned out, Guchanga thought of Yin Mei. He was very interested in that unlucky big shot, and wanted to know his true identity. He immediately put away the two puppets and put away all the concealment runes in the hall. Buzz! Guchanga took a step forward and his figure quickly disappeared into the void. He went to the group of palaces where the nine-tailed fox clan was resting. Soon they arrived at a magnificent hall. Yin Mei, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, felt the fluctuation in the void. She suddenly opened her eyes. A layer of ripples spread and a door appeared in the void, accompanied by a familiar aura. Guchanga walked out of it. Master! Yin Mei was pleasantly surprised. In the middle of the night, Guchanga suddenly came to the palace she was in. This made her blush slightly. She was a little lost in thought. Guchanga nodded. His expression was not much different from when he was in front of outsiders. However, Yin Mei did not dare to be disrespectful. She also did not dare to speak to Guchanga with hidden bitterness like she did during the day in the hall. It seems that you have not slacked off. You are so diligent in your cultivation. Guchanga smiled casually and casually found a place to sit down. Master, did you come here in the middle of the night? Because of Chu Fan? Yin Mei quickly figured it out. Obviously, he did not come because of her. Guchanga smiled and said, "Can't I come because of you?" As he spoke, he took Yin Mei into his arms. Her body was very delicate and soft, like a gentle stream of water. 9 snow-white fluffy fox tails swayed gently. There was a strange charm. Master, although Yin Mei knew that Guchanga said this casually, she could not help but feel happy. In any case, it showed that Guchanga was not as cold to her as he was in the past. Chu Fan, is that the name of the servant? Guchanga asked with interest. A name like Chu Fan was a perfect match for a main character. It was either mortal or dust. It was indeed a cliché. Yes, in the past I saw that he was about to starve to death on the streets. I took pity on him and adopted him. When Yin Mei heard this, she knew that Guchanga was about to get down to business. She also explained Chu Fan's background to Guchanga. After leaving the banquet hall, she followed Guchanga's instructions and paid attention to Chu Fan's movements. At the same time, she also sorted out his background. She guessed that Guchanga would ask her about it. Oh, so there's this layer of experience. You're actually my savior. Interesting. It seems that this son of destiny is related to you. Guchanga narrowed his eyes. Only now did he understand how the so-called son of destiny was opposing him. The key was still Yin Mei. To be honest, Guchanga found that the recent sons of destiny were more or less related to the people around them. For example, Long Tung, who was modeled after Long Outyen, and Yi Ling, who rose to prominence as an alternative loser. The current mortal who possessed the body of a powerhouse was Chu Fan. Do I have to pay attention to the people around me when looking for a son of destiny in the future? Guchanga frowned slightly. In fact, he liked to take the initiative to stir up trouble. However, he also understood that there would be the appearance of a son of destiny. It was like the convergence of countless worlds' destinies, which would change at some point in time. Then, the trajectories of those sons of destiny would intersect with him. That was why the system reminded him. Now that he knew this premise, Guchanga had a way to find a new son of destiny. He could take the initiative to create such a situation. Master, did something happen to Chu Fan? At this time, Yin Mei could not help but ask curiously. Of course, she knew that she should not ask too much, but she could not help but be curious. After all, Guchanga said that it seemed to be related to her. The current Chu Fan is no longer the original him. Guchanga smiled faintly and asked Yin Mei to send the order to summon Chu Fan. Speaking of which, the current Chu Fan was on the same side as him. After all, they both had conflicts with the new Sons of Destiny. However, Chu Fan was not worthy of Guchanga's attention. His only value was to let Guchanga know the origin of the person who was possessed. Just as Guchanga was thinking. Soon, Inmei brought Chu Fan, whose face was filled with confusion, puzzlement, nervousness, anticipation, and many other complicated emotions. Master Chu Fan is here, Inmei said respectfully. At the same time, she closed the door behind her to prevent the commotion here from alarming the others. Buzz! In an instant, the entire hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. I wonder, why did young Master Changa summon me in the middle of the night? Chu Fan stood there. His voice was trembling as if he was about to lose his balance. He was in fear and trepidation. He vividly demonstrated what it meant to be a lowly and cautious person. The expression on his face was flawless. If there was an outsider here, they would not be able to see any flaws in his expression. It had to be said that his control of his expression was very good. He was not a simple person. However, only Chu Fan knew that the expression on his face was actually real. Earlier, Inmei suddenly appeared in the courtyard where he was resting and said that Guchanga had summoned him. When he heard this news, he froze. This matter came too suddenly. He did not even have time to react. Chu Fan was stunned. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. During the day, he felt that Guchanga seemed to have noticed his abnormality. Although he did not know how Guchanga sensed it, it was shocking enough. Chu Fan comforted himself, saying that it was just his imagination. However, he did not expect to be suddenly told that Guchanga wanted to see him in the middle of the night. This time his back was almost completely soaked in cold sweat. His scalp was numb and his legs were a little weak. Why did Guchanga want to see him? What was the purpose? There was no need to say more. Chu Fan wanted to escape. However, with his current cultivation and ability, not to mention the longevity Gu clan, even Inmei in front of him could easily suppress him and make him unable to move. He could not escape. In the end, Chu Fan had no choice but to brace himself and go to the palace to answer Guchanga's summons. Moreover, what did he hear now? Inmei actually called Guchanga master? That was not what she called him in the main hall. It seemed that Guchanga's secrets were far more than he had imagined. Connecting the many rumors, his back was even more chilled. He smelled some kind of truth about the inheritor of demonic arts. This made Chu Fan tremble even more. Not to mention that he was now just a horse breeder. His previous identity was far from enough in front of Guchanga. At this time, all of Chu Fan's emotions were in his eyes. Guchanga drank the tea in the cup unhurriedly with a slight smile on his face. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "I wonder how should I address you?" As soon as these words came out, Chu Fan's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression changed dramatically. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be completely dissected, and all of his secrets were exposed, leaving nothing behind. Although this secret was something he would rather not have. Guchanga's words could be said to be very simple and direct, without beating around the bush. It immediately explained Chu Fan's origin. It was so direct that Chu Fan's expression could not help but become bitter. Until now, he still did not understand how he became like this. And how did Guchanga see through and know all of this? Thinking of this, Chu Fan suddenly had hope in his heart. Perhaps Guchanga could help him. After all, Guchanga's identity and power were here, and his words clearly contained a lot of power. Even the current 10,000 ancient races had to consider carefully. Brother Gu's eyes are really sharp. You even noticed this. But how did Brother Gu see through it? Chu Fan could not help but smile bitterly as he forced himself to calm down with strong willpower. But facing Guchanga, especially in such a disadvantageous situation, not to mention calm, it was already very impressive that he could speak without trembling. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, the air of a person who had been in a high and mighty position for a long time was naturally revealed. It seems that it really is a different person. Inmei could not help but be surprised. Before this, who would have thought that her servant would suddenly become a different person? This was too shocking. How I saw through it is not important. Guchanga's smile did not change as he continued. Could it be that Brother Gu doesn't plan on introducing yourself? I feel that you don't want to keep being like this. This kind of person who had their body taken over would definitely be very unhappy. Who would be willing to suddenly go from being a big shot to being a dispensable small character all of a sudden? Could it be that Brother Gu has a way to help me? Hearing this, Chu Fan's voice suddenly became louder, and he was very surprised and excited. It was difficult for him to remain calm. If Gu Chang'e could really help him recover his original identity, he would agree to anything Gu Chang'e asked him to do. Brother Gu still hasn't answered my question. Gu Chang'e glanced at him indifferently as his smile faded. Chu Fan's expression changed and he felt a chill on his back. Now was not the time for him to ask Gu Chang'e for help. Gu Chang'e definitely would not help him so easily. In this world, who would be willing to do something that did not benefit them? Unless they were really good people who did not ask for anything in return. Obviously, Gu Chang'e was not such a person. Chu Fan was also clear on this point. Therefore, in order to let Gu Chang'e see his value and let Gu Chang'e know his true identity, Chu Fan began to speak and unreservedly revealed his origin. He was not stupid. Right now he had nothing. Other than his original memories, he had nothing left. Therefore, in front of Gu Chang'e, he had no right to negotiate. From the beginning, it was destined that only Gu Chang'e could decide his fate. I won't hide it from Brother Gu. My name is Ing Shuang, and I am actually the son of Emperor Ing. Since ancient times, I have been cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and have never left. I have heard a lot of news about the outside world and I know a lot about Brother Gu. I am filled with admiration. I can't wait to follow Brother Gu after I am born, and I am willing to serve Brother Gu. Hearing this, Yin Mei's beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. She never thought that the son of Emperor Ing, who had once ruled over the 10,000 ancient races, would become like this. Once this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Who would dare to believe that this was true? Even though she had seen it with her own eyes, she still felt her head buzzing in disbelief. This person is actually Prince Tian. Yin Mei was from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, which was one of the ancient royal bloodlines. She knew a lot about Prince Tian. She knew that this person was the son of Emperor Ing, and that his talent was once unparalleled in an era. However, his father had sealed him away, intending for him to break out of the seal in the future and compete with the other supreme geniuses to become the number one of the ancient races. She never thought that she would meet Prince Tian with such an identity. Moreover, he had such a humble and almost fawning attitude towards Gu Chang'e. In front of the 10,000 ancient races, Prince Tian's identity was no different from that of a human's imperial court. It's actually Prince Tian. Gu Chang'e's thoughts were actually similar to Yin Mei's, but he obviously had more considerations. Prince Tian, who was currently cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, was actually the servant who had saved Yin Mei's life before. This huge change in identity was also in line with what he knew about the possession style. He was just short of possessing the body of an ancient emperor, and then moving 10 meters in one step. This is interesting. After that servant became the Heavenly Emperor, he probably had thoughts about Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, which he didn't dare to do before. If that's the case, I'll be dragged into it. It's inevitable that this is a cliché. However, an ant is an ant in the end, and he wants to become a true dragon after changing his identity. How laughable. Even if the original owner is in front of me, he's just a little bug that can't jump. After understanding the cause and effect of this matter, Gu Chang'e's expression suddenly became cold. In his opinion, this was the only value Chu Fan had. After asking these questions, he had already confirmed that the current Chu Fan had no other tricks up his sleeve other than his memory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. At this moment, Chu Fan in front of him also sensed that something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no. His expression was desperate, and he wanted to retreat. Buzz. However, Gu Chang'e's palm fell, and the void suddenly collapsed. A pitch-black palm print fell, covering everything and caught him in an instant. Brother, where do you plan to go? Gu Chang'e asked calmly. Gu Chang'e, can you not kill me? I can swear that I will listen to everything you say no matter what. Chu Fan's face was pale, and he was incomparably desperate. Although he had guessed Gu Chang'e's secret, he was no threat to Gu Chang'e at all. Poof! However, Gu Chang'e didn't let him finish his words. When the palm landed, Chu Fan's body suddenly exploded. However, in the midst of the blood, a pitch-black Great Tao treasure bottle appeared. It floated up and down and took root. Chu Fan's divine soul was refined and absorbed by Guchanga, and he flipped through many of his memories. Among these divine soul fragments there were many inheritances, scriptures, comprehension of rules, and so on that he was Prince Tian. For Guchanga it was better than nothing. The most important thing was that he was interested in Chu Fan's original memories. After all, these memories and the divine soul fragments that he had devoured were in his hands. He could easily create another puppet Prince Tian, and it would be completely under his control. Guchanga didn't have the means to make such a method of possession come back. Chu Fan was a useless servant, and he probably knew Guchanga's secret. Naturally, there was no need to keep him. As for the servant who possessed Prince Tian's body, Guchanga didn't care about him at all. Moreover, in his opinion, this was a good person who had delivered himself to his doorstep to continue taking the blame for him. If anyone asks about this manservant, just say that he's gone mad and has disappeared without a trace, Guchanga instructed Yin Mei, and then left the hall. Yes, master. Yin Mei nodded and began to clean up the remaining aura in the hall. She was very familiar with this kind of thing. The current Prince Tian would definitely think of ways to find the servant and kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Guchanga just happened to help him. The main reason was that he didn't want to alert the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he scared him and didn't dare to show himself. Many of Emperor Ying's inheritances need to be compatible with his bloodline. However, some of the divine powers of Emperor Mountain are not affected. After returning to his palace, Guchanga couldn't help but squint his eyes. Soon he combined the two fragments of Prince Tian's divine soul, and refined a mysterious rune that emitted a faint brilliance. He then refined it into the great saint puppet from before. This mysterious rune had the aura of Emperor Mountain remaining on it. This made it seem even more perfect. Guchanga nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect everyone to believe him when the time came. His main purpose was to set up a trap. Some were suspicious, some were convinced. In any case, no one would suspect him. It didn't take long. It's still not too late. Soon, Guchanga looked at the moon outside the window. In his opinion, the timing was just right. Thinking of this, Guchanga looked at the palace where the Longevity Wang family was resting tonight. Faint black and white runes flowed in his eyes, and he quickly determined the location of Wang Zijin's palace. Wang! Suddenly, Guchanga raised his hand, and the great saint puppet from before appeared in the void. Its tall figure and cold and emotionless eyes were shrouded in a layer of strange light. It was wrapped in runes, as if it didn't have the slightest fluctuation of life. Go, Guchanga said indifferently. As she spoke, a palm-sized rune fell into the puppet's hand. Yes, master. In the next moment, the great saint puppet instantly passed through the void according to his instructions. Its terrifying aura was retracted, and like a black fog, it quickly attacked the palace where Wang Zijin was. Wang Zijin, don't be disappointed. You have to hold on until I come to save you. Looking in that direction, Guchanga's expression became interested. The rune that he gave the puppet just now was the sealing rune from the system store. It could seal all directions for a period of time and prevent any aura from leaking out. It was a piece of cake. Therefore, Guchanga wasn't worried that the aura of the battle would leak out because of a terrifying battle, which would attract other experts to rush over and save her before he did. After all, he had calculated the time. Wang Zijin was a quasi-saint. Facing a great saint puppet, she should have some means to deal with it. She wouldn't be killed so quickly. Chapter 208. The moonlight was hazy. The Longevity Gu family was a resting place for the guests of this birthday banquet. Inside a dazzling and majestic palace, Prince Yu was sitting cross-legged, dressed like a woman again. Her white clothes billowed like clouds and her hair was loose. Her flawless face was very calm like white jade, exuding a strange sense of beauty. Wisps of essence chi of heaven and earth were being inhaled and exhaled by her according to some strange rules and rhythm. Buzz! Behind her, a blurry immortal gate was faintly discernible. It seemed to be connected to a mysterious and vast world. Immortal trees were tall, divine herbs were fragrant, and immortal beasts roared. This was her innate talent. She was born with the illusory image of the immortal gate. When she cultivated, the immortal gate would even emit immortal qi, allowing her to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Her cultivation speed was far superior to that of her peers. Moreover, she had a legendary immortal spirit body. She was born flawless. Therefore, many of the elders of the Longevity Wang family said that she had a great origin, and it was very likely that she was related to the celestial realm that had disappeared. However, this theory had not been proven. When Wang Zijin heard this, she didn't really care. She was just an ordinary mediocre transmigrator, that's all. At this moment, Wang Zijin was silently adjusting her blood and qi to cultivate according to her previous habits. She had maintained this habit ever since she started cultivating. Although she was a little lazy, there were many things that she did not want to compete for. However, when she walked the path of cultivation, she had never relaxed. After all, if she did not become a powerhouse who stood at the peak after transmigrating, it would be very boring. It would be a waste of her transmigration and the chance to live a new life. Before this, Wang Zijin had always looked down on the native prodigies. Whether it was their personality, cultivation, background, or so on, she could not find anyone who could catch her eye. In her previous life, she was lonely and could only lie in the ward, relying on the screen to communicate with the other side of the world. She had thought that after transmigrating she would not be like this. At least she would be able to find a partner or a Mr. Right. However, because of her identity, background, talent, cultivation, and many other reasons, she had set her sights higher. She felt like she had transmigrated into the fantasy world that she was familiar with in her previous life. He was also the Longevity Wang family's young paragon, born a saint. His cultivation base could look down on those of the same generation, and his background could crush countless others. Under such circumstances, even if she really wanted to find someone who was pleasing to the eye, she couldn't find anyone. Therefore, Wang Zijin felt that she would probably be alone for the rest of her life. On the long path of cultivation, she was all alone. When she looked back, she was already standing at the peak, but there was no one who could accompany her. This had always been her thoughts and attitude. Therefore, although she appeared to be easygoing on many matters, she also revealed a nonchalant attitude. This situation lasted for a long time. It wasn't until she met Guchanga that Wang Zijin discovered the difference in him. Through their conversations, opinions, and many other aspects, he even found a long-lost sense of familiarity. The most important thing was that Wang Zijin felt that although she was a superficial person, she was not a person who cared about appearances. But it was definitely not to the point of falling in love at first sight. After all, which prodigy in a fantasy world would have a bad appearance? Over the years, number 21 had seen many young elites. How many admirers did he have while cultivating in the human ancestor hall? Her state of mind was still like water without ripples. But she didn't know why, but she especially liked Guchanga's appearance. Back then, when she saw him casually oppressing the entire immortal ancient dragon clan, her heart actually felt like it was shot by an arrow. She knew that it was the feeling of being moved. To think that she, a dignified transmigrator with an unparalleled status and cultivation base in this world, would actually have such a moment. This made Wang Zijin start to reflect on herself. As expected, she had no feelings for those orthodox and old-fashioned figures. This was because she saw a sense of novelty on Guchanga that she had never seen before. Therefore, she was curious about Guchanga and developed an interest in him. Then until now she felt that she couldn't see through him clearly, as if there was a layer of fog. Wang Zijin felt that if this continued, there might really be a day when she, a transmigrator, would sink into oblivion. Before that, when she uncovered the layers of fog around Guchanga, the first thing she wanted to do was to see through Guchanga's cultivation base. I can't see through his cultivation base. It should be because my cultivation base isn't high enough. Wang Zijin whispered to herself. During her conversation with Guchanga, she could clearly sense his perfunctory attitude. He clearly didn't care about her, but he still had to show a polite smile. Under that gentle and refined appearance, there was actually a cold and emotionless face. After all, many of her previous pursuers, whether it was in the open or in the dark, admired her greatly, unlike Guchanga. He clearly had no feelings for her, but he still had to pretend to be gentle like Jade. No matter if it was in her previous life or now, this was definitely the kind of villain that she liked the most, From the current situation I still can't move him. Wang Zijin lightly shook her head, sighed, and withdrew from her cultivation state. Now she seemed to be very familiar with Guchanga, but she understood that this was only a superficial familiarity in front of others. Who knew what Guchanga was thinking in his heart? It seems that my birth into this world won't be smooth sailing. But this is what makes it interesting. Wang Zijin's sparkling eyes sparkled. For the first time she had a lot of motivation. In this world it was rare to find someone who could move her heart. Naturally she had to think of a way to get him. So what if Guchanga had a marriage contract with him? As a transmigrator, wouldn't she be able to defeat his fiancé? Suddenly Wang Zijin, who was thinking about these things, frowned slightly. She felt a sense of foreboding. It was accompanied by a heart-palpitating murderous intent and a cold aura. She got up from the bed. Who's there? Wang Zijin's expression turned cold. Her eyes swept around and she directly shouted. Her first reaction was that this person didn't come with good intentions. After all, this undisguised murderous intent was overwhelming. It was like a turbulent ocean that wanted to drown and suffocate her. Whether it was a virtual god, true god, sky god, or divine king, they all trembled at this moment. The aura of the saint realm. Wang Zijin frowned. Even if one had entered the threshold of the quasi-saint realm, they could still be called a saint realm cultivator. However, it was obvious that this aura was not an ordinary saint realm cultivator. A saint? An absolute saint? Or a supreme saint? Wang Zijin suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She didn't expect that someone would dare to attack her in the Longevity Gu clan's territory. Weren't they afraid of being discovered? I just left the human ancestor palace. Why would someone want to kill me? Wang Zijin frowned and looked over. She didn't know who she had offended. Could it be that an enemy of the Longevity Gu clan had targeted her? A majestic pressure instantly enveloped the entire palace, causing many of the tools to tremble. Even the formation patterns carved on the ground were glowing. Buzz! A tall figure shrouded in dense black light suddenly appeared in the palace. He was like a demon god that had returned from hell. Torrential demonic light surrounded him, and his aura was terrifying. His eyes were incomparably cold and ruthless. He looked at her as if he was looking at a dead person. Who are you? How dare you commit murder in front of the Longevity Gu clan? Wang Zijin shouted coldly. At the same time her heart sank. Supreme Saint Realm. With her current means she was no match for an expert of this level. Currently there were many experts in the Longevity Gu clan. Not to mention how terrifying the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was, and how many supreme experts were hidden. Even now, in the palace nearby, there were many experts of the Longevity Gu clan who had come to participate in the birthday banquet. Wang Zijin didn't understand and was also very shocked. What gave this person the confidence to show up and kill her? Unless he was crazy or there was something wrong with his brain. At my master's command, I am here to take your life. The tall dark figure's voice was cold and ruthless, as if it came from the underworld. It carried with it a murderous aura that swept through everything in the world. The pressure of the Supreme Saint Realm rumbled and crushed down. Even the stars in the outer realm could be easily crushed by him. Master. Wang Zijin clearly caught this word. She couldn't help but be vigilant. A Supreme Saint Realm existence actually called her master. What kind of identity did that person have? He had sneaked in quietly. It was very likely that he had come with the many guests of the Longevity Gu clan and was hiding among them, taking advantage of the darkness of the night to make a move on her. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin's expression turned cold. Although her cultivation was only at the quasi-saint realm, she was no match for a Supreme Saint Realm existence. However, she didn't have the feeling that she was facing a life-and-death crisis. After all, once the momentum here spread, it would definitely alarm many experts. What she needed to do was to delay until the other experts sensed the fluctuations here and came to rescue her. Oh no, however, in the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. She was somewhat shocked and surprised. How is this possible, Buzz? An incomparably mysterious and complicated rune bloomed in the void. Then, a layer of strange fluctuations instantly shrouded the entire palace. A thick fog rose from all directions. Even the heavenly mysteries were thrown into chaos, becoming blurry. At this time, unless she defeated this Supreme Saint Realm existence with her powerful strength or broke open this space with an artifact, no matter how shocking the momentum of the battle was, it would be impossible for the news to spread. He even prepared such a secret treasure. It seems that he has already calculated all of this and wants to kill me. Wang Zijin's expression became a little ugly, and she frowned. Soon she understood everything. Suddenly, a powerful secret treasure appeared in her jade-like hand. There would definitely be a fierce battle today. No matter how strong her talent was, it was impossible for her to fight a Supreme Saint Realm existence at the Quasi-Saint Realm. This was simply a fantasy. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. The figure wrapped in thick black light seemed to smile coldly, but he was still indifferent. Master has already anticipated all of this. Your resistance is useless. Today, just wait obediently for your death. If you dare to hinder Master, everyone in this world will die. First you, then Guchanga. As he spoke, he moved forward. His large hand stretched forward, and the void shattered. Immediately it covered the space here, and he wanted to kill Wang Zijin. This move was the ultimate power of the rules of order. However, in order to prevent others from knowing, the movement was suppressed very low, and it broke the concealment rune just now. Otherwise, the pressure of a Supreme Saint Realm expert could easily break everything, let alone make a move. Who is your master? Hearing this, especially when she heard the name Guchanga, Wang Zijin's eyes flickered, and then she snorted coldly. Do you know my identity? Once the force behind me knows, you will die without a burial place. At the same time, she took out a string of dazzling 5-colored bone pearls. Each of them was as big as a goose egg, emitting a sparkling light. It was like a star flying in from the outer realm, and the energy fluctuation was terrifying. Red light bloomed. They formed a star map. The pattern spread like a river of stars falling, and the aura was majestic. Immediately, the entire void was shrouded below, and it was abnormally terrifying. This was a Saint Realm secret treasure. Although it could not fight a Supreme Saint Realm existence, it should be able to delay a little for a while. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin was a little anxious. This assassination was obviously planned by the other party. They even took out such a rare heaven-deceiving rune to cover the movement here. From the looks of it, it seemed that this had been planned for a long time. Besides her, the other party's target was also Guchanga? You don't deserve to know my master's name. Your identity is destined to die in my master's hands in this life. There is nothing to worry about. The tall dark figure sneered. His big hand easily tore the star map and it fell from the sky. Bang, 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 the bone pearls bloomed and exploded, and the red light collapsed in the void. With just one move, he easily destroyed Wang Zijin's secret treasure. Is it related to the inheritor of demonic arts? At this time, Wang Zijin suddenly figured it out. Thinking of this person, she felt a chill on her back. At the same time, her expression became even colder. He dared to lurk in the Longevity Gu family so brazenly to assassinate her. His guts were too big. Moreover, her identity was likely to be known by the other party. There must be some organization behind the inheritor of demonic arts, not just one person. Let's see how long you can last. The tall dark figure was still sneering. His big hand rumbled and the fog surged, revealing a game of cat and mouse. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to kill Wang Zijin first. He wanted to make her despair and slowly torture her. After all, he was the strongest existence below the Quasi-Supreme. With such strength, killing a Quasi-Sage cultivator was as easy as killing an ant. Here's my chance. Seeing that the other party was not in a hurry to kill her, Wang Zijin's eyes suddenly flashed, and she hurriedly retreated. Once again, she took out many artifacts to resist. Since ancient times, villains died because they talked too much. She did not expect such a thing to really exist. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as she delayed and waited for someone to notice the commotion here, she would be saved. She really did not want to use her biggest trump card until the last moment. Moreover, she was not sure if the things given by the Wang family's patriarchs could stop this Supreme Sage existence. After all, which genius would be assassinated by a Supreme Sage as soon as they were born? The rest would have been crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Poof! But soon, Wang Zijin realized that she was overthinking. Even though she had many artifacts, She could not resist a wisp of the Supreme Sage Existence's aura. She was severely injured in an instant, coughing up blood and flying backward. Her whole body was in severe pain, and many of her bones were broken. Is this the strength of a Supreme Sage Existence? Wang Zijin's face was a little pale. Her white dress was dyed red with blood. It was the first time in her life that she was in such a sorry state. Could it be that I might really die here today? She suddenly had such a thought in her heart, and she was a little unwilling. It was not easy to meet someone who was tempted. Was she going to die here? Wang Zijin suddenly grasped a piece of golden paper in her sleeve. Haha! Master has already calculated everything. Today, no one can save you, the black figure said indifferently. The black-robed figure calmly spoke. His terrifying aura was so terrifying that it could even shatter the stars as it bore down on Wang Zijin. When he sent the demonic puppets to assassinate Wang Zijin, Gu Chang'e left the hall, took a step and appeared in the sky. The night wind blew and his clothes fluttered. He stood with his hands behind his back, and his black hair fluttered. He stood on the hall, looking in the direction of the palace. A faint layer of black and white divine light appeared in his eyes. For a moment the whole world became blurry. The rules of light and shadow, the flow of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the connection of rules and order all appeared in his eyes. Many changes in a radius of thousands of miles could not be hidden from his eyes. He heard the voices of many cultivators in the side hall, and the breathing sounds of cultivation. All kinds of things were unusually clear. This was the use of the reincarnation origini technique. After all, everything in the world could not escape the cycle of life and death. Under the rules of reincarnation, many operations were extremely clear. As for seeing through the opponent's flaws and slowing down the opponent's moves and divine abilities, it was even more easy. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, unless the opponent was a supreme expert whose cultivation was much higher than his, he would be able to see every movement in a radius of thousands of miles. Therefore, he could actually vaguely see the changes in the palace where Wang Zijin was. There's not enough time. Now is not the time for me to show up and save the beauty. Gu Chang'e had a faint smile on her face. Everything was under control. If Wang Zijin was unfortunately killed by the puppets, it would not affect him much. He would just be a little disappointed. He had overestimated her abilities. The runes that he exchanged from the system store this time had cost him a lot of fate points. After all, there were too many experts in the Longevity Gu clan. It would be bad if one of the patriarchs sensed it and ruined his plan. Gu Chang'e smiled with some interest. If he guessed correctly, Wang Zijin was probably in danger now. If her life was in danger, she would probably barely survive. In order to buy time for Wang Zijin, Gu Chang'e had ordered the puppets to go easy on her and go easy on her. Next, I just have to wait. It's a pity that I can't see many scenes with my own eyes. He sighed slightly. He did not feel guilty about using Wang Zijin's life at all. The appearance of the successor of the human ancestors' hall had disrupted some of his previous arrangements. Now, with Wang Zijin's arrival, the successor of the human ancestors' hall who was about to appear, and the sudden appearance of this servant, Gu Chang'e's plan to replace the human ancestor was more confident. After that, Gu Chang'e felt that it was about time. He took a step forward and rushed in that direction. He did not intend to be the first person to notice the abnormality. After all, under the concealment effect of the runes, only a quasi-supreme existence who was very close could notice the battle and appear to save Wang Zijin. How could a young man like him sense that something was wrong? Even faster than the senses of a group of saint stage experts? Wasn't this asking for suspicion? Gu Chang'e had always pursued a flawless plan. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. 637 He was still confident in Wang Zijin. As a transmigrator, as the daughter of Providence with such a status, how could she be so weak? Turning misfortune into blessings was not a problem for her. Moreover, he had already instructed the puppets to hold back as much as possible. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e suddenly narrowed his eyes. It's coming. It's time for me to be the hero and save the beauty. He smiled and turned into a divine rainbow, rushing quickly toward the palace. In the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a cold, murderous, and furious expression. At the same time, Gu Chang'e's cold voice resounded in the dark night sky. How dare you commit murder in front of the Longevity Gu clan? You have a death wish. This voice immediately alarmed many people. Buzz! He suddenly appeared in the resting area of the Wang clan. His eyes were cold as he blasted his palm toward the palace below. A terrifying and dazzling palm print erupted with blinding light. It was like a small sun exploding. What happened? This voice seems to be coming from young Master Chang'e. Is he fighting with someone? Why is he suddenly shouting? Many cultivators walked out in shock and looked at the sky. Just now, there seemed to be a sound coming from the direction of the Longevity Wang clan. A large group of cultivators instantly appeared in the sky. They came from various orthodoxies, and they were all shocked and confused. In the middle of the night, everyone's minds were blank. They did not know what had happened. That direction is where the Wang clan is. Did Chang'e make a move on Wang Zijin? In another direction, Yu Mingkong appeared in the sky. Her eyes were calm and deep in thought. Her first reaction was that Gu Chang'e had made a move on Wang Zijin. After all, this was Gu Chang'e's style. If he wanted to plan something, he would not drag it out for too long. Under the sky, a huge surging aura appeared. Rumble! Under Wang Zijin's tireless efforts, the entire palace suddenly trembled slightly and spread out through the concealing runes. The runes in the sky flashed explosively, and it was incomparably dazzling. At this moment, her body was stained with blood, and her face was very weak and pale. However, there was a bright smile on her face. Sorry, I'm saved. She smiled at the black figure in front of her. Damn it. Don't be happy too early. Even if I can't kill you, someone else will in the future. The black figure seemed to be very unwilling to accept this, and there was a strong sense of anger. He no longer concealed his great sage aura. It was as if a piece of the sky was smashing down, and he wanted to use all his strength to kill Wang Zijin. It seemed that he did not expect Wang Zijin to have so many tricks up her sleeve and was forcefully delayed until now. Then, she found an opportunity and broke the concealing runes of the palace. In the middle of the night, such a strange occurrence instantly alarmed many of the Wang clan's experts nearby. Gu Chang'e's reaction was very fast, but in fact he was just half a beat behind. In the carriage, the old coachman who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light immediately appeared in his dark golden snake-like vertical pupils. Who is it? He was furious. He immediately sensed that there was an expert assassinating Wang Zijin. His movements were faster than Gu Chang'e's. After all, he was very close to the palace where Wang Zijin was. Boom! A wave of ocean-like fluctuations erupted. Miss! He quickly rushed into the palace. Seeing Wang Zijin covered in blood, he could not help but be so angry that his eyes almost popped out. His anger overflowed into the sky as he fought with the black figure. A great battle of great sage level instantly alarmed everyone. It unfolded in the sky with great momentum. What? All the cultivators in the area were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock as they froze on the spot. Soon some people reacted and their bodies turned cold. An incomparably terrifying great sage level cultivator went to assassinate the mysterious woman of the Longevity Wang clan, and even concealed the heavenly secrets, hiding it from everyone. If it were not for this commotion, none of them would have known. This is too terrifying. Who can withstand this? A great sage-level existence wants to kill a young person. Their bodies turn cold. What they did not dare to believe the most was that the mysterious woman of the Wang clan actually survived and was not killed. Who exactly is she? I don't dare to imagine that a great sage would assassinate her. And even under the nose of the Longevity Gu clan. Chapter 209. Just as the cultivators from the various orthodoxies were discussing, a gigantic golden palm came crashing down with a rumbling sound, intending to cover the entire palace below. Immediately a gray mist erupted. The concealment formation there was instantly broken, revealing the scene in the main hall. Gu Chang'e had also arrived at this moment. His expression was extremely cold, and his killing intent was monstrous. He said coldly, "How dare you try to kill in front of the Longevity Gu clan? You're courting death." After saying that, he frowned and looked at the two people who were fighting with a murderous expression. Young Master Chang'e, What's going on? At this moment, many cultivators nearby had also arrived and looked at the sky in shock. Then someone asked Guchanga. It was a young genius from the Longevity Wang clan. What? Someone wants to assassinate my sister? Wang Wushuang arrived. Shock, anger, murderous intent, and many other emotions were intertwined on his face. The murderous intent in his pale golden eyes made one's heart palpitate. I'm not too sure about this either. I just arrived. Hearing that, Guchanga's expression did not look too good, but he maintained his calm. There was also coldness and murderous intent. Then he looked at the sky. An inexplicable look flashed across his eyes, but no one noticed it. At this moment, no one thought that there was anything wrong with Guchanga's expression. After all, this kind of thing happened in the Longevity Gu clan's territory, and it happened during Guchanga's mother's birthday banquet. It was normal for him to be so angry. This person is too bold. No one can save him today. Soon Guchanga's expression calmed down. His words contained a murderous intent that made people tremble, although it was not directed at them. However, many people couldn't help but shudder. Rumble. At this moment, on the other side of the sky, divine chains intertwined and were about to descend. They were densely packed and extremely shocking. They could cover all the cultivators and crush them into ashes. The tall great sage avatars fought, and their auras were earth-shattering. With a raise of their hands, even the mountains were turned into dust. They looked incomparably small, causing countless cultivators to tremble. Chi! Streaks of divine rainbows pierced through the air. In the Gu clan's inner island, many Gu clan experts and young geniuses were also rushing over. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to take action right under the Longevity Gu family's nose at a time like this. That was simply looking down on the Longevity Gu family. This person is simply courting death. The expressions of many of the Gu clan's experts turned extremely cold. They looked at the figure wrapped in black light as if they were looking at a dead man. Immediately, many people began to attack, wanting to kill the black figure. Great saint-level fluctuations quickly swept in all directions, shocking many of the guests. The existence of Great Sage Realm was the cornerstone of any orthodoxy. It didn't matter which orthodoxy or great sect it belonged to. Ordinary old monsters and monsters had not even reached this realm. And yet, so many auras had appeared in the Longevity Gu clan all of a sudden. This could only mean that the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was truly astonishing. Fortunately, I made it in time. Is Miss Zijin all right? At this moment, Guchanga also took a step forward and entered the main hall. He looked at Zijin, who was covered in blood and appeared very weak and pale. He could not help but show concern on his face. With this opportunity to rescue her, Zijin sat there cross-legged. Her perfect and calm face was unusually pale and bloodless, but strands of heaven and earth spiritual chi seemed to have turned into a vortex and surged toward her body, wanting to heal her injuries. This state was very strange. Even every cell had become the color of an immortal spirit, bright and sparkling. This was the special part of her body. After so many years, the immortal spirit will have become more and more obvious. Every cell carried the immortal spirit chi, sacred and dazzling. She heard Guchanga's voice coming to her rescue. Wang Zijin could not help but open her eyes. Although she still looked weak, her complexion was much better. Only she knew how she had survived this difficult battle with so many means. Ordinary quasi-saints would have been destroyed in body and soul at the first moment, dissipating into the world. Thanks to her Dharma artifacts and many means, she was not seriously injured. Brother Gu, looking at Guchanga, Wang Zijin smiled slightly, and some color seemed to have returned to her face. I'm fine now, this injury is nothing. But as she spoke, some blood could not help but flow out of the corner of her mouth. Then her body swayed slightly and she was about to fall. Seeing this, Guchanga's eyes flashed slightly. With quick reflexes he quickly caught her. Wang Zijin's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, and she fell into his arms with a very weak expression. Thank you, Brother Gu, for coming to my rescue. But if you were one step slower, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me again. She said in a low voice, looking very scared. She saw Guchanga's concerned expression just now, and naturally knew that it was fake. After all, no matter how good the act was, there was no warmth in his eyes. In Wang Zijin's view, Gu Chang'e obviously had two major motives for coming to her rescue so quickly. First, such a big matter had happened to the Longevity Gu clan. If it was not handled properly, their reputation would be ruined. If she unfortunately died here, and the Longevity Gu clan did not notice at all, then they would definitely take the blame. At that time, it would definitely cause hatred between the Longevity Gu clan and the Longevity Wang clan. As the young master, Gu Chang'e would definitely not be happy to see such a situation. Other than showing his concern, he must have rushed over so quickly to make sure that she was fine. Wang Zijin's injuries were actually no longer a problem, but at this time she just could not help but want to tease Gu Chang'e. If she did not use some tricks, it would be difficult to move such a cold and emotionless person. Wang Zijin felt that with her current pitiful appearance, as long as it was a man, he would not be able to help but be moved. She was very confident in her appearance. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, there was nothing to say about her appearance. Maybe Gu Chang'e would also have some reaction. Today's matter was due to the Gu clan's negligence. I also bear a lot of responsibility, so I am very sorry. Later, I will compensate Miss Zijin one by one for these losses. Gu Chang'e looked at Wang Zijin, who had fallen into his arms. He seemed to be stunned and did not react. But soon, his expression returned to normal as he said guiltily. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Wang Zijin's injuries had more or less healed in this short period of time. Her surging vitality could be said to be abnormal, but he was too lazy to care. He knew that she might have some thoughts about him. Gu Chang'e had always been dismissive of this. However, in order to maintain the image that he had created in front of Wang Zijin, he chose to change the topic and not expose her. If he responded to Wang Zijin like this, it would inevitably make her suspicious, which would be detrimental to Gu Chang'e's future plans. In any case, he was already familiar with this kind of thing. Whether it was Yu Mingkong or Gu Xian'er, everything that they saw was what Gu Chang'e wanted them to see. Seeing that Gu Chang'e did not respond, he changed the topic instead. Wang Zijin was not surprised. Gu Chang'e was not acting like a man of steel. He was purely not interested in her. He seemed to treat people gently and politely, but was actually cold to the bone. In her opinion, this act of saving a beauty was very lacking in sincerity. "Brother Gu, do you know who wanted to assassinate me tonight?" Wang Zijin asked with a slightly more serious expression. Gu Chang'e glanced at her and said thoughtfully, "Someone from the inheritor of the demonic arts? Brother Gu is right. Perhaps my identity has already been discovered, so he sent his subordinates to hide in the dark with the intention of taking the opportunity to kill me. But fortunately my luck was not bad. This great saint existence who wanted to kill me underestimated him, so I delayed him for so long." Wang Zijin said with a slight smile. She had never thought that this matter would be related to Gu Chang'e in front of her. Moreover, from the great saint existence's mouth, she also heard that his next target was Gu Chang'e. Therefore, in her opinion, Gu Chang'e was the same as her, a target that the inheritor of the demonic arts had to eliminate. She did not think in other directions. This is also the reason why Miss Zijin's cultivation is so strong. An ordinary person would not be able to delay for so long. Gu Chang'e said and looked deeply at Wang Zijin. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Wang Zijin also knew that she could not hide her cultivation from Gu Chang'e. Not to mention her identity. Gu Chang'e had already guessed it. Compared to Gu Chang'e, she was the one who could not see through him. Gu Chang'e looked much more mysterious than her. The inheritor of the demonic arts has become so arrogant that he dared to send someone to infiltrate my Gu family. Compared to Yi Ling last time, the great sage who has appeared today has reached such a level of cultivation. It's simply inconceivable. It seems that my guess was not wrong. There should be some organization behind the inheritor of the demonic arts. Gu Chang'e sighed slightly when he heard this. He looked like he was having a headache over this matter. Wang Zijin nodded. She had also heard this from Gu Chang'e, and now it seemed that it was indeed confirmed. At this time Wang Zijin spoke again. "Moreover, I suspect that Yi Ling, whom Brother Gu fought previously, is not the true inheritor of the demonic arts. He's just a pawn. With his ability, it's obviously impossible for him to order a great saint existence to do things for him. The reason why she thought so was because the great saint stage existence who was shrouded in shadows had said the word master at that time. What did this mean? It meant that there was a greater origin behind him, a more terrifying figure. Even if the insignificant Yiling obtained this taboo inheritance, it was impossible for him to have such a subordinate in an instant. Oh, there's such a thing. Yiling was just a pawn back then? Gu Chang'e looked a little surprised when he heard this. He then frowned and said, Yiling hasn't continued to appear until now. It's difficult to determine whether he's dead or alive. It's no longer important whether Yiling is alive or dead. What's important now is to find out the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts and the organization behind him. Wang Zijin nodded when she heard this. Her eyes were cold. Due to her identity, she was born to be on the opposite side of the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, she was still very unhappy that he had sent a powerhouse to assassinate her. An indescribable murderous intent rose in her. She wanted nothing more than to find the real mastermind behind this, and cut him into pieces. The conversation between the two was overheard by the cultivators who came from all over. They could not help but change their expressions slightly. From this conversation, many young prodigies guessed Wang Zijin's identity. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they no longer dared to be as casual as before. Compared to the reverence they had for Gu Chang'e, Wang Zijin's identity was a kind of admiration and reverence for the human ancestor. It was a different concept. If one were to describe it in detail, this difference was like the difference between reverence for ancient ancestors and reverence for current powerhouses. No wonder Wang Zijin was targeted. It turns out that her identity is actually the successor of the human ancestor Hall. Yi Langtian could not help but sigh deeply. He had not expected this at all. Even the successor of the human ancestor Hall has appeared. I'm afraid this golden era has begun. The rest of the young supremes, regardless of gender, had complicated looks in their eyes. It seems that the person who assassinated her should be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Thus now even a great saint has appeared. It's getting more and more restless. I just don't know if the human ancestor will return this time. If the human ancestor is here, there's still hope for this era. Many cultivators and powerhouses of the older generation thought in their hearts. After all, they also hoped that the cultivation world could be peaceful. The human ancestor was the only one who could give them peace and stability. To the human race, the human ancestor's significance was extraordinary. Human ancestor, heavenly emperor, earthly king, celestial emperor. In ancient times, there were too many ancient existences with many titles. No one knew what their cultivation level was. The reason for that was because these titles were not based on their cultivation. Instead, they were based on their great contributions to all living beings. To different races, these titles held different meanings. Even the human ancestor had different branches such as the Xianyuan human ancestor, the Zhang human ancestor, and so on. Today these branches had disappeared, and only the name of Renzu was passed down. The heavenly monarch of the 10,000 ancient races was actually a title of respect for the 10,000 ancient races because only a handful of existences had the title of heavenly monarch since time immemorial. For example, the victorious emperor, the defeated emperor, the holy emperor. However, without exception, they were all extremely talented individuals. No one could say for sure what their cultivation levels were. Even if one was a true immortal, or even someone above the true immortal realm, they would not necessarily be able to win against them. With the great merit of all living beings, they would be worshipped day and night. Even after death, their bodies would be surrounded by endless sounds of worship. Even if they fell into the darkness, they would be brought back. From this, one could see how terrifying they were. In different eras, there were very few existences who could be recognized by all living beings as such. Boom! While everyone was discussing animatedly and expressing their shock at what had happened tonight, the astonishing battle in the sky finally came to an end. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the sky and earth. Even if the stronger existences of the Longevity Gu clan did not make a move, there was no suspense in this battle. Under the siege of many great sage experts of the Gu clan, the figure enveloped by the dense black runes let out an earth-shattering roar as if he knew that there was no chance of survival. Boom! In the next moment he was like a small black sun that suddenly expanded and became bigger. Black runes circulated within him, erupting with a light that made everyone's heart palpitate. At the critical moment he chose to self-destruct. How terrifying would the self-destruction of a great saint be? In an instant, everyone's expression changed, and their divine souls trembled. Some of them even felt their legs go weak, and they directly fell to the ground. He won't be able to escape, Wang Zijin said softly, looking very calm. Buzz. At this moment in the inner island of the Gu clan, there was a light cough, as if embarrassed that they had made a move a little late. Then, a huge palm appeared, covering the sky and earth. It seemed as if the sky and earth were being destroyed, and the universe was being reborn. Runes flowed, multicolored light flickered, and chaotic energy fluctuated, as if galaxies were condensing there one after another. The momentum was monstrous, shaking the world. The terrifying fluctuations of self-destruction instantly calmed down. After a moment of silence, there was a shocking sound of people inhaling cold air. The fluctuations of the attack. I'm afraid it's not just a quasi-supreme. Could it be a supreme? Hiss. This Gu clan is terrifying. So many great sage cultivators appeared in an instant, and now a supreme has made a move to destroy everything. A quasi-supreme was already the foundation of each orthodoxy, and a true supreme was definitely a walking legend. Of all the cultivators present, this was the first time they had seen a supreme in action. This palm seemed to be able to cover the universe, and it was so powerful that it made people's scalps go numb, and they trembled to the extreme. What a pity. He chose to self-destruct and didn't leave behind any useful information. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e shook his head regretfully. The great ancestor took too long to make a move, but if a great sage wants to self-destruct, it's hard to stop him. Hearing this, Wang Zijin shook her head and said, even if he's suppressed, I'm afraid he won't be able to get any useful information. Even if he dares to assassinate me, he must have thought of a plan behind the scenes. It's impossible that he didn't think of this. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, Miss Zijin, you're right. I'm thinking too much. He looked in the direction of the aftermath, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Of course, this self-destruction was his order. However, Gu Chang'e still had a trick up his sleeve. After all, this kind of puppet had extremely strong regenerative abilities. As long as it was not completely destroyed, there was a chance for it to be restored. At this time, he only needed to send people to guard that place, and let the cultivators of each orthodoxy sense its aura, thus achieving his goal of setting up a formation. At the same time, he would be able to retrieve the puppet core from the shattered runes. After it was repaired, it could be used again in the future. Soon, as Gu Chang'e had expected, many experts soared into the sky and rushed to the sky to verify the identity of the person who had left behind the ripples. By now, many people already knew Wang Zijin's identity. The human ancestors' hall had a transcendent status. No one dared to offend them. Who would attack Wang Zijin for no reason? The Chongqing clan? How could this be? If something happened to Wang Zijin in the Chongqing clan, the Chongqing clan would definitely be the first to take the blame. They couldn't wait to protect her, so why would they send someone to kill her? Therefore, many people thought of the inheritor of demonic arts. For a moment, a layer of haze hung over everyone's head. The ones who were attacked previously were the younger generation. However, the one who appeared now was a great sage cultivator. What did this mean? It was self-evident. Even many important figures felt a chill run down their backs at this time, and a bad feeling rose in them. They sensed a threat. Behind the inheritor of demonic arts, I'm afraid it's just as young Master Chang'e guessed back then. There's an organization. Many people guessed in their hearts, especially the younger generation. Now they were in awe of Gu Chang'e to the extreme. His words were no different from an oracle. Soon Gu Chang'e also arrived in the sky. He closed his eyes and, like the other powerhouses, seemed to be perceiving the aftermath of the battle just now to determine its origin. However, he was looking for the location of the puppet core, intending to quietly take it away. This aura, if I'm not wrong, it seems to be the secret skill of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. At this time, an old antique with a very high seniority suddenly exclaimed. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and he was incomparably shocked. His words also caused the other powerhouses nearby to open their eyes, revealing shock and disbelief. For a moment the place even quieted down. Guchanga also found the puppet core and quietly put it into his inner world. He also opened his eyes and sighed slightly. This remnant battle aura is exactly the same as Yiling's when I fought with him that day. The two seem to be of the same origin. There was no need for him to say this. Many old antiques also sensed it. They obviously had some understanding of the forbidden demonic arts and would not judge the aura wrongly. In the sky, more and more cultivators rushed over, and the atmosphere became very heavy. Seeing this, Guchanga smiled meaningfully. This scapegoat was temporarily put on hold. Chapter 210. Hearing the conversation of the group of old antiques and big shots in the sky, many cultivators fell silent, and a chill ran down their backs. Now that the inheritor of the demonic arts had appeared, and he seemed to have the support of a huge organization behind him, he brazenly snuck into the Longevity Gu family's banquet and prepared to murder the mysterious woman of the Longevity Wang family. Many people still didn't know Wang Zijin's true identity. They only guessed that the inheritor of the demonic arts wanted to use this opportunity to provoke the conflict between the Longevity Gu family and the Longevity Wang family. Once something happened to Wang Zijin, the Longevity Gu family would definitely bear a lot of responsibility. Of course, those with discerning eyes could see that the Longevity Gu family wouldn't do such a thing. From the fluctuations of the divine ability, it's actually the aura of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It seems that there's a problem. Could it be that the inheritor of the demonic arts is in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Many young cultivators said with shocked expressions as they heard the conversation of the older generation. Among them, a very prestigious old antique said that the fluctuations of the divine ability came from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This made them even more shocked, and it could even be said that their backs were cold. Especially the creatures of the 10,000 ancient races, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. To them, the status of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was simply needless to say. When the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was mentioned, their faces were usually filled with reverence. But now, when they heard that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, their minds buzzed, almost exploding. How was this possible? The Heavenly Emperor Mountain was high and mighty, worshipped and looked up to by all races. It was a force established by several heavenly emperors, and it was incomparably transcendent. How could it be related to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? It was unimaginable. Could the Heavenly Emperor Mountain be the mastermind behind this? This is too terrifying. A young supreme being said with a solemn expression. At this time, Guchanga, who had found the puppet core under the eyes of the group of old antiques and kept it in his personal residence, had already floated down from the sky. The expression on his face seemed to be similar to that of the other young supreme beings. There was a hint of contemplation in his serious expression. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "If this matter is related to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, then why did he use the divine ability of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain during the battle? Isn't he deliberately telling everyone? Is he related to the inheritor of the demonic arts? I don't believe that someone's that stupid." At this point, Guchanga sighed slightly, as if he was also very confused. Brother Gu's words make sense. That's exactly what I suspect. Wang Wushuang, who had calmed down, nodded. To the side, Yi Langtian and the other young supreme beings were no fools. They could clearly sense this loophole. Guchanga took in everyone's expressions, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He had already achieved the initial effect he wanted. This was a setup from the start and he didn't plan to do it flawlessly. He just wanted to splash the black water on Tianhuang Mountain, so that he could have a better plan for the next step. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had definitely stirred up trouble for no reason, and this was within Guchanga's expectations and plans. However, he didn't intend to let things end like this. Hearing Guchanga speak up for Heavenly Emperor Mountain, many of the 10,000 ancient races looked over with gratitude. When they heard that it was related to Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they actually broke out in cold sweat. They were worried that Guchanga would vent his anger on Heavenly Emperor Mountain for no reason. With his current power, although Heavenly Emperor Mountain's status was respected, it wasn't to the point where it could calm Guchanga's anger. After all, how many terrifying factions were backing him now? Putting aside the Longevity 637 Gu family's powerful foundation, What about the Taichu Divine Sect, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, and the Primordial Races? Which faction could underestimate them? Although the number of the 10,000 ancient races was huge, before this matter was investigated clearly, Heavenly Emperor Mountain was the most obvious suspect. With Gu Chang'e saying this, taking the initiative to help clear Heavenly Emperor Mountain's suspicion, they all heaved a sigh of relief. As for thinking that there was something wrong with Gu Chang'e, unless there was something wrong with their brains. At this moment, many older generation powerhouses rushed over from different places and gathered nearby. When someone heard his words, they sighed and nodded. Young Master Chang'e's words are also what we suspect and don't believe. If we really sense the aura fluctuations of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it's too obvious. That's right. It seems like someone is deliberately smearing Heavenly Emperor Mountain's name to make us suspect them. But we aren't stupid people, how can we not see through it? Another old antique spoke. His figure was tall, and he had a dignified face. He came from an imperishable great sect, and his words were extremely dignified. He agreed with Gu Chang'e's opinion, and felt that someone was framing Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Soon this statement was agreed upon by almost many people here. After all, this kind of loophole was too obvious. It was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Mountain to be so stupid as to leave such a trace. Seeing that everyone was discussing, wanting to find the true inheritor of the demonic arts and return justice to Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Gu Chang'e's expression couldn't help but become a little playful. But this expression quickly disappeared. His expression returned to normal. But how could his plan be so simple? Soon Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. He took the initiative to ask Wang Zijin. There seemed to be an inexplicable look in his deep eyes. Regarding this matter, I wonder what Miss Zijin thinks? Hearing this, the place immediately fell silent. Many members of the Longevity Gu family, and the guests of the various orthodoxies couldn't help but look over. Gu Chang'e's words carried a lot of weight now. Many people wanted to hear his opinion. Wang Wushuang, Yilang Tian, the young supreme being of the Golden Winged Great Rock clan, and the others also had different expressions. They were ready to hear what Gu Chang'e had to say. Why is young Master Chang'e asking for this woman's opinion? Is there anything special about this woman's identity? Some people still didn't know Wang Zijin's identity, and couldn't help but ask curiously. To be able to last so long in the hands of a supreme Saint Realm assassin, this was also a very terrifying ability. Especially when she was still a young person. This made many people's hearts palpitate, and they couldn't help but admire her. She was so strong. Shut up. Saintess Zijin isn't someone you can talk about. When some of the old antiques heard this, they immediately scolded her. They were very respectful to Wang Zijin. If she wasn't the successor of the human ancestor palace, how could she be assassinated by the inheritor of demonic arts for no reason? Ordinary young heaven's favorites would have been crushed into nothingness at the very first moment. Hearing this, everyone understood. Their eyes widened and they sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder she was so close to Gu Chang'e. It turned out that this mysterious woman from the Longevity Wang family was actually the successor of the human ancestor palace. This made them all shocked and shocked. At this time, Wang Zijin didn't care about the opinions of the many cultivators around her. She glanced at Gu Chang'e. Seeing his expression, she suddenly felt that although he didn't say it, he seemed to have the same thoughts as her. She couldn't help but smile and say, "Actually, my opinion is similar to Brother Gu's. Right now, everyone subconsciously thinks that the Sky Emperor Mountain was framed, and has nothing to do with the inheritor of demonic arts. But in my opinion, this is the most problematic part. After all, in this way, everyone will first eliminate the Sky Emperor Mountain as a suspect and look for another suspect. What if this happens and misses the real suspect? Wouldn't that be exactly what they want?" Her words were very soft and gentle, without much force behind them. However, it was like 100,000 mountains bombarding everyone's hearts. Buzz, especially the group of old antiques, their expressions were even more shocked. It was as if layers of fog had been lifted, and they were instantly enlightened. They realized that what they thought was actually not much different from what Wang Zijin said. In other words, they had already eliminated the Sky Emperor Mountain as a suspect and thought that it couldn't be related to the inheritor of demonic arts. After all, such an obvious divine power aura, Other than framing, what other explanation could there be? But what if this was really intentional? Thinking of this, many people felt a chill all over their bodies. If Wang Zijin didn't say it, they would have thought wrongly. As expected of the human ancestor palace's saintess, she's so smart and instantly figured out the crux of the matter. I admire her. One of the older generation cultivators agreed with this statement, and it was even more convincing than at the start. Deliberately setting up a trap, true and false, false and true. Although this is what we suspect now, there is no evidence to prove that it is related to the Sky Emperor Mountain. No matter what, if it was really done by the Sky Emperor Mountain, then this plan is really frightening. We were almost fooled by it. It's all thanks to Saintess Zijin. Otherwise, we wouldn't have understood. In an instant, everyone started to compliment Wang Zijin, and their words were full of admiration and admiration. At such a young age, her cultivation was unfathomable, and she was so close to young Master Chang'e. Her future was simply limitless. The younger generation also nodded, and their expressions were different. They couldn't help but admire Wang Zijin's discussion. Analyzing the crux of the matter from another angle was something they couldn't do. However, many of the 10,000 ancient races beings' faces turned pale, and they found it hard to accept. Brother Gu's opinion should be similar to mine, right? Wang Zijin smiled and asked Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e nodded, and there was a trace of admiration in his expression. He said, yes, I didn't expect Miss Zijin's thoughts to coincide with mine. However, at the start I was almost fooled. No matter what, the Sky Emperor Mountain is still the most suspicious. Hearing him say this, Wang Zijin seemed to smile even more happily. Hearing this, all the cultivators fell silent. They felt an even greater haze shrouding over their heads. Even the Sky Emperor Mountain was involved. The world was about to change. However, the human ancestor palace's successor has appeared. We still have young Master Chang'e, who has the potential of a true immortal. It's not like we don't have any hope. The inheritor of the demonic arts is wreaking havoc in the world. It's time to think of a way to find out where they are and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Everyone had the same thought. With young Master Chang'e in the younger generation, they saw hope to contend against the inheritor of the demonic arts. He took in everyone's expressions. Gu Chang'e's expression was natural. No one knew that his heart was full of ridicule. Tonight's goal had finally been achieved. This basin of black water. He had already reached the Sky Emperor Mountain. Even if the Sky Emperor Mountain didn't want to, they had to pinch their noses and accept it. It was absolutely disgusting. They would never have thought that they would be inexplicably schemed against by Gu Chang'e. They probably wouldn't understand until they died. Ding! A mortal possessing the body of a powerhouse, the son of Destiny's reputation has been damaged. Obtain 3,000 fate points, 15,000 fate points. At this time, Gu Chang'e also heard the system's notification sound. This made him smile uncontrollably. It seemed that his plan was not a problem. A butterfly on the other side of the ocean could cause a huge frenzy with a flap of its wings, let alone his scheme. Although it seemed very small in the entire upper realm, the commotion it caused was definitely huge. This little horse feeder would be controlled in the palm of his hand and played to death. Soon, what happened at the Longevity Gu family was spread out immediately, causing a huge commotion. All the guests had witnessed the scene with their own eyes. They had no objections to this news and could verify its authenticity. For a time the world was shocked, and all directions were shaken. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts caused everyone to tremble. Especially this time it was even more rampant, wanting to assassinate the successor of the human ancestor palace. Fortunately, the powerhouses of the Gu family stopped it, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. This incident caused the great orthodoxies to be wary and take it seriously. The Sky Emperor Mountain was the first to bear the brunt and was instantly pushed to the forefront of the storm. No matter what, the commotion caused by this incident was too terrifying, causing people to tremble. When the scene spread, the Supreme Saint who assassinated the successor of the human ancestor palace used the Sky Emperor Mountain's ultimate technique. The aura could not be mistaken. For a time, all kinds of rumors spread throughout the upper realm. Whether it was the orthodoxies of the human race or the living beings of the 10,000 races, they were all cautious because of this incident. After millions of years, The inheritor of the demonic arts had reappeared in the world. Moreover, compared to the previous inheritors of the demonic arts, this one was even more terrifying and well hidden. Just as the great forces were in a state of shock, another piece of news was spread. The Sky Emperor Mountain Sky Emperor Ying's son, the current Sky Emperor Yingshuang, was born. Once this news was spread, it immediately caused a terrifying commotion. The commotion it caused could be said to be terrifying. Some cultivators deliberately investigated and found that the day Prince Tian announced his birth was the day of Gu Chang'e's mother's birthday banquet. It was also the day the successor of the human ancestor palace was assassinated. The timing was too coincidental. This shocked the great orthodoxies, and many of them even felt a sense of anger in their hearts. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? In many people's eyes, this was the Sky Emperor Mountain's provocation to the great orthodoxies. It was brazen and unscrupulous. Especially the White Tiger clan, they were simply going crazy with hatred. After all, their successor had died in the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts, and even his essence was completely devoured. Although they belonged to the 10,000 Archean tribes, they should have respected the Sky Emperor Mountain. However, when they thought about the connection between the inheritor of the demonic arts, the entire clan was in a bad mood. They even wanted to go to the Sky Emperor Mountain personally to seek justice. Their clan leader was furious, and his eyes were red. He roared into the sky, unable to vent the anger in his heart. Damn it, I didn't expect that the Sky Emperor Mountain, whom we respect so much, would have something to do with the death of my son? Many elders at the side hurriedly stopped him and said, "Clan leader, you can't be so reckless. How can you be so reckless about this? The death of our young master has caused the entire clan to be enraged." However, regarding the Sky Emperor Mountain, there is no evidence at all. It's all just a guess. They did not want to bring trouble to the White Tiger clan for no reason. The Sky Emperor Mountain's foundation was not something the White Tiger clan could compare to. There were many Sky Emperors in the clan, so who knew what other tricks they had up their sleeves? They hated it too. However, the Sky Emperor Mountain had stood tall for many years, so naturally, they had many supporters. Many tribes felt that the Sky Emperor Mountain was maliciously slandered and framed. The Sky Emperor Mountain was high and mighty, and its status was transcendent. It was respected by tens of thousands of tribes, so why would they do such a thing? This was completely the successor of the Longevity Gu clan, and the human ancestor palace deliberately framing them. In short, there were all kinds of voices and crusades. What's going on? Could it be that the Sky Emperor Mountain is really related to the inheritor of the demonic arts? Damn it, I don't remember anything at all. Could it be true? Or is someone deliberately framing me? At the same time, in an incomparably luxurious and tall phoenix boat that was flashing with runes in the sky, inside the pavilion, Yingshuang, who was sitting cross-legged and wearing exquisite clothes and surrounded by a lot of immortal qi, had a face full of shock and disbelief. He frowned and heard a lot of news from the outside world. He planned to go against the opposition of the entire Sky Emperor Mountain and walk the world. However, he did not expect that what greeted him was not all kinds of respect and awe, but all kinds of curses and anger. At this moment, Yingshuang was stunned, and his expression became incomparably ugly. He was now the high and mighty Prince Tian. Who in this world dared to look down on him? No matter where he went, he would definitely receive the respect and awe of cultivators and living beings. Who could compare to such an identity? Not to mention that he had the support of the huge Sky Emperor Mountain behind him. However, once he had the name of the demonic arts inheritor, not to mention that he was the son of Sky Emperor Ying, even if Sky Emperor Ying appeared in the world, it would be useless. This made Yingshuang angry, unwilling, and even afraid and tremble. After all, he was not the real Prince Tian. He was just an imposter. He had this physical body, but he did not even have the slightest memory. At that time, if someone really suspected him and wanted to make a move on him, what would he do? Yingshuang was now panicking, and his palms were full of cold sweat. This was more of a test of skills than pretending to be Prince Tian. The inheritor of the demonic arts was the biggest enemy of all the orthodoxies and forces in the world since ancient times. He no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. Now he felt uneasy and his back was full of cold sweat. He even felt a little regretful and unwilling. Who knew that after becoming Prince Tian, He would not enjoy all of this and enjoy his identity and status. Instead, he would have to take the blame for Prince Tian. It was easier to feed the horse, and he did not need to be so scared like now. At this time, Ying Shuang even started to feel resentment towards the unknown existence that had replaced him with Prince Tian. This dog god, since he allowed me to enjoy all of this, why did he make me bear all of this? Ying Shuang's voice trembled, and he also understood that this kind of resentment was useless. Soon he calmed down and began to talk to himself. At this time I cannot panic and I cannot show weakness. Otherwise, the entire Sky Emperor Mountain's aura will leak. Whether or not I am the inheritor of the demonic arts, I cannot admit it now. I have to think of a way to wash away the suspicion. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end there was no way. He could not prove his innocence, unless he could find the inheritor of the demonic arts. All of this is because that Guchanga and the successor of the human ancestor palace framed me to it. At this time Ying Shuang had already remembered these two people. After he cleared his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts, he would definitely settle the score with them. Brother, is the rumor true? At this time a young girl's voice came from outside Ying Shuang's room. A young girl with a tall figure, silver hair that reached her shoulders, a beautiful face, and wearing immortal clothes stood there and asked with a frown. She was Ying Shuang's younger sister, Ying Yu. During this period of time, she did not know how many waves of cultivators and living beings that came to attack them. Because of her brother's high profile, their whereabouts were noticed by many forces, and these forces more or less had an unresolvable enmity with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Because of this, they all came to kill in front of them, intending to take revenge. This made Ying Yu feel very troubled. Now her expression was very confused. She felt that this kind of stupid thing was not something the brother she knew would do. Moreover, the inheritor of the demonic arts? Ever since her brother broke the seal, he had been cultivating in the palace all these years, and had not left even half a step. The inheritor of the demonic arts was her brother? How was this possible? What do you think? Hearing this, Ying Shuang, who was separated by the door, panicked. However, she deliberately maintained her calm and asked indifferently. Ying Yu stood outside the pavilion and did not go in. She felt that since a while ago, Ying Shuang's behavior had been strange. She would always ask her a few times about things that she already knew the answer to. She could not tell what was going on, but she felt that it was strange. However, she just thought that Ying Shuang had recently encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, and her temperament had changed slightly. It's fine if you don't want to say it, but this matter has to be solved eventually. Ying Yu said indifferently and left. She pondered in her heart, and felt that it was unrealistic to go against all the orthodoxies to clear the suspicion of the inheritor of the demonic arts. It was also impossible for her to do so. How vast was the upper realm? She could not tell. How many powerhouses and experts were hidden in it? The Sky Emperor Mountain was immortal, and no matter how confident they were, they could not be enemies with everyone. That's why the best method is still to open up rather than block it. The rumors were spread from the Longevity Gu family that night. Gu Chang'e, human ancestor palace's inheritor? Ying Yu muttered to herself. She thought of two very important people. She did not think that there was a problem with what the two said. But the key was that the Sky Emperor Mountain was really framed. The hidden inheritor of the demonic arts had set up a trap to mislead others. Looks like I have to meet this Gu Chang'e. I'm afraid that only by doing something to him can we clear the suspicion. Now that he is in the younger generation, his power is enough to turn this situation around. Soon Ying Yu thought of a solution. She had to let Gu Chang'e understand that their enemy had made a mistake. It's all thanks to my sister's shocking methods. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do during this period. In the pavilion, after Ying Shuang felt that his sister had left, he could not help but sigh in relief. Other than that, the people around him were also powerful figures with powerful methods. Otherwise, he really did not know what to do. Gu Chang'e, the successor of the human ancestor palace. Soon, his eyes were filled with deep hatred and anger. He was filled with resentment and jealousy towards Gu Chang'e, who had been dazzling since young and had a greater reputation than him. How could he land himself in such a dangerous situation with just a few words? Chapter 211. While the outside world was in an uproar because of the relationship between the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the inheritor of demonic arts, the Longevity Gu clan appeared to be very peaceful. After the birthday banquet ended, such a big thing happened. The great orthodoxies and sects could not continue to stay here because no one could be sure if the inheritor of demonic arts was hiding among them. The beings of the 10,000 ancient clans were the first to leave. They planned to return to their clans and discuss what to do next. Obviously, there was a huge obstacle behind the inheritor of demonic arts. It was definitely not just one person. At least it was not Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This was still worth investigating as it was hard to be sure. After that, the Archaic Yi clan, the Dead Man Lake, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and other imperishable sects also left. They rode on their artifacts and disappeared from the Longevity Gu clan's territory. Brother Gu, you must be careful. You might be the inheritor of demonic arts' next target. Wang Zijin smiled and said goodbye to Guchanga. She also left with the Longevity Wang clan. In the following days, she also had something to do. Wang Zijin already knew that Zhang Chuchu had left the human ancestors' hall. If she guessed correctly, Zhang Chuchu might come to Guchanga and ask for many details. However, with his personality, it was very likely that he would run into a wall. Guchanga smiled as he watched the Wang clan members leave. After that, the smile on his face disappeared. Keep an eye on Miss Jin's whereabouts. He ordered the powerhouses of the Gu clan beside him. No matter what, Wang Zijin was the daughter of luck. Keeping an eye on her was beneficial to Guchanga. Moreover, he was not afraid of being discovered by Wang Zijin. Yes, young master. Soon, the powerhouses of the Gu clan who received the order left. They did not dare to ask the reason. Currently, Guchanga's influence in the Longevity Gu clan was second only to the clan leader. Even the clan elders were inferior to him. The ancestor and the others did not care. After all, they were usually buried in the ground or hidden in their coffins. They would not easily make decisions. Guchanga's words were no different from the master's. Yu Mingkong left the next day. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in order to not let me notice anything amiss, he even returned to the unparalleled immortal dynasty first and didn't immediately go to the place where the reincarnation of the mortal ancestor was. After that, Guchanga narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Very soon, he returned to his palace. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yu Mingkong thought she was smart, but in Guchanga's eyes it was just a petty trick. The reincarnation of the human ancestor is not that easy to deal with. Yu Mingkong might be at a disadvantage. It seems that I have to make some preparations in advance. While he was thinking, Yin Mei's voice came from outside the hall. Senior brother. In front of outsiders, she had always addressed Guchanga as such. This meant that there were outsiders around her. What's the matter, junior sister? Come in. Guchanga's expression returned to normal. Very soon, Yin Mei walked into the hall alone. Master, your guess is right. There's news from the clan that Prince Tian has sent his troops. She said respectfully. Sending his troops? It seems that he doesn't know where that servant is, so he wants to get rid of him. Guchanga nodded. It seemed that the current Prince Tian wasn't stupid. He didn't personally go and only sent his troops. After all, he couldn't say for sure what had happened to the original him. It was best not to meet him. At this time, what the Prince Tian had to do was to destroy the corpse and eliminate the evidence. It was the most likely flaw that would expose his identity. However, during this period of time, his reputation wasn't good. He was restricted everywhere and didn't dare to show himself. Let's do as we planned. Let your clansmen inform Prince Tian and reveal the whereabouts of that servant. Just say that for some reason he suddenly went crazy. Guchanga said. His smile seemed to be somewhat thought-provoking. It didn't matter whether he went crazy or not. He just wanted to let Prince Tian know that the servant's life was in his hands. Guchanga controlled his biggest secret. With this, Guchanga had all kinds of methods to squeeze him dry and harvest all his value. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Yin Mei left and prepared to return to the clan. However, before she left, Guchanga pondered for a moment and a sealed jade jar fell into her hand. Master, this is... Yin Mei was shocked. However, she could still feel the surging energy sealed inside the jade jar. Guchanga shook his head and was too lazy to explain. He waved his hand and let her leave. He had seen Inmei's loyalty and ability. Naturally, he wouldn't treat her badly. After all, in his previous life, she was an extremely perfect little secretary. "Thank you, master." Inmei was overjoyed. Her eyebrows were dyed with a layer of happiness. What was inside the jade jar wasn't important. What was important was that Guchanga actually took the initiative to give her something. This was clearly a great change in Guchanga's attitude towards her. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The Longevity Gu clan was also busy because of an important matter. Dong! 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 After several bell rings, many clansmen put down what they were doing and respectfully bowed in the direction of the ancestral hall. The Nirvana Pond has opened. This time I wonder if it will create even more powerful geniuses after the shackles are unlocked. However, our Gu clan's bloodline has always been tyrannical. The 5 young geniuses chosen in each generation are all outstanding figures. This time there's also Chang'e and Xian'er. The other 3 will probably be reduced to supporting characters. Divine rainbows appeared on the various peaks and divine islands. One figure after another landed in the sky and gazed at the place where the divine light soared into the heavens. They were all discussing, their faces filled with anticipation and smiles. It was a piece of pure land. Clouds rose, and chaos rose. Towering divine mountains stood erect, as if it was the most ancient time when heaven and earth were first created. The incomparably rich essence of heaven and earth took the shape of dragons, phoenixes and cheilants, as if they were about to liquefy. In the mountains and forests, there were even enlightenment tea trees swaying and undying trees supporting the sky. Divine medicines and immortal medicines flickered with multicolored light, and specks of precious light, like stars. And this was just a trace of the foundation. At the very center, in a grand and simple hall, 5 young men and women stood. The person in the lead was Guchanga. At this moment, he was wearing a plain white robe without any other accessories. His jade-like black hair was tied up with a simple hairband. He was handsome and elegant, looking extremely otherworldly, giving people the feeling that he was an immortal walking in the mortal world. Beside him stood the cold-looking, fairy-like Gu Xian'er. Her clothes fluttered, and her small face looked extremely disgusted with Guchanga, as if she didn't want to stand with him at all. In addition, there were 3 other geniuses. They were all well-known figures of the Longevity Gu family's generation. Their talents were terrifying and their strength was powerful. This is the entrance to the Nirvana Pond in the ancestral hall. Only 5 people in each generation have this opportunity to come here to undo the bloodline shackles, comprehend the Tao of the ancestors, increase their cultivation realm, and master the divine abilities and precious techniques. Guchanga said softly, his eyes carrying a strange expression, as if he was talking to the 3 people beside him. The atmosphere in the hall was simple and ancient. The floor was carved with carvings that didn't belong to any epoch. They contained the principles of heaven and earth, as if one could comprehend the Tao with a single glance. "I know you don't need to say this," Gu Xian'er retorted. She liked to go against Guchanga. However, Guchanga didn't pay her any attention, as if he didn't hear her at all. This left Gu Xian'er annoyed. He clearly brought her to buy many things in Tao Heaven Ancient City, but once they returned to the Longevity Gu family, Guchanga's face seemed to have changed completely. He returned to his previous cold and detached attitude. This left her inwardly annoyed, feeling extremely infuriated. However, she knew that he had his reasons, so she didn't pay him too much attention. "Is everyone here? If everyone is, then we'll begin to open the Nirvana Pond." In the palace's surroundings, there were quite a few elders already waiting, large amounts of precious immortal materials prepared behind them. Every single one of them could trigger a frenzy in the outside world. There were all types of terrifying precious blood of all colors. There were archaic vicious beast void images that appeared, as if they were going to slaughter their way through time and space. There were also exceptional immortal medicines, golden and resplendent. Mist swirled about, releasing a strong fragrance that could make one sprout wings and ascend to immortality. Behind them, these people saw quite a few mysterious and terrifying eggs that were like small suns. Tao multicolored light flowed about, immortal auras interweaving gathering within. Golden light shone resplendently, incomparably beautiful. like golden divine jade. Liquid flowed within, radiance spreading in all directions, incomparably astonishing. There were many more divine objects like this, even more of them things they had never seen before, never heard of before. These are good things. Every single one of them will trigger a great commotion in the outside world. No wonder the Nirvana pond can only be opened once every generation. Who can withstand it? A Gu family's young heavenly genius couldn't help but speak, incomparably astonished. Indeed, I fear that only our clan's backing can withstand this consumption. Another heavenly genius nodded, eyes gradually revealing an excited radiance. We've prepared these things for a long time, even capturing quite a few pure-blooded king's last heirs. Of course they haven't hatched yet, but this isn't important, an elder said, but after a dry cough, he felt that this was a bit deranged. The person on the side nodded, saying, for example, that drop of precious blood was forced out of an unmatched great being, the most essential drop of blood from his single horn. Without a million years of cultivation, it would be extremely difficult to nurture another drop like this. That drop of blood was multicolored, as if it contained many small worlds, within which was an incomparably shocking divine intent. A single strand of aura could create a peerless genius, and thousands of strands intertwined, containing the principles of heaven and earth. It was extremely precious, and could only be found but not sought. Seeing that drop of precious blood, Gu Xian'er's eyes widened a bit. Back when she was in the Peach Village, although she also received such treatment, the various materials were far inferior to this. If she underwent a second nirvana in the Nirvana pond, her cultivation would greatly increase, and she would have a chance to defeat Gu Chang'e. You're thinking too much. At this moment, as if sensing Gu Xian'er's thoughts, Gu Chang'e glanced at her indifferently and said. Gu Xian'er snorted in her heart, but deliberately revealed a calm expression on her face. Gu Chang'e, just wait and see. At this moment an old man looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. With these things, in addition to the clan's secret method, your bloodline will undergo a transformation. Of course, your talents may also change. After all, in the beginning talents were formed because of your bloodline, and are closely related. Gu Chang'e nodded. The others were incomparably excited. This kind of opportunity was very rare, but how much they could obtain would depend on their own luck. After all, it could only be said that they were worthy of being an everlasting family, and only such an immortal force could take out such earth-shattering divine objects. Any one of them was enough to make countless cultivators go crazy in the outside world, and even quasi-supreme beings would drool with greed, their eyes red. All right, in a moment, open the Nirvana pond and absorb with all your strength. We will use a secret method to help your bloodline transform. This process will last for a few days. It will depend on your luck. The words of the old men made the five people's expressions become serious. Gu Chang'e's cultivation had already reached the saint realm, and this Nirvana pond was actually not of much help to him. However, in his opinion, it could be used to deceive others. On the surface, perhaps he should reveal more of his cultivation. After all, now that Wang Zijin had traveled the world, she had already revealed her sage-to-be strength. It was not too much for him to reveal a similar level, right? Now no one would suspect that he was the inheritor of demonic arts. Asking for fresh flowers, most importantly, Gu Chang'e felt that this might be a good opportunity. Wasn't this related to the bloodline talent? He also wanted to see how his innate demon heart would change at this time. When in the Nirvana pond, there was a rumor that he could see the past and future. Gu Chang'e was also a little curious to see if this rumor was true or false. Soon they entered the depths of the hall. There was a fog-shrouded pool there, and one by one, great Tao runes appeared, reflecting in the air. Among them, there were traces of the original aura, which was extremely natural, as if it belonged to this world. In the fog-shrouded pool, a light source appeared. That was the aura of creation, which seemed to be composed of countless runes. It was incomparably mysterious, shining with silver light, and rules and order intertwining. Sit cross-legged by the pool and absorb the aura. It's all up to you how much you can absorb. An old man's expression became serious. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian'er, and the others all sat cross-legged, ready to wait for the Nirvana pond to awaken. Buzz! Soon, several old men quickly refined all kinds of things in their hands and threw them into the Nirvana pond. One by one, divine objects were put in by them. The first was a magical plant similar to the sun god flower. Every drop of liquid was crystal clear like jade, the size of a thumb, and 10,000 times hotter than the star core fire essence, rolling between the branches and leaves. In an instant there was an extremely terrifying sound, as if the sky was going to be opened, and chaos was going to be restored. The crystal clear liquid dripped and turned into surging divinity. The second, the third, the fourth, many divine objects and immortal materials entered the nirvana pond, turning into surging and astonishing aura. However, at this moment, the void suddenly trembled, and a shocking immortal aura suddenly filled the air. Guxian was the first to react. Her newly born immortal bone was shining with a bright light. She looked as if she was about to ascend, otherworldly and transcendent, like a female immortal. A new immortal aura began to be born in that immortal bone bang. At this moment, a violent sound suddenly came from Guchanga's side. His blood flowed in his veins, making a sound like a surging river. This was an incomparably heavy and terrifying power, indescribable. It shocked everyone, as if it almost cracked the pond. Guchanga sat cross-legged without moving, like a deep sea, and every cell seemed to come alive. Not only did it exhale multicolored mist, but it was also filled with a mysterious black substance, which hovered above the mist. At this moment he seemed to have become heaven and earth, able to swallow everything. The shocking momentum swept in all directions, causing the pond to keep boiling. The will of creation rose and fell like a hazy light, like a dazzling rune of the great Tao, bobbing up and down in the pond. However, it was swallowed by every cell of Guchanga. This kind of terrifying speed even gave the old man a kind of illusion. He was motionless and his whole body was shining. The colorful mist was like a fog, completely enveloping him. In his sea of consciousness, the innate divine consciousness sat cross-legged. His eyes were indifferent, and when he opened his mouth, it was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force. The color of his primordial spirit was faintly changing into a 9-colored glass. Other than Guxian, the other three could not even calm down at this time. Affected by Guchanga's aura, their faces were pale, and they did not dare to say anything. Changa's talent is really too strong. After so many years, I just don't know what it is. Maybe today is an opportunity. Such a terrifying physical body, vitality, primordial spirit power, and even a wave of space. What kind of talent does he have? It's really amazing. I just don't know if it will manifest. Guchanga's reaction shocked the elders. They started to talk and looked over. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. They wanted to continue watching. Buzz. However, outside the palace, a stalwart figure with a deep and calm expression suddenly appeared. It was Guchanga's father, the current patriarch of the Gu family. Patriarch. The appearance of Guchanga's father made the elders' expressions change slightly. They hurriedly bowed and felt a little guilty. After all, Guchanga's talent had always been a secret. Guchanga's father had also told them not to look into it. Just this once, Guchanga said faintly. Father Gu said indifferently. His face was blurred, and his figure seemed to be standing in another world. His domineering and cold tone caused the expressions of the few elders who were usually very reputable to change slightly. They didn't dare to say anything. They had crossed the line in this matter. At that moment they could not continue to stay here. After all, Guchanga's father was here. They had already put many divine materials and immortal materials into the nirvana pond. What they wanted to do was already done. Seeing that the elders had left, Guchanga's father's expression became very complicated. He was a little worried as he stared at the nirvana pond in front of him. He knew that something was very likely to happen. To him, Guchanga's demon heart was a secret that could not be exposed. And in this nirvana pond, the mysterious chi of creation was extremely rich. It was very likely that it would cause a change in the demon heart. At that time, if he revealed his aura and was detected by the elders in the family, it would not be good for Guchanga. Therefore, when he thought of this, he came to the clan hall to personally protect Guchanga. At the same time, he strictly prevented others from seeing all of this. I only hope that I am overthinking. I don't know whether this nirvana pond is a blessing or a curse for Changa. If it was before, he could barely suppress his demonic nature. But now, if there is a second transformation, it is very likely that he will become like before, Guchanga's father guessed. For a moment, his expression became faintly worried. To him, suppressing the demonic nature of the innate demon heart was too difficult. It was also a terrifying torture. It was very rare that Guchanga could do it with great perseverance. Chapter 212. Father Gu stood outside the ancestral hall. His expression was calm, but there was also a hint of worry. He looked at the Nirvana pond from time to time, sensing the aura there. He couldn't tell what Guchanga's cultivation was. Sometimes he was in the true god realm, sometimes he was in the sky god realm, and sometimes he was even in the quasi-saint realm. This was the first time he had seen such a change, and he didn't know what to say. Gu Xian sat there with her legs crossed. Her body was filled with the aura of the immortal Tao. She was like a female immortal sitting cross-legged in her new immortal bones, chanting scriptures for the dead. Her aura was also increasing, but it wasn't as unpredictable as Guchanga's. As for the other three, they were completely negligible. Changa has his own destiny. As his father, I shouldn't ask too much, but I have to find a way to hide the existence of the demon heart for him. Father Gu whispered, and many strange phenomena appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his hand, and a wave came, isolating the aura here. And even the ancestral hall was sealed. Unless he walked in, he wouldn't be able to see what was happening inside. This was good, as it could isolate the aura fluctuations to the greatest extent. At this time, he had to guard against the curiosity of the other clansmen, especially the patriarchs who had nothing to do. The patriarch behind Gu Xian, Patriarch Gu Nanshan, seemed to be quite free recently. He was very concerned about Gu Xian's second nirvana, and wanted to know what changes she had. If that patriarch comes here later, I have to think of a way to delay him. Thinking of this, Father Gu's expression became serious. He waved his sleeve and closed the door of the ancestral hall. He guarded outside the hall, and didn't allow anyone to come near. In order to be foolproof, this is the only way. I believe in Changa's perseverance. There won't be any accidents. Father Gu said to himself. This was the trust he had in his son as a father. Rumble. At the same time in the ancestral hall, there were thousands of streaks of light, and divine light like a surging river. There was even a faint light of the immortal Tao. The Nirvana pond was even more shocking. Guchanga's figure was dazzling as he stood there motionlessly. His entire aura seemed to be engulfing the people around him, making people's hearts palpitate. His consciousness was very calm, unlike the others who were affected by this strange phenomenon. The Nirvana pond was originally created for the Gu clan's bloodline to provide opportunities for the later generations to transform. However, his innate talent was the demon heart, and many of his other innate talents were related to the system. But now, more or less because of the bloodline aura, they were also undergoing transformations. Near the Nirvana pond, layers of brilliance appeared. Different auras were rising and falling. Reincarnation, space, and many other supreme talents were manifesting. In addition, Guchanga had devoured the powerful talents of many young supremes. At this time he was also awakening. Gungjin, extreme yang, extreme yin. All kinds of talents seemed to be mixed together, appearing even more mysterious. In the end, it manifested a feeling of opening the heavens in the chaos. At this time, the transcendence bones that he had exchanged in the system store were all roaring at the same time. The order of the great Tao burst out from them, like a waterfall of stars. Of course, Guchanga was not very concerned about this. The Nirvana pond was very useful, but at most it would push his current cultivation level to the mid-stage of the Saint realm. But the feeling that this demon heart is faintly transmitting to me is strangely familiar with the feeling of the 8 desolation demonic halberd. I'm the demon master? Guchanga frowned. He had a feeling that the other him in the demon heart was definitely not as simple as Gu Xian, and Yu Mingkong's troubles. Although the system had now solved the drawbacks of the demon heart. But whether it was the demonic nature or his current nature, they were all the same. They were all him. He did not think that there was a big difference between what he did and the demonic nature. Speaking of which, this demonic nature was the root cause of Yu Mingkong's death in his previous life. At the same time, it was also the root cause of digging out Gu Xian's Dao bone. These things were indeed done by himself. Even if Guchanga did not want to admit it, he had to. Of course, he still had to throw the blame on the demonic nature. But judging from this aura, the origin of the demon heart is very ominous. The Nirvana pond can reflect my previous life. Wasn't I a transmigrator in my previous life? Could it be that there's a Dalili? Guchanga frowned slightly. He had a feeling that it was a little deliberately mystifying. In his opinion, this seemed to have something to do with testing one's heart. Soon he did not care about it. After all, whether it was the demon heart that told him his identity as the demon master or anything else, it had nothing to do with him now. Secondly, to him, the demonic nature was just a more indifferent state. Guchanga could now let the demonic nature cover his emotions at any time, so that he could reach the state of being indifferent. In such a state, he would act absolutely indifferently. He would not be like now, where he would still consider personal feelings. When the demonic nature was in charge, how indifferent would his emotions be? He would no longer have eyes for anyone other than himself. For Guchanga, this was certainly not acceptable. What was the purpose of his cultivation? Naturally, it was to become stronger, not to be abandoned by his friends and family. If the demonic nature was in charge of him, then he would not be much different from himself in the timeline that Yu Mingkong had experienced. Guchanga did not feel that he was a good person, but he did not feel that he was indifferent to emotions to that extent. More or less, Yu Mingkong and the others were different to him. The demon heart can't affect me. In the beginning, my consciousness was suppressed by the demonic nature. It was only because it had been accumulating for a long time. Many thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, he heard the sound of the demon heart beating. This sound was like a powerful drum, beating between heaven and earth, making a sound that made one's heart tremble. The monstrous demonic nature began to appear from his heart. In the weapon space, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd cheered excitedly, as if it was happy that its owner had understood his heart. Buzz! A misty black light, containing a kind of aura that could make the world tremble, gushed out from his blood vessels. As Guchanga saw through his own heart, he suddenly sensed that there was a surging and ancient supreme aura in his demon heart. Vaguely, the sound of strange scriptures rang out, and countless chanting sounds surrounded his ears. If one looked carefully, they would find that it was a supreme demon master who looked down on the 9 heavens, 10 domains, and 10 realms. Behind him, a demonic shadow towered into the sky, and gray fog surged. He held a demon halberd that could intimidate the universe, standing indifferently in the sky. Boom! The demon halberd swept down. Suddenly, time and space collapsed and reincarnation collapsed. The entire universe seemed to have been split open, and the true immortals below fell, and the immortal kings were killed. Although these scenes looked indescribable, they would make people go crazy and fall into madness. Even the face of the supreme demon master was blurred. But Guchanga was sure that it was him. Is this the so-called past life? I was the demon master in my past life? Or will it be a scene of the future? In the next moment, Guchanga suddenly had an epiphany, and this scene had already disappeared. Somehow, he felt that his demon heart had transformed, and it produced an indescribable mysterious feeling. Perhaps it could be called the unmoving demon heart. However, he had to find out what benefits there were by himself. Soon Guchanga opened his eyes. He took the initiative to withdraw from the state of absorbing the mysterious feeling of creation in the Nirvana pond. After all, he had achieved his simple purpose of entering the Nirvana pond. Next, he had to make a move on Guxian. Otherwise, how could a tragedy play out? Buzz! In the next moment, the aura on Guchanga's body changed. Traces of demonic aura began to appear from his body. His face suddenly became cold, and his emotions seemed to have returned to nothingness, leaving only an indifference that made people's hearts tremble. If the Great Tao was emotionless, then Guchanga's current state was similar to the Great Tao. Unruffled emotions. Young master, what's going on? This shocking change was instantly noticed by the 3 supreme martial artists of the Gu clan, who were cultivating beside the Nirvana pond. They opened their eyes and saw this scene. They couldn't believe it. His face instantly turned pale. Then they hurriedly withdrew from the state of cultivation, feeling a terrifying killing intent that completely enveloped them. Their whole bodies were cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they didn't dare to move at all. It was as if they had become the most lowly ants under the heavenly Tao, and they would be crushed to death with a single thought. They couldn't understand why Guchanga, who was in the middle of cultivation, would become like this. Guchanga's appearance made them tremble and feel cold all over, as if their souls were about to be frozen and cracked. It was as if Guchanga only needed to think about it, and the three of them would explode beside the Nirvana pond at this moment, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. "Young master, we are your clansmen. Young master, wake up quickly." They spoke tremblingly, intending to communicate with Guchanga and try to ask Guchanga the reason. After all, this came too suddenly, and they weren't prepared at all. Who would have thought that Guchanga would suddenly become like this? Poof! Guchanga looked at them coldly and indifferently, as if he was looking at a group of ants beside his feet. He didn't seem to care about their lives, but the three of them could clearly see that there was a hint of struggle on his face. Seemed that Guchanga was very unwilling to become like this. Could it be that the young master was possessed by the devil, and something went wrong with his cultivation? One of them suddenly guessed with a trembling voice. After all, the current Guchanga looked too similar to the so-called possessed. How could he be possessed by the devil all of a sudden? Quickly go find the family head and the clan elders, another person said as he walked out of the hall, intending to call for help. They were definitely no match for Guchanga, and they couldn't even resist. But no one answered them. Seeing that they were about to escape, Guchanga's expression changed slightly, but he was still indifferent. Then he waved his hand, and a surge of five-colored divine light suddenly erupted. Poof! The three of them cried out and flew backward with a muffled groan, vomiting blood, and hit the wall behind them. They fainted, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Guchanga. This strange movement alarmed Guxian, who was cultivating beside the Nirvana pond at this time. She was deeper in meditation than the others, so she didn't notice this change immediately. Now that she woke up and saw this scene, her face was full of astonishment, shock, confusion and confusion. She was completely puzzled. She didn't know whether the three of them were dead or alive, and she didn't have the time to investigate. However, her reaction was also very fast. She could see that Guchanga's current state was very strange, although he looked very normal and didn't reveal anything strange. But that cold expression reminded her of when she was young, when he dug out her bone of the Great Path. At that time, Guchanga also looked at her coldly and indifferently like this. This scene was so familiar that it made Guxian feel a shocking chill on her back. "Guchanga, what's wrong with you?" Guxian asked him, secretly vigilant in her heart. At this moment, the aura that Guchanga revealed had already reached the sage-to-be realm, and not the real god realm that he usually showed. This made Guxian even more surprised, and at the same time more vigilant. Guchanga was really too strong. A Nirvana pond couldn't suddenly make his cultivation soar so much. This could only mean that Guchanga's usual cultivation had already reached this level. He was just hiding it. Now he was finally exposed. "I'm just a little bit away from breaking through to the void god realm. If Guchanga wants to attack me with my strength, I can't stop him." Guxian knew this very well. Therefore, a round dark golden sword orb appeared in her hand. There was the aura of the Saint Realm in it. This was a secret treasure. She felt that she could first hold off Guchanga for a while, and then she would take the opportunity to leave the hall and call for the other clansmen. Otherwise, she would be in great danger today. Guchanga didn't know what had happened. He was in the middle of the transformation of his bloodline, and now he had become like this. Did he forget the oath he swore in front of the chief elder in Dao Heaven Ancient City? Guxian's brow was deeply furrowed. Could it be that it's the same as the secret all those years ago? That Guchanga was also like this? Guxian's heart jumped as she thought of this. Instantly her expression changed as she looked at Guchanga. Just now she had been filled with vigilance, confusion and confusion. Now she was filled with complicated feelings and the daze and relief of finding the truth. A two-time Nirvana immortal bone. When I spared your life, you almost became a disaster. I didn't expect you to give me such a pleasant surprise. At this time, Guchanga seemed to see through Guxian's intentions. With a shake of his finger, a terrifying ray of sword light tore through the air, and with a buzz pierced through the sword pill in her hand. At the same time he walked towards Guxian, his expression cold and unnatural. Guxian didn't expect Guchanga to react so quickly in this state. The moment she took out the forbidden weapon, he noticed it and destroyed it. Buzz! With a wave of her small hand, she took out a greenish-black Tian Luo umbrella. It was enormous and opened up between heaven and earth. A misty light fell from it, suppressing Guchanga. This was also a very powerful secret treasure. Chi! However, with a casual flick of Guchanga's hand, a terrifying divine chain of order pierced through the void. This powerful secret treasure was instantly torn apart, unable to resist at all. How can this be? This guy's true strength is so strong. He can destroy divine weapons with a wave of his hand. Guxian's small face paled. With her current strength, using divine weapons consumed a lot of her mana. Using 2 divine weapons in a row was already very exhausting. However, in front of Guchanga, she couldn't even block a single blow from him. Thinking of this, Guxian made up her mind. At this time, for Guchanga and for herself, she couldn't hesitate anymore. She planned to take out the secret treasure given to her by a master in Peach Village. The power of that secret treasure was unparalleled, however. It seemed to know what Guxian was thinking. Boom! Guchanga's movements were faster than hers. Especially at this moment, it was as if the void was collapsing, and there was a terrifying feeling of stagnation. It was as if millions of boulders were falling down. In an instant, she couldn't move at all. She couldn't even lift a finger. Buzz! The void trembled, and Guchanga walked over unhurriedly. He quickly raised his hand and instantly reached out, grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Guchanga! Guxian's face started to turn pale, and she was a little breathless. Her newly born immortal bone had already undergone a second transformation, and it contained a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. This power was extremely strong, and it was even a little like the legendary power of the Flying Immortal. It was the ultimate attack power. But now, under Guchanga's terrifying suppression, this immortal bone of hers couldn't awaken. Even a trace of its aura would be wiped away by Guchanga. It couldn't do anything at all. You're pitifully stupid. After so long, do you think I don't know what tricks you have up your sleeve? Guchanga said coldly, with a mocking tone. Guxian's face turned pale. She remembered the despair and helplessness she felt when she was young. Coldness and darkness engulfed her consciousness. In Guchanga's hands, she didn't even have the chance to speak, let alone resist. The gap was too big. No matter how much she cultivated, she couldn't catch up to Guchanga. He was too strong, so strong that he could easily kill her. Especially when Guchanga clearly knew her trump cards, and knew the Dharma treasures and secret treasures that her masters had given her. She didn't even have the chance to use them. Am I going to die here today? Die at the hands of Guchanga. In a daze, Guxian's consciousness turned cold, and she fell into darkness. She muttered in her heart. She suddenly remembered in the immortal ancient continent, in front of Tao's celestial ancient city, when Guchanga appeared, the tall and slender figure standing in front of her. It was as if he could block all enemies for her. That feeling made her reluctant to leave. No wonder he wants me to cultivate so that I can be strong enough to defeat him one day. All of his previous goals were actually for today, so that I would have a higher chance of surviving in front of him. Now Guxian had thought it through. Previously, why did Guchanga use all kinds of methods to force her to cultivate? He didn't even hesitate to offend the great elder to force him to teach her well. It was because he knew that there would be a day like this. He would kill her. I'll kindly accept this new immortal bone, Guchanga said lightly. He didn't seem to care about Guxian's current state. Guxian looked at him, but her expression was strangely calm. She didn't even blame Guchanga. She knew that he was in a very strange state now. The demonic nature that seeped out from his bones made her tremble. If you want this immortal bone, you can have it, Lin Fan said. She muttered to herself, thinking that she couldn't break free. Dying at the hands of Guchanga wasn't unacceptable. But it was a pity, she still had many things she wanted to do. Her parents and grandfather were still missing. Wang! Guchanga raised his hand. His other hand seemed to become a peerless immortal sword. Brilliant sword intent filled the air, about to pierce Guxian's body and dig out her immortal bone. But in the next moment, Guchanga's face suddenly had a ruthless aura. He was like an unparalleled demon lord, about to slaughter the heavens. Get lost. He was roaring, his voice low and heavy. There was a hint of struggle and coldness that appeared on his face. The hand that was about to tear apart Guxian suddenly stopped in midair and trembled. It was as if he was fighting against an unknown and inexplicable terrifying force. His expression was still cold, but now there was anger, coldness, and ruthlessness. Guchanga. What's going on with you? Guxian was stunned. Guchanga suddenly released her and she fell to the ground. She widened her eyes. Just now she also thought that she was going to die. But she didn't expect that at the crucial moment, Guchanga would let her go. He didn't continue to attack her. What's going on? Another demonic nature was controlling his body and consciousness? And his original consciousness was fighting back to regain control of his body? Soon Guxian came to her senses. Otherwise, how could she explain Guchanga's shocking demonic nature and his current actions? Guchanga, how are you? How can I help you? Guxian couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Her concern and worry were written all over her face. At this time she wasn't worried about her own safety. Instead, she felt that Guchanga needed help. He was in big trouble. After all, judging from his actions just now, all of this was out of his control and not under his own control. He didn't want to do this at all. Get lost. I told you to get lost. Don't you understand? Get as far away as you can. Hearing this, Guchanga suddenly looked up at her. His eyes were full of ruthlessness. He roared in a low voice, as if he was struggling to control his body. His other hand was tightly grasping his right hand. Many divine talismans were shining in his hand. Even the void was affected. It was about to collapse and emitted a dangerous aura. It looked like he was about to attack Guxian, but he was tightly held by another hand and couldn't move. This was a very strange and incongruous scene. But Guxian understood. That hand was no longer under Guchanga's control. He seemed to be about to lose control of that terrifying demonic nature. I'm not leaving. I can help you with 2. What should I do? Can I help you after I dig out this immortal bone? Guxian asked anxiously. She was very anxious. It wasn't unreasonable for her to think this way. After all, from Guchanga's actions just now, he had always wanted to dig out this immortal bone of his. This meant that this immortal bone was very useful to him. Get lost. You're just a piece of trash. What can you help me with? I don't need your immortal bone. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to dirty my hands. Guxian, get lost. Get as far away as you can. Hearing this, Guchanga looked at her coldly. He seemed even more violent. Guchanga, don't lie to yourself and others. You're an egomaniac. You're still so arrogant at this time. You don't accept other people's good intentions, don't accept other people's help. Guxian's voice trembled. At this time she was so anxious that she was about to cry. Boom! But Guchanga didn't seem to hear her words. An even more terrifying demonic aura instantly enveloped him. It made him look even colder and more emotionless. He didn't have many of the emotions he had just now. I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. You're just waiting for death. How stupid. His face calmed down and he said lightly. As he finished speaking, his large hand reached out and was about to attack Guxian again. Guchanga, wake up quickly. Don't let the demonic nature take over your consciousness. Seeing this, Guxian's face paled. She shouted loudly, trying to wake Guchanga's original consciousness. It was very obvious that Guchanga's consciousness was once again taken over by the demonic nature. This was no longer the him just now. I am me. Why should I wake up? Guchanga said lightly. Just as this palm was about to land on Guxian's body. In the next moment his expression changed again. He looked like he was suffering from schizophrenia. His voice was thick with ruthlessness and coldness. Don't touch her. As these words fell, Guchanga's expression was cold and resolute. One by one, the runes suddenly disappeared. Boom! His entire arm suddenly exploded with a boom. In this way, Guchanga's condition seemed to be alleviated. That terrifying aura also stagnated. The demonic nature began to dissipate like the tide. He closed his eyes. His expression returned to normal. He stood quietly in place, not moving at all. This scene stunned Guxian. Then tears silently rolled down her face. Guchanga, she said with a sobbing tone. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e was fighting against the demonic nature in her body in order to protect her. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing? Gu Xian didn't see that the light on the petal of peach blossom, hidden under her sleeve, suddenly disappeared and became dim. It was a blurry shadow. It couldn't be seen clearly. If Gu Chang'e really wanted to kill her, the shadow on the petal of peach blossom would definitely revive. Gu Xian didn't know this at all. Chapter 213. At this time Father Gu, who was guarding Gu Chang'e outside the ancestral hall, suddenly felt that the aura in the hall was a little strange. He had sealed off the fluctuations here. Whether it was him or anyone else, it was very difficult to detect what was happening in the Nirvana pond in the ancestral hall. But at this moment he felt uneasy. For an expert like him, this kind of feeling was the most accurate. So without any time to think, Gu Lintian waved his sleeve and immediately opened the door to the ancestral hall. But he had not yet entered. A surge of demonic nature hit him in the face, causing his expression to change involuntarily. Not good. The thing he was most worried about had indeed happened. There were many things of creation in the Nirvana pond, causing Gu Chang'e's demonic heart to transform again, increasing his demonic nature. But it was obvious that he was still half a step too late. From the shocking demonic nature in the pond, it was likely that this transformation was a disaster, rather than a blessing for Gu Chang'e. Sienna, are you okay? Gu Lintian quickly reached the depths of the ancestral hall and saw Gu Xian beside the Nirvana pond with a dazed expression and traces of tears on her face. He asked worriedly. What he was most worried about was that Gu Chang'e would attack Gu Xian. It had been like this more than 10 years ago. Now that Gu Chang'e could not suppress his demonic nature, what would happen? It was simply chilling to the bone. Now that he saw that Gu Xian was fine, he could not help but sigh in relief. Uncle, I'm fine. Gu Xian saw Gu Lintian come in and reacted, then said anxiously, Uncle, quickly take a look at Gu Chang'e. His current state is very strange. And, as she said this, her voice began to tremble again. And in order not to hurt me, he broke his own arms. At this time, without Gu Xian saying anything, Gu Lintian also saw Gu Chang'e sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the other side. Gu Chang'e's arms were empty, and there were traces of 5-colored blood on them. Astonishing divinity intertwined and filled the air, surging with vitality. His injuries had already begun to heal. At Gu Chang'e's level, as long as his true spirit was not destroyed, regrowing a severed limb was just a matter of thought. This kind of injury was nothing to him. Gu Lintian wasn't surprised. From what he could see, Gu Chang'e's aura was very calm, no different from usual. However, he couldn't tell if the current Gu Chang'e was the same as the Gu Chang'e of the past. He could not help Gu Chang'e in suppressing the demonic nature. Chang'e is fine. You don't have to worry about him. It's fine as long as you're fine. Gu Lintian sighed and said to Gu Xian. He then saw the other 3 Gu clan prodigies who had fainted in the corner. They were not seriously injured and had only fainted. However, to be on the safe side, Gu Lintian still made a move and erased their memories of this period. Uncle, seeing this scene, Gu Xian did not know what to say. Her mind was in a mess. She had many doubts and couldn't understand. Although 21 Gu Lintian said not to worry about Gu Chang'e, how could she not be worried? If Gu Chang'e hadn't crippled his own arms at the critical moment, she would probably be dead now, right? Could it be that Gu Chang'e had been fighting against the demonic nature all these years? On the surface, Gu Chang'e seemed to be very impressive, and no one in the younger generation could compare to him. However, who knew what kind of torture he had suffered in secret? Gu Xian could still clearly remember Gu Chang'e's violent expression just now, as if he wanted to slaughter the entire world. Under such emotions, he was still able to maintain his clarity and rationality, especially just now, when Gu Chang'e had tried to protect her. How could she not have felt it? Thinking of this, Gu Xian looked at Gu Chang'e with a complicated expression. Guilt, absent-mindedness, all kinds of emotions. Although Gu Chang'e was usually very bad and hateful, his attitude was still so cold and sometimes warm. However, he was actually very gentle and kind to her. For a moment, Gu Xian felt that the truth she had been searching for was right in front of her eyes. Uncle, why did Gu Chang'e suddenly become like this? You seem to have known all this all along. Gu Xian asked. Now Gu Chang'e seemed to be listening to everything. He was sitting there cross-legged, the injury on his arm healing quickly. She also didn't know what kind of face he would have when he opened his eyes. Hearing this, Gu Lintian first looked at Gu Chang'e, then looked at Gu Xian'er. She shook her head and sighed. Just as you saw with your own eyes. However, it's better to let Chang'e tell you all this personally. I won't interfere in this kind of matter. The matter of the demon heart was very important. Even if it was to be told, it had to be decided by Gu Chang'e himself. As a father, he wouldn't interfere beyond his boundaries. And even if he didn't say anything with Gu Xian'er's personality, she would very likely be able to guess all this. After that, Gu Lintian waved his sleeve and left with Gu Chang'e. There were some things that he still had to ask Gu Chang'e personally. This might be Gu Chang'e's secret that no one has ever known. Seeing that Gu Lintian didn't say anything, Gu Xian'er wasn't surprised. She already knew very well. This might have something to do with Gu Chang'e's innate talent when he was born. This caused his demonic nature to be deeply rooted, affecting his daily thoughts and actions. That was why when he was young, he tried to dig out her Dao bone. Later on, as Gu Chang'e's cultivation grew stronger, he was able to gradually suppress this demonic nature, and was no longer affected by it. Perhaps when Gu Chang'e dug out my Dao bone, it was to suppress this demonic nature. And all these years he felt guilty, so he wanted to make it up to me. And he seemed to know that there would come a day when he wouldn't be able to suppress this demonic nature, so he wanted me to work hard on my cultivation, so that I wouldn't be killed by him in the future. He's obviously a very gentle person, but he pretends to be cold and indifferent. Gu Chang'e, how could you be so foolish? Gu Xian'er muttered softly. She thought about how she had argued with Gu Chang'e over various trivial matters, not understanding his good intentions. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It was because of these reasons that Gu Chang'e was so disappointed in her. Someone as smart as her quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. And today's matter was clearly a manifestation of Gu Chang'e's inability to suppress his demonic nature. If not for Gu Chang'e's astonishing willpower at the critical moment to suppress his demonic nature, she would have been doomed. The consequences would have been unthinkable. Could it be that the immortal bone can help Gu Chang'e suppress his demonic nature? But after today with his personality, he probably won't care about me anymore. He said that I'm a piece of trash, that I can't help him. Gu Xian'er suddenly felt vexed and conflicted. Although she had found some clues, Gu Chang'e's demonic nature was deeply rooted. But as for how it had caused all this, she had no idea. In other words, she only had a general understanding. If she wanted to know more about Gu Chang'e, she would have to ask him personally. But with her understanding of Gu Chang'e would never tell her, even if she already knew his deepest secret. Although the process will be very difficult, I will definitely help you solve this problem. I won't give up on you, Gu Chang'e. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er firmly said to herself in her heart, because she thought of the masters behind her. They knew far more than she did, and perhaps they would have a solution. And there was also the mysterious sister Tao Yao of ancient origins. For even Gu Lintian to conceal this matter for Gu Chang'e, it was clearly not a good thing. For Gu Chang'e's sake, she could not easily reveal it. But there would definitely be no problem in telling her masters. Father. In the grand and ancient hall, the fully recovered Gu Chang'e and Gu Lintian stood facing each other. Gu Chang'e spoke with a respectful expression. His expression was no different from when he was in the ancestral hall. His arms were restored and there was no effect. How was the Nirvana pawn this time? Gu Lintian asked, carefully sizing up Gu Chang'e. It was indeed difficult to see anything from his appearance. He also did not know how the eruption of the demonic nature this time would affect Gu Chang'e. Fortunately, he had isolated his aura outside the ancestral hall. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Gu Chang'e calmly replied, "It's no longer a problem. I underestimated the demonic heart's influence on me, but now I have suppressed it." Although that was what he said, he was actually laughing in his heart. At this time he would definitely not tell the truth, so he might as well fool Gu Lintian as well. How could the demonic nature affect him? In order to make Gu Xian'er completely trust him, Gu Chang'e had made such a move. Since ancient times, this trick had won over people's hearts. When it came to acting, he was sure that there were no flaws. At that time all his actions seemed crazy, but in fact there was a deep meaning behind them. Even his self-destruction of his arms at the critical moment was part of his calculations. Guchanga knew that if he had made a move at that time, the expert behind Guxian, would definitely have shown himself. He was certain of this without a doubt. That was why Guchanga chose this method. Not to mention Guxian, even Gu Lintian had a sad expression on his face. Guchanga did not feel guilty. If he had not said this, he would have left many hidden dangers. In any case, he would have put all the blame on the demonic heart. And now it seemed that the effect was very obvious. According to the system's notification, the luck points he had obtained from Guxian were close to 10,000. Xian will probably ask you some questions about the demonic heart. You decide how to tell her. As an elder, it is not good for me to interfere in these matters. Hearing this, Gu Lintian nodded. Father, don't worry. For the time being, the demonic heart will not affect me. Guchanga spoke again. I know what to do with Xian. I'm relieved to hear that. But I'm sorry to trouble you. All these years, Gu Lintian sighed slightly. After all, these things were not Guchanga's original intention. Otherwise, he would not have self-destructed his arms in an attempt to stop it. Gu Xian was smart and would not blame Guchanga wrongly. He also did not want to see Guchanga being misunderstood. All these years Gu Xian's faction hated him for no reason. This was not an easy thing to do. As long as the demonic heart is not removed, it will be a big problem. Gu Lintian remembered many secrets about the demonic heart. This was an ominous sign. No matter which orthodoxy he belonged to, it would bring about unimaginable consequences. Although Guchanga was very popular now, once the demonic heart was exposed, although he would not become the enemy of the world like the inheritors of demonic arts, it would more or less affect him greatly. After that, Guchanga bid farewell and left the main hall, returning to his residence. Along the way, many clan members looked at him with puzzled and strange expressions. Although Gu Lintian resolved the matter in the ancestral hall's Nirvana pond, it was impossible to keep it a secret. Many clan elders were paying close attention to this matter. The news of Guchanga's demonic cultivation had also spread in private. This made many clan members feel strange. They did not expect that Guchanga, who had the potential of becoming a true immortal, would have a demonic heart and even cause it to erupt in the Nirvana pond. This caused quite a stir. It was not strange for cultivators to have a demonic heart, but usually it would only appear when they were older and had been cultivating for a long time. Guchanga was only in his 20s, but he already had a demonic heart. What did this mean? Many clan members sighed. They felt that it was very likely that Guchanga still felt guilty about digging out Gu Xian's bones, and could not get rid of it. Even if he dug out the bones and returned them to his sister, it was still the same. That was why he witnessed Gu Xian's new bones in the Nirvana pond and became demonic. Many people agreed with this theory, and it spread privately in the Gu family. The higher-ups also understood this and felt that this was very likely the truth. But on the other hand, this was normal and it made them feel a little relieved. If Guchanga did not feel guilty about that matter, then there would be a problem. The demonic heart was easy to resolve. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The Nirvana pond incident was like a small interlude, and did not continue to cause much of a stir. On the contrary, Gu Xian took the opportunity to break through to the Void God realm, and her strength increased greatly, catching up with many young heavens prides of the same generation. In the entire longevity Gu family, there were only a few people in this generation who could firmly suppress her in terms of cultivation. There were also private rumors that Guchanga's true cultivation was in the Divine King realm, or even the quasi-saint realm, but he had been hiding it in front of the world and had not been exposed. Many people were shocked by the various theories. The cultivation of the younger generation was the most important thing to any force. And although Guchanga acted in a high-profile manner, not many people knew his true cultivation. The strength he displayed on the surface was only slightly stronger than that of some of the young primes. But recently, the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Wang Zijin, said that even she could not see through Guchanga. If they fought, it was hard to tell who would win. The Supreme Saint Realm assassins that appeared during this period were obviously from the inheritors of the demonic arts. Wang Zijin's quasi-saint realm cultivation also caused a stir in the world. Countless young cultivators were shocked and deeply shocked. Before this, the young forbidden realm Guchanga vaguely had the title of number one among his generation, and that was enough to make them despair. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on their heads. But now, the successor of the human ancestor palace had appeared out of nowhere, and her quasi-saint realm cultivation was shocking beyond words. The so-called Golden Age, where the stars shone brightly, was nothing more than this. Hearing this from her caused an uproar everywhere, and the world was shaken. Guchanga's true strength suddenly became the topic of discussion among various orthodoxies. Many people felt that they might have missed something in the previous incident. The previous successor of the demonic arts, Yi Ling, had dared to brazenly sneak into the immortal ancient continent and attack the young supreme beings, which meant that he must have had someone backing him up. But in the end, he was severely injured by Guchanga and fled. Now it seemed that Yi Ling was not too arrogant. It was that Guchanga who he encountered was too strong. His cultivation had obviously reached an unfathomable level. For a moment, various orthodoxies and sects began to investigate Guchanga. Some even said that Guchanga's technique in the immortal ancient continent was suspected to be a law, an order that only a saint realm cultivator could control. All kinds of speculations appeared, and Guchanga was once again pushed to the teeth of the storm. And Wang Zijin, the initiator of all this, did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong with it. She felt that she had helped Guchanga become famous. Is this Wang Zijin really stupid? Or is she pretending to be stupid? In the main hall, Guchanga frowned slightly when he heard the news. Although his true cultivation level was 640, he had reached the mid-stage of the Saint realm, but on the surface, his cultivation level was only at the Divine King realm. He was still far from the quasi-saint realm. Guchanga wanted to develop his strength in a wretched manner. But Wang Zijin thought too highly of herself and helped him become famous. However, to Guchanga, what he did not lack the most was fame. If he attracted too much attention, it would not be good if the flaws in his plan were discovered. Moreover, Guchanga had another purpose. If at this time one or two ancient freaks appeared, looked down on his cultivation level, and came to make a name for themselves, it would be even better. It just so happened that he lacked an opportunity to continue breaking through. Since those ancient freaks and ancient kings had the guts to call themselves kings, they must have their own strengths. Wang Zijin's actions were equivalent to telling those ancient freaks that Guchanga was not to be trifled with. You ruined my plans. I'll settle this with you first. Guchanga could not help but narrow his eyes. He knew these tricks very well and planned to make use of them. However, Wang Zijin knew it too, so she acted on her own, thinking that it would make Guchanga less trouble. Perhaps Guchanga would even have a good impression of her. However, she did not know that Guchanga planned to let these troubles come to him, because in the battle of the younger generation, there was no question of life and death. If they died at his hands, wouldn't those innate talents and origins be his? Young master, the matter you instructed us to do has taken shape. All these years, Miss Xian, Er's parents have indeed been trapped in a plain world. During this period of time, Yan Ji, who had been ordered by Guchanga to secretly investigate the matter of Gu Xian'er's parents, had also returned with this news. Very good. Guchanga nodded. According to young master's instructions, I sent many people to secretly protect them. However, Miss Xian'er's parents are very strong, and they found out. Yanji continued. It's fine. I just want them to find out and feel that I have spent a lot of effort to secretly track them down. Guchanga could not help but smile. He did not like to do good deeds without leaving a name. He wanted to let the entire Gu family know about this matter, and let them understand his good intentions as the young master. Hearing this, Yanji somewhat understood. She nodded thoughtfully on her beautiful face. But why didn't young master show up personally? Why did you do it secretly and not let the Gu family members find out? She was a little confused. Wouldn't it be better for Guchanga to do this kind of thing himself? After all, it's a matter of appearance. If I go personally, it won't be effective. Instead, it will have the opposite effect. It will make people think that I have other motives. That's why I have to do it secretly, understand? Guchanga smiled casually and said something that Yanji did not understand. Hearing this, her scarlet glass-like eyes revealed a sense of loss and bewilderment, and she seemed to be in a daze. It was obvious that she did not understand the situation in the Gu family. Gu Chang'e's words made her even more confused. But at this time she still nodded. I understand. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked at her and laughed. When did even Yanji learn to speak nonsense in front of me? Young master, after being exposed like this by Gu Chang'e, Yanji could not help but blush a little. At the same time, outside the Gu family's mountain gate, a figure with a face shrouded in fog, wearing a moon-white robe, had traveled for a long time. During this time she had made a trip to the immemorial Yi clan and finally arrived here. She looked at the magnificent mountain gate in front of her and said to the immortal guard in front of the gate, "The successor of the human ancestors' palace is here to visit young Master Chang'e." Chapter 214. The majestic mountain gate was like the gate of the heavenly court in ancient times. It was incomparably tall. Inside there was a myriad of scenes. Clouds rose and it was majestic. It was like a fairyland. Divine rainbows traversed between heaven and earth, bringing with them various colors of light. It was obvious that they had a long history and a deep foundation. Jiang Chuchu appeared here. Her face was covered by a thin veil, and there was also a layer of fog that completely covered her face. From her appearance and voice, it was impossible to tell whether she was a man or a woman. She stood alone without any followers, but there was a natural aura around her that was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing her words, the Gu clan's immortal guards patrolling in front of the mountain gate all landed in shock. The successor of the human ancestor hall? They were confused. If they remembered correctly, wasn't the successor of the human ancestor hall the mysterious woman from the Longevity Wang clan? Why did another person appear all of a sudden? Or was this person an imposter? They remembered very clearly that the successor of the human ancestor hall was assassinated by someone sent by the successor of the demonic arts during the mistress's birthday banquet. That incident caused a huge commotion and caused a lot of commotion. Who is so bold as to impersonate the successor of the human ancestor hall? Immediately someone shouted. His gaze was like a divine sword, making clanging sounds as if it was going to pierce through the void. He looked at Jiang Chuchu. A majestic pressure instantly crushed down. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to withstand it. Their legs would have given way, and they would have knelt on the ground. However, Jiang Chuchu was not. Her expression was unusually calm, as if nothing in this world could attract her attention. Buzz! She merely raised her hand, and an exquisite token appeared between her slender fingers. Human Ancestor Hall. 3 words appeared in the void, revealing her identity. Human Ancestor Token. Seeing this rune, the expressions of the immortal guards in front of the mountain gate changed. They recognized this token. There was probably no one in the upper realm who did not recognize this token. The Human Ancestor Token represented the identity of the Human Ancestor Hall. Sometimes it could even command many orthodoxies. For a moment, their expressions became suspicious and shocked. However, they would not let this person enter just because of this token. The Longevity Gu clan had strict rules. So what if she was the successor of the Human Ancestor Hall? There is more than one successor to the current Human Ancestor Hall. Jiang Chuchu seemed to understand why these people were puzzled. He opened his mouth and said calmly, "I hope you can inform young Master Chang'e that the successor of the Human Ancestors Palace wishes to see you." Even with her transcendent status, she didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate. Everything had to be done according to the rules. "All right, please wait a moment." The immortal guards gave each other a look, and then they all turned into divine rainbows and left. From the mountain gate to the central divine island, they still had to go through many transport formations, so it would take a very long time. Gu Chang'e, seeing the group of immortal guards leave, Jiang Chuchu's crystal-clear eyes flashed with resplendent runes as he softly muttered this name. During this time, Jiang Chuchu went straight to the ancient Yi clan after leaving ancient Dao City. He wanted to know more about Yiling. This was because she had a unique secret technique that could determine Yiling's exact location based on the bloodlines of the clan members that were relatively close to each other. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chuchu rushed to the ancient Yi clan. With her status, the ancient Yi clan didn't dare to slight her, and did their best to cooperate with her. The ancient Yi clan also didn't want to have anything to do with the successor of the demonic arts. However, in the end, after Jiang Chuchu used the secret technique, the entire ancient Yi clan was shocked. They discovered an unexpected fact and result. Yi Ling's life aura had already dissipated. This matter shook the entire ancient Yi clan. In other words, the successor of the demonic arts that had been the talk of the town all this time was actually someone else, and not Yi Ling. Although this conclusion surprised Jiang Chuchu, it was still within her expectations, because she had felt that there was something wrong with Yi Ling from the beginning. His actions were too passive, as if there was an invisible hand pushing him from behind. In Jiang Chuchu's opinion, Yi Ling's death was inevitable. It was just a matter of when he died. Moreover, she had always felt that there was a big problem with Guchanga. However, this was only her intuition. There was no evidence. Therefore, in order to verify the truth of this guess, Jiang Chuchu rushed all the way to the Longevity Gu clan. Along the way, she also heard about the assassination attempt on Wang Zijin. She heard that there was a huge organization behind the successor of the demonic arts that even involved Tianhuang Mountain. Coincidentally, Tianhuang Mountain's Prince Tian was born during this time. This series of events confused Jiang Chuchu. She felt that there were many suspicious points. However, she wasn't the person involved and didn't know the details. As long as I come to the Longevity Gu clan, I'll be able to find out what happened back then and determine the real suspect. Jiang Chuchu pondered as she waited for the report. She stood quietly at the mountain gate. Many of the Gu clan members who passed by glanced at her curiously, but no one came forward to ask her. I just don't know what Guchanga's attitude is. After all, rumors can't be trusted. I have to see it with my own eyes. I only hope that my guess is wrong. Jiang Chuchu felt that if Guchanga had a guilty conscience, he would definitely not let her in at this time. After all, she was different from the inexperienced Wang Zijin. She more or less had some confidence in coming here so hastily. The young master has prepared a banquet and is waiting for the successor. Just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Jiang Chuchu's mind. Soon the immortal guards returned with this reply. He's actually so calm? This surprised Jiang Chuchu. It seemed that Guchanga didn't care about her arrival. This meant that he didn't care at all. This matter is getting troublesome. Then Jiang Chuchu followed them with a calm expression. They passed through the outer and inner islands. After passing through many teleportation portals, divine islands, immortal mountains and so on, they finally arrived at the mountain peak where Guchanga was. The tip of the iceberg revealed by the Longevity Gu clan caused ripples to appear in her usually calm state of mind. It was difficult for her to continue calming down. At this time she understood that if Guchanga really had a problem, it would be an extremely terrible disaster for the entire upper realm. Now Guchanga's wings were growing. She had to think of a way to stop all of this. The young master is waiting for the successor in the hall. We'll take our leave first. The group of immortal guards who led the way quickly left. Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but frown. She suddenly felt a faint uneasiness in her heart. The palace on the mountain peak that was surrounded by clouds and mist looked like a paradise. At this time it looked like a demon's lair. If Guchanga really has a problem, he shouldn't dare to do anything to me. Once something happens to me in the Longevity Gu clan, the human ancestors hall will know. At that time the whole world will be alarmed. Guchanga won't be that stupid. At this time that uneasy intuition grew stronger, causing Jiang Chuchu to frown. The 7 Apertures Immortal Soul was already the world's top talent, rare throughout history. However, she had the 9 Apertures Immortal Soul. Her talent in perception was so strong that it was jaw-dropping. She even had the ability to predict the future. That was why Jiang Chuchu had always trusted her intuition so much. Soon Jiang Chuchu arrived at the mountain peak, inside the majestic hall. As soon as she entered the hall, she noticed the young man at a glance. Starlight fell, strands of colorful light filled the air, as if they had arrived at the depths of the universe. In the hall, Guchanga was sitting high up in the hall. He was dressed in a loose robe, and his hair was draped behind his head. His expression was calm, and he exuded a noble and lofty aura. A banquet had been set up below. There were spirit fruits, immortal wine, and many kinds of ferocious beast meat. There were even many beautiful and talented women dancing in the hall. Their figures were graceful, and their dance moves were moving. Accompanied by the sound of the zither, they exuded a kind of tranquility and loftiness. "How should I address you, brother? You've traveled hundreds of millions of miles. May I know why you've come?" Gu Chang'e did not seem surprised to see Jiang Chuchu. He spoke naturally, and then gestured for Jiang Chuchu to take a seat. There was a warm and perfect smile on his face, and no one could find a flaw in it. In fact, when the immortal guard came to report, Gu Chang'e had guessed that the person who had come would be another successor of the human ancestors' hall. He had been waiting for her arrival. Gu Chang'e had not left the clan. In fact, he had already heard a lot about Jiang Chuchu from Wang Zijin. He knew that she was very talented, and was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal in the human ancestors' hall. And today he saw that the huge number of providence points had already reached tens of thousands. Gu Chang'e could not help but feel a little moved. She was a living example of a leak. She actually dared to take the initiative to deliver herself to him. Although this successor of the human ancestors' hall was not a daughter of providence, she was still a person with great providence. There were many people like her in this world, but there were only a few with her providence. It seems that cultivators who are related to the human ancestor are not simple people. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind, but there was no abnormality on his face. In fact, he had already guessed the purpose of Jiang Chuchu's visit. He did not know what to say about that other than saying that she was really bold. Was she too smart and confident? Or was she too stupid? "Greetings, young Master Chang'e." At this moment, in front of Gu Chang'e, Jiang Chuchu had also dispersed the fog on her face. She no longer concealed her original calm and pleasant voice. She planned to get straight to the point. She also knew that such a method was not very effective in front of Gu Chang'e. Seeing it with her own eyes, she knew how wrong the rumors were. Gu Chang'e's strength could not be judged based on rumors. This made Jiang Chuchu even more convinced that there was a problem with Gu Chang'e. However, she still maintained her calm. She did not believe that Gu Chang'e would dare to make a move on her in the territory of the Longevity Gu family. "Chuchu. That's a good name. As expected, it's lovely and moving. I can't help but feel pity for you." Hearing that, Gu Chang'e praised with a look of admiration. At this moment, although half of Jiang Chuchu's immortal face was covered by a veil, her eyes were as cold as a cold lake. She gave off the feeling of a lonely monk looking at everything in the world in silence. In terms of appearance, there was naturally no need to say much. If the human ancestor was some kind of protagonist, then Jiang Chuchu was definitely the female protagonist related to him. Such courage was not something an ordinary woman should have. "Young Master Chang'e, you flatter me," Jiang Chuchu said lightly, neither servile nor overbearing. Then she sat down at the table and lowered her eyes slightly. Many strange runes began to disappear in those eyes. This was her tracing ability, which could trace the many traces and karma between heaven and earth. She wanted to confirm whether there was a problem with Gu Chang'e, and this was a perfect opportunity. Apart from her, no one else in the world knew about this talent. Jiang Chuchu did not believe that Gu Chang'e could detect anything at this time. Moreover, her actions seemed to be very covert. It looked as if she did not want to look at Gu Chang'e. Naturally, her gaze fell on the spiritual wine and fruits on the table. "Saintess Chuchu, may I know the reason for your visit?" At this time, Gu Chang'e did not seem to notice Jiang Chuchu's subtle actions. He raised his cup to his lips, his expression natural as he asked with a faint smile. Of course, he actually knew what Jiang Chuchu's purpose was, but he did not care. Jiang Chuchu was using her talent to trace Gu Chang'e's aura. Hearing his question, she was slightly startled, then calmly replied, "I heard that young Master Chang'e had fought with the inheritor of demonic arts. Chuchu has always been curious about that battle. So I wanted to visit young Master Chang'e and ask for some details." "Ask for details? Holy Maiden Chuchu, are you also planning to hunt down Yiling?" Hearing this, Gu Chang'e asked, a little surprised. However, before Jiang Chuchu could reply, he said, "You're reading on novelful, thanks." He continued speaking in a slightly regretful tone. "However, I'm afraid you've come too late, Holy Maiden Chuchu. Yiling is already dead. Don't tell me you really don't know about this?" Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu suddenly raised her eyes to look at Guchanga. Her heart trembled slightly, and a chill and vigilance rose from her back. Guchanga was actually so straightforward? How could he say such a thing as soon as he arrived? Could it be that Yi Ling was killed by him? Young Master Changa, what do you mean? How did Yi Ling die? Chuchu doesn't understand. However, Jiang Chuchu's expression remained calm as she spoke calmly. At this time, she was 80% sure that Guchanga was definitely related to the inheritor of demonic arts. It's fine if you don't understand. It's not important. Holy Maiden Chuchu, you'll understand in the future. Guchanga shook his head. Holy Maiden Chuchu, you've traveled hundreds of millions of miles. I apologize for not welcoming you. Here's a toast to you. As he spoke, he took the initiative to pour a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. Jiang Chuchu was a little hesitant. Why? Are you afraid that I've poisoned the wine? Seeing her expression, Guchanga could not help but scoff. His words pierced Jiang Chuchu's heart. Young Master Changa, you worry too much, Jiang Chuchu frowned. Although that was indeed what she thought, she naturally could not admit it at this time. After all, this was equivalent to not giving face to Guchanga as the host. No matter what, the two of them had not shed all pretense of cordiality yet. Perhaps it could be said that they were still feigning civility. More or less, they had to consider each other's face. However, Guchanga waved his hand dispiritedly and interrupted her. Forget it, it's fine if you don't drink. It's normal for Holy Maiden Chuchu to be so vigilant. After all, I did put poison in the wine. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was stunned for a moment. When she realized the meaning of Guchanga's words, her pupils suddenly shrank. At this time, even with her mental fortitude, she could not help but turn pale. She had used her special talent to trace Guchanga's aura, and had finally succeeded. Buzz! At this moment, her breathing was almost suffocating. Her entire mind was instantly filled with a maddening, indescribable gray fog that could not be looked at directly. Within it, there was an indescribably terrifying existence. It was ancient and majestic, as if it wanted to drag all living things into it. This kind of aura was majestic and chaotic, as if it was composed of countless origins and orders. Under this brilliant majesty, she was simply as small as an ant. As expected, swallowed many origins and constitutions, Jiang Chuchu's expression was a little pale under the veil, but she still restrained herself with strong willpower, not allowing herself to show any abnormality. Now she could be sure that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic arts who had hidden the most deeply. This was too terrifying. It was simply chilling. Guessing before was one thing. Now that she was sure, even her mental fortitude was slightly trembling. Things had finally become the situation she did not want to happen the most. Guchanga looked at her with interest, as if he did not know what Jiang Chuchu had done. Holy Maiden Chuchu, what's the matter? You don't look good. I was just joking just now. Why do you take it to heart? Jiang Chuchu quickly regained her composure and nodded. Thank you, young Master Changa, for your concern. However, it's better not to joke about this kind of thing. If they were in the outside world, she still had the confidence to fight Guchanga. However, in the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, she did not even dare to let Guchanga detect her abnormality, let alone make a move. The premise that Guchanga would not make a move on her was that he did not know that she already knew his true identity. Now, once Guchanga found out, would he let her go? However, Jiang Chuchu was certain that Guchanga would not easily make a move on her. Once something happened to her in the Longevity Gu clan, the Longevity Gu clan would become the target of public criticism, unless Guchanga was willing to take the risk of his identity being exposed. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. At this time, Jiang Chuchu already had thoughts of retreating. Her initial instinct was right. However, after confirming Guchanga's true identity, how to expose him was a problem because she did not have any evidence. Inform the human ancestor hall behind her? However, how could her words alone shake Guchanga and the Longevity Gu clan? When the time came, people might even think that she was deliberately framing Guchanga. This was because she could not produce any evidence to prove that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic arts. If his identity was simpler, things would be easier to handle. However, Guchanga's identity and background meant that he was destined to stand at the peak of the upper realm. Who would dare to say such words without evidence? This matter needed to be considered at length. Oh, how can I not care? Hearing this, Guchanga's smile suddenly became somewhat thought-provoking. After all, Holy Lady Chuchu, you've come all the way here. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Is there a problem with me showing concern for you? At this time, Jiang Chuchu only wanted to leave this place. I don't need young Lord Changa's concern. I came in a hurry today. Since young Lord Changa said that Yiling is dead, then I should go and look for other clues. She replied, tactfully explaining that she wanted to leave. Roar. However, at this time, how could Guchanga let her leave so easily? Chapter 215. You may all leave. The smile on Guchanga's face finally disappeared, and he waved his hand to dismiss the songstress in the hall. Young Master Changa Jiang Chuchu frowned. She did not understand Guchanga's actions, and she became vigilant. What she was not sure about now was whether the Longevity Gu clan knew about Guchanga's identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. What was their attitude? Holy Maiden Chuchu, don't play dumb at this time. It's really boring. Guchanga said faintly, with a hint of mockery in her voice. Compared to just now, his expression was completely different. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was stunned and could not remain calm. Hearing Guchanga's words, was he going to lay his cards on the table? She felt a chill on her back and suddenly felt a sense of danger. But before Jiang Chuchu could react, she felt Guchanga attack her. He waved his sleeve. A terrifying spatial fluctuation came. The next moment, Jiang Chuchu's vision blurred, and a spatial crack suddenly appeared, extending from her side and expanding quickly, enveloping her in an instant. Buzz! Her figure disappeared into thin air, taken into Guchanga's inner world. This spatial crack quickly healed and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. You came to me voluntarily, how foolish. Guchanga could not help but laugh. Then, a beautiful figure walked out of the void in front of him. It was Yanji. How's the imitation of your aura? Guchanga looked at her. In the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, there were many disguise techniques that could even conceal one's origin. Jiang Chuchu usually showed her face with a veil, and even used fog to hide her true appearance. It was really easy to imitate her aura and figure. Yanji did not even need to deliberately change her appearance. Hearing this, she nodded and said, "The secret technique that you gave me is really mysterious. After observing it for a short time, I can already imitate 80 to 90% of it." As she spoke, a layer of hazy light appeared on her body. Yanji's figure began to change. Soon he looked no different from Jiang Chuchu. Even their voices and tones were the same. Moreover, her cultivation base was at the great saint realm. Ordinary people could not see through her at all. Even a quasi-supreme existence wouldn't be able to see anything unusual. Upon seeing this, Guchanga nodded in satisfaction. In that case, the successor of the human ancestor hall will be you in the future. The reason why he said so much nonsense to Jiang Chuchu was to give Yanji a chance to observe from the side, so that he could pass off the false as the truth. However, young master, can I really fool the human ancestor hall like this? Yanji was a little puzzled. He firmly believed in Guchanga's plan. However, if she were to face a human ancestor hall cultivator, she felt that she would be exposed. It's fine. You don't need to return to the human ancestor hall. You just need to walk around in the outside world and let the world know. Leave the rest to me. Guchanga smiled calmly. Upon hearing this, Yanji nodded. She was not good at acting or disguising. Guchanga's method was a little difficult for her. However, Jiang Chuchu's personality was easy to imitate because she had always been a woman of few words and had a calm personality. If she did not run into those familiar with the human ancestor hall, Yanji did not think that she would reveal any flaws. After that, Guchanga's figure disappeared and reappeared in the inner world. Yanji wanted to disguise herself as the successor of the human ancestor hall. However, she still lacked one thing, and that was Jiang Chuchu's human ancestor token. This thing was indispensable. At the same time, in the inner world, Jiang Chuchu's expression was no longer as calm and composed as it was at the beginning. Guchanga suddenly attacked and used terrifying spatial power. A spatial crack instantly appeared and swallowed her up. Then, She was trapped in this mysterious and unknown world. Everything happened so quickly that she did not even have time to react. When the scene in front of her became clear again, she was already standing in a vast ancient forest. As far as the eye could see, there were majestic mountains and ancient trees everywhere. The clear blue lake was embedded everywhere like jade. The spiritual energy was like a fog, and the green was like a tide. In the distance, there seemed to be an ancient and majestic heavenly palace standing on the horizon. It looked incomparably huge and sacred. Just the pillars alone could support the heavens and earth. It was like an ancient heavenly palace that had fallen into the human world. What is this place? How did Guchanga get me here? Jiang Chuchu frowned and could not calm down for a while. In here she could not sense a trace of the aura of the outside world. What was going on with the majestic and sacred heavenly palace in front of her? Could it be the ruins of the ancient immortal court? Guchanga actually controlled such a ruin? Jiang Chuchu knew that there were many small world-like artifacts in this world that could be carried around. Some supreme existences could even create and refine them. They were mysterious and profound. One flower, one world, one grain, one reincarnation. There were so many mysteries. She was careless and fell into Guchanga's trap. Now Jiang Chuchu was very sure that she was trapped in such a spatial artifact by Guchanga. Since Guchanga did this, it means that the Longevity Gu clan should not know his true identity. He can't attack me in the Gu clan. I'm afraid he's keeping the whole world in the dark. Jiang Chuchu frowned and whispered in her heart. Then she found a place to sit down cross-legged. Resplendent runes began to appear on her body. They were hazy, simple, and majestic, like a large expanse of light rain that was about to fall. This place seemed to have become a place of ascension for immortals. Thousands of auspicious lights and runes were like the sea. There was even the terrifying sound of heavenly thunder, crackling and crackling, which turned into divine clouds and formed all kinds of shapes. Axes, hooks, forks, knives, spears, swords, halberds, true dragons, divine phoenixes flapping their wings, black tortoises splitting the earth, white tigers roaring. All kinds of strange phenomena intertwined and filled the air, surging violently. These terrifying offensive forces were constantly evolving, trying to tear this space apart. Boom! Jiang Chuchu's sage-to-be aura began to appear. She knew that there was a limit to the power that this space could withstand. As long as she broke through that limit, this space would definitely shatter, and it would not be able to trap her at all. This was the same principle as those spatial barriers. But in the next moment, when some of her attacks fell into the void, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not even a trace of a ripple was created. How is this possible? Jiang Chuchu could not believe it. When she attacked with all her strength, she already had the power of a saint. Even the barriers of the lower realm could not withstand it and would be torn apart. But in Guchanga's spatial artifact, it did not have the slightest effect? Could it be that his spatial artifact is of a very high level? Jiang Chuchu tried again, but it was still to no avail. She even felt that the spatial barriers of the outside world were not as good as this world, let alone a trace of a ripple. I don't believe it. Am I really going to be trapped here by Guchanga for the rest of my life? Jiang Chuchu took out a crystal-clear mirror and was about to make a move. Buzz! The void in front of her suddenly blurred and then cracked open. Don't waste your time. Unless I let you out, you'll die of old age in this place for the rest of your life. Guchanga's figure walked out of it. Sensing Jiang Chuchu's actions, he could not help but frown and say faintly, Guchanga. Jiang Chuchu stared at him, her eyes filled with infinite vigilance and fear. Boom! In the next moment, she suffered a great loss and took the initiative to attack Guchanga. Since she could not break the barrier of this space, as long as she killed Guchanga, she would naturally be able to leave. At this moment, a vast expanse of purple chi appeared behind Jiang Chuchu, and a Taoist with dazzling treasure light and celestial light appeared faintly. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and swept it forward. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to split open. The strength of a pre-saint was undoubtedly displayed. Who gave you the confidence to attack me? Guchanga sneered and did not take it seriously. He waved his sleeve, and a ray of clear light scattered, turning into a surging moon that smashed down with a loud bang. At the same time, the cultivation of a saint was displayed. It was so powerful that Jiang Chuchu's expression changed abruptly. and she could not maintain her previous calm. The moment Guchanga's moon smashed down, it destroyed the power of the Horsetail Whisk and continued to suppress her. You've already broken through to the Saint Realm. You've really hidden it too well. Jiang Chuchu's back was full of cold air. Using extreme speed was a very terrifying movement technique. When cultivated to the extreme, one could pass through countless spaces in one step. She planned to quickly avoid Guchanga's casual attack. Her talent was so strong that it was unknown. She thought that she could firmly suppress Guchanga, but she did not expect the gap between their cultivation levels to be so big. At the same time, Jiang Chuchu took out a Taoist seal. It shone, and there was the sound of Taoist chanting. The vast expanse of purple qi covered the sky and turned into a huge seal. There was an extremely ancient Taoist word on it. The rules and order intertwined densely. This attack was enough to kill an ordinary saint. But in the next moment, Guchanga casually shook his finger. A wisp of sword qi, wrapped in the aura of Gongjin, clanged and turned into a bronze celestial sword that fell toward Jiang Chuchu. Bang! The Taoist seal that she took out was instantly pierced by the sword and turned into dust. Jiang Chuchu was also injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her qi and blood surged. In terms of strength, she was no match for Guchanga. If they were in the same realm, it would be fine. But Guchanga was one realm higher than her. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Guchanga did not use his full strength. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. At this time, you still don't understand the gap between you and me? Saintess Chuchu? Guchanga said lightly with contempt. He was not in a hurry to suppress Jiang Chuchu. In the inner world, unless one's cultivation level was much higher than Guchanga's, it was impossible to escape. In the next moment, a black and white divine light burst out from Guchanga's eyes. As time passed, it was born and destroyed. The void distorted and turned into the sword of reincarnation. Reincarnation technique. Jiang Chuchu's expression changed slightly. She took out a saint-level robe, but it was quickly torn apart by the black and white divine light. It could not resist for even a breath. She spat out blood again and flew backward. At the same time, Guchanga reached out with his palm, covering heaven and earth. A huge force surged, causing Jiang Chuchu's expression to change rapidly. Boom! In between her eyebrows, a bright light suddenly shone, and a mysterious palace appeared. A strange Tao sound appeared, as if there was a peerless female immortal sitting cross-legged in it. She was dazzling and bright. She was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. This was not a groundless rumor. Guchanga also sensed a trace of danger. Buzz! A great Tao treasure bottle appeared, and a black brilliance fell from it, trying to intimidate the deity in between Jiang Chuchu's eyebrows. That deity was about to open her eyes, and there was endless divine light condensing in them. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd suddenly appeared in Guchanga's hand. Demonic qi filled the sky. His eyes were cold, and he directly slashed down, instantly splitting that deity's divine light. This scene made Jiang Chuchu's face pale, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, her divine sense had been injured. Guchanga was too strong. That attack had clearly surpassed the level of the Saint Realm, and even the Great Saint Realm. That weapon of his was very strange. Jiang Chuchu knew that with her own strength, she was no match for Guchanga. Open your mind and let me plant the slave seal. Maybe you can still live. Guchanga's voice was very calm. Don't even think about it unless I die. But if you kill me, the human ancestor palace will definitely sense it, and then your identity will definitely be exposed. She said. She knew that at this time, as long as Guchanga was not stupid, he would not kill her. Once the life tablet she left in the human ancestor palace was broken, it would definitely attract the attention of the human ancestor palace, and then they would know that she had been to the Longevity Gu clan. Even if Guchanga wanted to hide it, it would be difficult to do so. You're smart, knowing that you still have value. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Guchanga said casually, not taking Jiang Chuchu's words to heart. Hand over your human ancestor palace token. Human ancestor palace token? Jiang Chuchu was stunned. What did Guchanga want this thing for? Was he planning to find someone to disguise as her? She had to admit that she was very smart to have guessed Guchanga's purpose so quickly. Impossible, the human ancestor palace token is very important, I can't give it to you. Jiang Chuchu calmed down and began to sit cross-legged on the spot. An exquisite little pagoda appeared in her storage ring, and a faint layer of golden light appeared, enveloping her. Although I won't kill you, I can let you know that there are some things that will make you feel worse than killing you, Gu Chang'e said calmly, intending to force Jiang Chuchu. At this time it was indeed not good for him to kill her, and she was still useful. Planting a slave imprint or magic bottle of expiation would definitely come into contact with her sea of consciousness. Just now Gu Chang'e had already detected the forbidden and mysterious palace in Jiang Chuchu's sea of consciousness. There was a vast and dangerous power hidden within. Although Jiang Chuchu could not be used, it did not mean that it was useless to her. If Gu Chang'e rashly invaded her sea of consciousness, he might come into contact with that palace, leading to Jiang Chuchu's death. This was a troublesome process. He could not kill her, nor could he plant a slave imprint or magic bottle of expiation. After all, once Jiang Chuchu died, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble for Gu Chang'e. On the other hand, it would not be good for Yanji to continue pretending to be her identity, as it would affect Gu Chang'e's subsequent plans. Therefore, Gu Chang'e decided to settle for the next best thing. As the saying goes, a frog is boiled in warm water. Now, he would let Jiang Chuchu understand the huge difference in strength between them, saving her the thought of escaping. After all, she was trapped in the inner world, and could not go anywhere. Everything was up to Gu Chang'e. Whether he let her out or not, it was just a matter of a thought. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes turned very cold. She looked at Gu Chang'e, knowing what he meant. She did not think that Gu Chang'e could not do such a thing. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider, Gu Chang'e said calmly. Jiang Chuchu definitely did not want to die, nor did she want to submit to him. But before that, as the saintess of the human ancestor palace, she would definitely value her reputation and chastity very much. Compared to the previous 2, this was also the least likely to come into contact with the forbidden palace in her sea of consciousness. Gu Chang'e could start from this aspect and force him to give up the things or information he wanted. You're despicable, Gu Chang'e. Jiang Chuchu could not keep calm. Her eyes were extremely cold as she gritted her teeth. Buzz! Gu Chang'e did not say anything. He slashed down with his halberd. The golden halo in front of her suddenly made a light trembling sound. Then layers of cracks appeared and it exploded. Jiang Chuchu's face turned pale. I'm not very patient, Gu Chang'e said calmly. I can't give you the human ancestor's order. You trapped me here and wanted to find someone to pretend to be me, so that you can deceive everyone. Gu Chang'e, don't even think about it. I won't help the wicked. Jiang Chuchu looked at him coldly, as if she was not afraid of death, even if she destroyed her own body and died here. He would not allow Gu Chang'e, the devil, to achieve her goal and bring disaster to the world. You're so stupid. You asked for it. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's eyes darkened. He stretched out his large palm. Demonic light filled the sky, and the divine talisman disappeared. It was like a giant millstone of destruction crushing down on Jiang Chuchu. Boom! At this moment, the entire void seemed to be suppressed by hundreds of millions of tons of power. It became stagnant, as if it was frozen in place. Gu Chang'e, I won't let you get away with it. Jiang Chuchu's face was cold. At this moment, all the power began to gather in her Dantian spirit sea. Bright runes appeared and intertwined. She planned to self-destruct her body. At this moment, the only thing she could do to bring trouble to Gu Chang'e was to commit suicide. Only by committing suicide could the human ancestors hall notice, investigate, and discover the problem with Gu Chang'e's body. What a joke. In my world, how can you control your own life? Seeing this, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh coldly. He seemed to be looking down on her. There were plenty of ways to deal with such a fearless person. Jiang Chuchu probably didn't understand that Gu Chang'e was only afraid of the forbidden palace in her spirit sea. He was worried that he would accidentally touch her spirit sea and cause the forbidden palace to riot, which would lead to Jiang Chuchu's death. Evidently, it was impossible for Jiang Chuchu to utilize the power of the taboo palace with her own strength. Unless she could break through the forbidden palace and destroy her own true spirit, it would be useless. She really wouldn't cry until she saw the coffin. When this palm landed, Jiang Chuchu's expression changed. She found that the principles and order that she had painstakingly gathered were all scattered. Even her suicide seemed to be out of her control. I'll give you the human ancestors' order. Stop. Seeing that Guchanga seemed to be serious, Jiang Chuchu's expression changed drastically. She was very pale and couldn't be as calm as before. It's too late. Guchanga's expression was cold. He didn't care. Outside the palace, Guchanga's figure walked out of the void. So this is what the human ancestors' order is? He looked at the golden order token in his hand. There seemed to be a lot of chi gathering on it. Then, he handed it to Yanji beside him. Master, did you kill the saintess of the human ancestors' palace? Yanji was a little curious about Jiang Chuchu's fate. No, she can't die yet. Guchanga shook his head. She's a person who won't cry until she sees the coffin. She's still useful. In the inner world, Jiang Chuchu hugged her knees. There was a hint of confusion in her cold expression. She looked at the chastity mark on her right arm that had been there for more than 20 years. It had disappeared. All the saintesses of the human ancestors' palace had to be chased. Guchanga. She gritted her teeth. Chapter 216. With the human ancestor token in hand, things became much simpler for Guchanga. Yanji would disguise himself as Jiang Chuchu's successor of the human ancestors' hall, and roam the world. He could also use this opportunity to publicize his achievements in fighting against the inheritors of demonic arts. At this time there would be no idiot who would dare to doubt him. Meanwhile, the other successor of the human ancestors' hall, Wang Zijin, did not doubt Changa's identity at all. At that time, with the two successors of the human ancestors' hall spreading the news, Guchanga would be able to develop steadily for a period of time. What did the successor of the human ancestors' hall signify? It signified authority. As the faction that had been fighting against the inheritors of demonic arts for the longest time, no other orthodoxy knew as much about the inheritors of demonic arts as the human ancestors' hall. As long as Yanji did not meet any old friends or masters who knew Jiang Chuchu well, it was unlikely that anyone would notice anything amiss. Jiang Chuchu was trapped in Guchanga's inner world, so he did not have to worry about her at all. Unless she suddenly unleashed some sort of forbidden power, she would not be able to break through the shackles of the inner world and escape. Therefore, Guchanga did not have to worry about the inheritors of demonic arts for the time being. He could focus on the human ancestors' reincarnation. With Emperor Shuang as my scapegoat, it won't be easy for him to clear his name during this period of time. I'm guessing he'll cower back to Emperor Mountain after he emerges. Compared to the other children of destiny, this guy is actually quite vigilant. But what's the use of being vigilant in front of me? Even if it's a turtle shell, I'll have to break it. Within the palace, Guchanga could not help but laugh. A jade scroll appeared in front of him. The information about Prince Tian's life was clearly listed on it. Apart from that, there was also information about many ancient princes, descendants of true immortals, ancient freaks, and so on. There were even many self-proclaimed young kings who had dominated many eras. Yumingkong, this guy actually prepared a list of assassins for me. Looks like she knows what I'm planning. But it's just what I want. It saves me a lot of trouble in investigating. Guchanga scanned these names. This jade slip had been specially left behind for him by Yumingkong before she left the Gu family. At that time he didn't care. Now that he looked at them, he realized that those ancient freaks and peerless geniuses who were about to be born were really good nourishment resources for him. I'm afraid that in my previous life, there was also such a list, so Yumingkong remembered it. Guchanga whispered as he began to plan his next move. He could either follow Yumingkong's directions and intercept Renzu's reincarnation, or he could search for Inju Tian's location. We can send people to Extinguishing Sky, but this matter can't be rushed. Therefore, the most important thing now is to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Soon Guchanga decided on his next course of action. Renzu's reincarnation carried a huge amount of luck. He suspected that Yumingkong had foresight. However, it was very likely that all his efforts would be in vain and he would end up with a lot of trouble. Just like the last time when he let Yiling go, the strength of the Son of Luck was not something that Yumingkong could predict, especially when it was an old monster like the human ancestor who had reincarnated countless times. Leave this kind of thing to me. Thinking of this, Guchanga revealed a deep smile and planned to move. However, before that, he decided to make a trip to the Purple Pole Pill sect first. Elder Ming. Soon, Guchanga summoned his trusted aide, Elder Ming, who had come to the lower realm with him. Greetings, young master. Elder Ming, who was dressed in black, rushed over respectfully. Now that he was valued by Guchanga, his identity had undergone a tremendous change. Even though he was a servant with a different surname, many Gu family members valued him and did not dare to underestimate him. He knew very well who had given him all this. During this time, how has Chohan been? Guchanga stood with his hands behind his back and asked casually. Speaking of which, he had left Lin Chohan in the Purple Pole Pill sect for quite some time. It was time to pay her a visit. Chohan is doing very well in the Purple Pole Pill sect. She is being groomed as the future sect leader. Her current attainments in alchemy are unmatched among her peers in the Purple Pole Pill sect. She also misses you very much, young master. Hearing this, Elder Ming's face could not help but reveal a touch of relief. He spoke somewhat excitedly and happily. After all, Guchanga took the initiative to ask, which meant that Guchanga had not forgotten about Lin Chohan. For someone of Guchanga's status, as long as he said a word in the upper realm, countless girls would come knocking on his door and squeeze through the door. Lin Chohan was from the lower realm after all. No matter how outstanding her alchemy talent was, she was not as good as those girls in terms of foundation. It was normal for Guchanga to forget her. Now that Guchanga said so, it was obvious that he was wrong. How could this not make Elder Ming excited? He also hoped that his descendant could be valued by Guchanga. Oh, Chohan did not disappoint me. Guchanga smiled slightly and was not very surprised. After all, she was a person of great fortune. After coming to the upper realm, she began to show the edge of her alchemy. It just so happens that I have some time recently. I'll go to the Purple Pole Pill sect to see her. Guchanga continued. The main thing was that he had something to hand over to Lin Chohan. After letting the Purple Pole Pill sect cultivate Lin Chohan for him for so long, it was time for her to play her role. Thank you, young master. If Chohan hears that young master wants to visit her, she will be pleasantly surprised. Elder Ming said excitedly. What? The whereabouts of my parents and grandfather? On the other hand, under Guchanga's intentional arrangement, a piece of news after many twists and turns also reached Gu Xian'er's ears. In the palace, she looked at the clansman in front of her who was reporting the news. Joy, excitement, happiness, and other emotions that could not be suppressed appeared on her face. She could not hide them at all. This was the second thing that made her the happiest in this period of time. The first thing, of course, was to figure out Guchanga's secret. Ever since the Nirvana Pond incident, Gu Xian'er had not seen Guchanga again. She did not know what Guchanga was doing. That day when she witnessed Guchanga unable to suppress the demonic nature, and was controlled by it, Gu Xian'er already understood everything. Back then, why did Guchanga dig out her Dao bone? Was it not because he was controlled by the demonic nature? Now, Guchanga would rather cripple his own arms than hurt her. This made Gu Xian'er feel incomparably moved and warm. Especially at that time when Guchanga said don't touch her. It was as if he was growling at another him. That low growl still echoed in her ears from time to time, making her heart tremble. Therefore, Gu Xian'er could understand Guchanga's actions all these years. Now, he deliberately avoided her. Perhaps it was because he could not bring himself to do it. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er did not care at all about Guchanga's actions. Miss, the news should be correct. At that time, a cultivator noticed the whereabouts of the family head and the others. It seems that they are in a lower realm. From the news, the situation of the family head and the others seems to be fine. The clansman who made the report had a certain expression on his face as he replied. Who told you this news? Gu Xian'er was a little puzzled and curious. This is not clear, because the source of the news has been through many twists and turns. It is impossible to confirm it at all. The person replied respectfully. Gu Xian'er was slightly startled. She reacted, nodded, and looked in the direction of Guchanga's lineage. Then she said, that's good. I will set off today to find my parents. She had just returned to the Longevity Gu family not long ago. And she already heard the whereabouts of her parents? Was it so coincidental? Or was it that her luck was just too good? Guxian was not stupid. Perhaps all these years, someone had been secretly helping her to investigate this. And who could this person be? Soon Guxian guessed who was behind this. Gu Chang'e is still as arrogant as ever. She clearly cares about me, but she still pretends to be indifferent. Humph. With this thought in mind, Guxian led the many experts of her lineage and began to move towards the place where her parents were. Saintis. At the same time, in the mountain range outside the Longevity Gu family's territory, Yanji stood there with a veil on her face and a layer of fog shrouding her face. In terms of appearance, she was no different from Jiang Chuchu. At this time, even Wang Zijin, who cultivated with her, would find it difficult to see anything unusual. When the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was young, he was also a person with a bad reputation. He had no choice but to develop such a secret technique to change one's appearance. It could even disguise one's origin aura. Perhaps even the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara himself did not expect that one day, his secret technique would be used by Gu Chang'e in such a place. At this moment, an old woman in gray appeared in the void. Her cultivation was at the Great Saint realm, and she was speaking respectfully. She also did not notice anything unusual about Yanji. Yanji nodded slightly. Her expression was so calm that it seemed to contain no trace of emotion. Following Gu Chang'e's instructions, after leaving the Longevity Gu family, she rushed here as the successor of the human ancestors' hall. Her destination was the territory where the 10,000 ancient races lived. Saintis, did the investigation come to fruition? The old woman in gray could not help but ask curiously. Before this, Jiang Chuchu insisted on going to the Longevity Gu family to ask Gu Chang'e. In fact, this was very unnecessary. Now, the greatest suspect of the inheritor of the demonic arts was Prince Tian. At this time, should they not be investigating Prince Tian? Hearing this, Yanji showed a trace of apology on her face. She shook her head and said, I thought too much. Young Master Chang'e has the world in his heart, and has helped the common people. He has done a lot to fight against the inheritor of the demonic arts. I should not have doubted him. Hearing this, the old woman understood. She was worried that the saintess would still be stubborn. It was not too late for her to realize it now. Saintess, are we going to Tianhuang Mountain now? I'm afraid that place is now a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It won't be peaceful, the old woman in gray said worriedly. She was very worried that Tianhuang Mountain would take the opportunity to attack Jiang Chuchu, regardless of the consequences. Yanji shook her head and said, the inheritor of the demonic arts is very important. Tianhuang Mountain will not dare to take the risk of making the whole world their enemy. Don't worry. As she said this, she could not help but look a little absent-minded. When she first returned to the upper realm with Gu Chang'e, she actually did not know that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. It was not until recently that Yanji understood everything. How could she only follow an ambitious and ruthless person? This was an unparalleled demon who used the world as a chessboard and schemed against the common people. She did not have any objections to this. After all, she followed Gu Chang'e himself, not his identity. Under this kind of secret that concerned life and death, Gu Chang'e did not do anything to her. Instead, he trusted her and handed many important matters to her. The kindness of recognizing her, the kindness of reconstructing her body. There were too many favors that Yanji could not repay. Understood, Saintess. Then let's go to Tianhuang Mountain now. Are we still going to look for the reincarnation of the human ancestor? When the old woman in gray heard this, her expression became serious. Her previous worries were swept away, and she asked about another matter. This was something that Jiang Chuchu had always been very concerned about. Like the search for the inheritor of the demonic arts, it was a top priority. If they were to go to Tianhuang Mountain, then the matter of the reincarnation of the human ancestor would definitely be put aside. The reincarnation of the human ancestor will return sooner or later. We don't have to interfere too much with this. Let nature take its course. Too much interference might hinder the human ancestor. Asking for fresh flowers, Yanji recalled Gu Chang'e's instructions and could not help but shake her head slightly as she explained. Of course, even if she did not look for the reincarnation of the human ancestor, The rest of the human ancestors' palace would not be able to help but move. After all, finding the reincarnation of the human ancestor first was a supreme honor. They might even be rewarded. Our top priority now is to confirm the identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Yanji spoke again and said indifferently. After all, Shuang was the one who was taking the blame for Guchanga. Her goal was naturally to think of a way to make Shuang take the blame firmly. Got it. Hearing this, the old woman in gray nodded. She did not doubt her at all. Soon the master and servant turned into divine rainbows and soared into the sky, heading in the direction of Tianhuang Mountain. At the same time at Tianhuang Mountain, Shuang, who had a gloomy and unwilling expression, was pacing back and forth in the palace. She seemed to be in a bad mood. Damn it! That Guchanga actually framed me like this. I must take revenge. She clenched her fists tightly. Her expression was very unwilling, but there was deep fear, and worry hidden in her eyes. During this period of time it was just as Guchanga had guessed. Shuang, who had just been born 2 days ago and wanted to show off, was attacked by many cultivators and living beings not long after leaving Tianhuang Mountain. He was in a bad mood. With the label of being related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, no matter where he went, he would not be welcomed. Instead, he would attract hatred. If it was not because they were afraid of the power behind Tianhuang Mountain, many orthodoxies and sects would have attacked him. All signs showed that Prince Tian was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. No matter how Tianhuang Mountain tried to explain this, it was useless. Instead, they accidentally killed many cultivators and living beings who attacked them, making this matter worse. This matter made Shuang's expression turn ugly. She was extremely angry. Although she did not inherit the memories of the original body, she knew that she had nothing to do with the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts. There was no demonic arts aura in her body at all. Everything was framed by Guchanga and the human ancestor palace's inheritor. Twisting the truth, despicable and shameless, directly splashing dirty water on her. However, she could not do anything about it. She did not have the many schemes and methods of the original body to deal with it. Left with no choice, Shuang could only turn back halfway and return home. Moreover, she sent someone to investigate the servant by Mei's side, who was the original her. In the end, she found that the servant had disappeared without a trace. The place where he disappeared was the Longevity Gu family. This made Shuang's hair stand on end. Other than her, no one would pay attention to such a nameless servant. The disappearance of this servant would not cause any waves. She had no relatives or friends, so no one would care. If I suddenly disappear, Mei will probably be sad. In the future, there will be no one to feed her horses. This Guchanga actually made Mei sad. He deserves to die. However, at that time Shuang still had this thought. She thought that other than Mei, no one would care about her disappearance. In her opinion, Mei was a ray of light when she was at her most desperate and helpless. If Mei did not care about him, how could she have helped him so much? As for Shuang, she naturally blamed all of this on Guchanga. Guchanga might have already discovered something. Otherwise, why would he suddenly make a move on a servant? This made Shuang feel cold all over. She felt as if Guchanga had a hold on her weakness. Her previous body was very likely occupied by the former Prince Tian, and Guchanga definitely had the means to learn the whole story from Prince Tian. Therefore, Shuang was terrified. She planned to first return to Tianhuang Mountain and hide for a while. When all was said and done, he used to be a manservant who had never seen the world. Suddenly, he became the most envious and jealous person in the world, a big shot who was high up in the sky. A change in status did not mean that her attitude would change. Moreover, before she could enjoy it, she took the blame of being the inheritor of demonic arts, and became a devil that everyone wanted to kill. This caused Shuang to feel extremely depressed. She almost cursed it out loud. Therefore, it was not good for her to continue staying in the outside world. With her current ability, it was not enough to deal with such a situation. During this period of time, Shuang's sudden change of mind and her action of returning to Tianhuang Mountain immediately after her birth attracted the ridicule of many of the 10,000 ancient races. They felt that the birth of Prince Tian was very shameful. He had lost his father's face. Even many of the higher-ups and old antiques of Tianhuang Mountain frowned. After all, Ing Shuang was the one who insisted on being born. And now, she ran to Tianhuang Mountain after encountering some difficulties. What did this mean? Even they felt that they had lost face. Her action was very different from the past Ing Shuang. This made them wonder if she had made a mistake in her cultivation. However, they did not think too deeply about it. Because Ing Shuang was the son of Emperor Ing, she had the protection of the emperor's imprint. Her soul was very strong and could not be easily possessed. If someone dared to possess her, it would definitely be shocking and attract their attention. In an instant, Ing Shuang's prestige in Tianhuang Mountain fell to the ground. This allowed Guchanga to gain a large amount of luck points and fate points. From Guchanga's point of view, all of this was within her expectations. She also played a part in it. In the end, the current Ing Shuang was just wearing the skin of a big shot. Inside, he was just a servant who fed horses. Facing such a situation, it was already good that she was not scared stiff. Chin.